So I'm going to try and do Mission Impossible here and get a ceasefire between the new atheist community and the progressive community. Now, before I continue here, let me just say, from day one, I've kind of proclaimed that I'm in both camps. So there's this hard line and this divide between the different groups now. And I've always kind of said, well, on that point, I agree with the new atheists. Well, but on that point, I agree with the progressives. And, you know, at times I feel like I'm the only guy who's saying that. But then oftentimes when I release segments on this topic, I see that a lot of the people in my audience actually kind of agree as well, and they find themselves in the middle. And it just so happens that many new atheists are progressives, and many progressives are new atheists as well. So at times I feel like I'm the only one that is advocating for this middle ground position, but then my own audience, I guess, comes to the rescue and says, we're kind of with you on that too, which would make sense. I mean, you listen to my show, so that means you're probably more inclined to agree with me. I mean, I guess there's a tiny percentage of people who watch the show who just hate everything I say, and they watch it so that they can get red in the face and go, stop it. But anyway, I'm going to be very, very critical here of both sides, and I'm going to do that because I think it's merited, because I think this beef between the two camps is actually really, really silly and unnecessary. So, I have 5 points where I'm criticizing the new atheist side, 5 points where I'm criticizing the progressive side, and basically what I'm doing here is I'm saying, if the two sides can agree to just these 5 things each, well, then we can kind of move forward here and not have this ridiculous bickering fight continue. Again, I don't think it's going to happen at this point because people in both camps hate the other camp so much now, but I think it's worth a shot, and I think it's necessary to do just for accuracy's sake. And I'm curious to see if everybody listening here kind of agrees with my criticisms of both sides. So, without further ado, let's get started. So, I'm going to focus on the progressives first and criticize the progressives first, and then I'll get to the new atheists. And by the way, I don't care what camp you're in, but if you are in one of the camps and you're a hardliner in that camp, just hear out both sides here and see if you agree where I'm coming from and see if you agree with my criticisms of both sides. So don't get your feelings up too much here. If you're solidly in the progressive camp and you think, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Or if you're in the new atheist camp and you said, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Just listen, okay? So, first to the progressives, what I would say is point number 1. Try to abide by what I call the 50% rule. Now, this is a goofy rule I made up for myself, and I try to stick to it as well, and the idea behind it is, if you agree with somebody on 50% of things or more, that person is not worthy of the same level of scorn that you would give to a character like Rush Limbaugh or Bill O'Reilly or Sean Hannity or Michelle Bachmann or Sarah Palin, or people that are just fucking buffoons. So if you look at secular talk clips, when I go after the ultra-conservatives, of course I go after them and I mock them and I hammer them and I go to town, because I think it's merited. We basically disagree on 100% of things, and I know I'm not wrong on 100% of things, so I have a leeway to crack down, okay? And it makes sense to do so, and I think the audience agrees. But when it comes to somebody who you know you agree with on over 50% of issues, when you try to treat that person with the same level of scorn that you would treat somebody like Sarah Palin, that's just silly. That just doesn't make sense because you're glossing over nuance. And, you know, it's just you're not being as accurate as you should be. Okay, that's point number 1. Point number 2 is, I would really like it if progressives criticized the doctrine of Islam as much as they criticize the doctrine of Christianity. Now, I understand, and many people understand, why it is you don't do that, because there aren't as many Muslims in America, and you feel more responsible for the Christian fundamentalists and the neoconservatives than you do for Muslim extremism. But either way, for objectivity's sake, if we can all agree, and most of us do, that the religions are false, they're incorrect, and you're not part of the groups, well then, take the doctrines, like we always cite Bible verses in Christianity that are fucking idiotic. But we don't do it nearly as much for Islam, and we should. We can talk about, the flying horse and the yellow cow in Islam, and the fact that slavery's in Islam, and all the passages kill the infidel. We should get into just as much specifics against the doctrine of Islam as we do against Christianity. Okay, that's point number 2. I hope they're with me so far here. Point number 3 is, don't brush over important caveats of new atheists and also make distinction among new atheists. So what do I mean by that? Well, when I talk about caveats, don't brush over important caveats of new atheists, I'm referring to stuff like when Sam Harris writes about torture and nuclear strikes. What did he actually say in those arguments? Well, he said, when it comes to torture, I think it should be illegal, full stop. That's important. That's an important distinction. You have to say that. Then he goes on to say, well, in the hypothetical ticking time bomb scenario, I think it can be ethically justified. That's basically his argument. Now, I disagree with that argument. I think that torture doesn't work, as has been proven, and you become the devil you're trying to avoid when you do torture. So those actions are inherently wrong, and they're wrong when we do it or when Al-Qaeda does it, right? So I disagree with that argument, but I don't just, when I'm talking about that argument, I don't just say, Sam Harris believes in torture. Because that's not true. You're not being accurate when you say that. So don't gloss over all the caveats and the hedges and the nuance among the new atheists. To give you another example, the nuclear strike. Sam Harris has explained, well, what I mean is, if Osama bin Laden takes over a country and he has his own nukes and he can press a red button, perhaps then we should consider a counter-nuclear strike. That's the argument he makes. But it's boiled down in some progressive circles where they say, Sam Harris believes in a nuclear strike. But again, that's not accurate. You're not giving all of the facts behind it, which make it seem significantly more reasonable than you're leading on. Now, again, I still disagree with that. Why? Because I think it makes sense to, as a matter of principle, rule out using nuclear weapons because you're gonna have a lot of civilian casualties if you do. And if you kill civilians, you become the bad guy. Okay? So again, my point is here, you can still disagree with Sam Harris, but you can disagree respectfully, and you can acknowledge what his real argument is. And unfortunately, you don't see that in a lot of progressive circles. They'll just say, Sam Harris believes in torture, Sam Harris believes in nukes, and here's another one that they say, which is not true. They say, oh, he believes in profiling. Well, did you read his argument on profiling? He says he believes in, you ready for this? Anti-profiling. And he goes on to explain, and what I mean by that is, don't frisk 8-year-old girls and don't frisk 90-year-old grandmas. That's basically it. That's his argument. So again, when progressives say he believes in profiling, he believes in torture, he believes in nuclear first strikes, you're not being accurate. You're not being accurate when you say that. Okay. Now, when I say make distinctions among new atheists, what I mean by that is you can't just lump them all in. So one of the things that progressives do is they'll say, well, you know the new atheist crowd like Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and Bill Maher, and then they'll go on to, slam them with something. But what are they forgetting? Or what are they not doing? They're not making distinctions where they say, well, actually, you can't say that Sam Harris and Bill Maher agree on everything because they don't. Bill Maher, for example, has been against every Middle East intervention. So if you lump him in with, somebody like Christopher Hitchens, who was for the Iraq War and is also a new atheist, you're not being accurate because Bill Maher is significantly more liberal than Christopher Hitchens was on many issues at the end of his life. And you can't lump in Bill Maher with Ayaan Hirsi Ali, for example, because, again, she's in favor of some more conservative policies than he is. So you can't just say new atheists and that's it. You have to be specific in differentiating among new atheists. And by the way, if you aren't, then you're guilty of the same thing that you say new atheists are guilty of when it comes to Muslims. Well, you say, well, the problem with new atheists is that they generalize about Muslims. Yeah, but then you're generalizing about new atheists if you lump them all in and you say, wow, come on, they're really conservative. That doesn't make any sense. Penn Jillette, for example, is also a new atheist. He's a hardcore libertarian. He's a committed non-interventionist. There's differences of opinion when it comes to policy positions among the new atheists. And overall, if you had to measure what their positions are, they lean heavily on the liberal side. So don't just, paint them all with the broad brush and say they are X. They're not. Okay, next. And this one, it feeds into the last one as well. Stop calling them neocons. They're not neocons. You know what a neocon is? Dick Cheney. You know what a neocon is? George Bush. You know what a neocon is? Donald fucking Rumsfeld. If you actually believe that Sam Harris or Bill Maher or Richard Dawkins are as dumb and wrong as Dick Cheney or George Bush, that's ridiculous. You simply have not read their books if you think that's the case, or you have not listened to them talk. Bill Maher has been the toughest ever on George Bush and Dick Cheney. He could not be more tough on them. Okay, and again, go through the policy positions that, okay, they're all in favor of abortion, they're all in favor of being economically liberal, they're all in favor of gay rights. You simply can't say that that's like George Bush and Dick Cheney. It's not. So stop calling them neocons. It's not true. It's not accurate. Okay, next. Admit, and this is the final one here. Admit that sometimes the root problem is religious doctrine. Now, here's where, the common counter-argument is, but Kyle, it's more geopolitics, it's more economics, it's more psychology, it's more oppression, etc., which leads to religious radicalization and or terrorism. That's the argument. It's economics, it's politics, it's psychology, it's this and that leads to terrorism and religious radicalization. And my response to that is, yes, sometimes, absolutely, abso-frickin-lutely. But sometimes, no. Sometimes it really is the religious doctrine. And see, Reza says, for example, people like to insert their values into religion. That's true. Many, many times that's true. But sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes people derive their values from religion. And you have somebody who was otherwise normal, raised to believe a fundamentalist interpretation of a holy book, and they read, kill the infidel, behead this person, behead that person, and then they did it! So sometimes the root problem is the religion. There's this idea now that, it can never be the religion. Why? Why can it never be the religion? Of course it could be the religion sometimes. So, to give an example of that, Charlie Hebdo. They said, we're doing it because we think, according to our religion, you can't draw a picture of the prophet, and you did. Now we're going to kill you. That's purely religious, man! And, it happens with Christianity. It happens with all types of religions and all types of ideologies and doctrines where it's somebody actually believes it and they act on it. Okay, so that's what I want the progressives to admit to. And if they admit to those things, well then, they've done their part. Now let's go to the criticism of the new atheists and say what they have to, concede. Now, up to this point, the new atheists were probably like, yay, Kyle's awesome. He's saying all the right things. But now you're going to get mad at me because now I'm going to criticize you. Okay. So, to the new atheists. You also have to abide by the 50% rule, which means if you agree with somebody on 50% of things or more, treat them with more respect than you would some buffoon that you disagree with on 100% of things who you know is an idiot. If you're a new atheist and you dislike Reza Aslan or Glenn Greenwald, okay, but you know that they deserve your intellectual respect because you know they believe what they're saying and you know they have arguments to back it up. You might not agree with all their arguments, but you know they're more intelligent than you're pretending if you act like they're some sort of buffoons. They're not buffoons. Glenn Greenwald did something historic and heroic with the NSA. And these are people, again, who you might not even realize it, but you agree with on well over 50% of things. So you also don't just dismiss them and act like they're nefarious, or Sam Harris likes to say about Reza Aslan, he's sinister. Don't say that because that's also not true. Okay, so that's point number one. Point number two. Acknowledge, now, some people in the new atheist movement, to varying degrees, they have acknowledged this. But I'm going to go into specifics here. So I would say acknowledge that anti-Muslim bigotry is real. Now, don't just say it when you're pressed on it, because sometimes that's what Sam Harris will do. Like Cenk, in the interview with him, pressed him on it, said, well, do you understand that this is a problem? Or actually, it was at Real Time with Bill Maher, where Sam admitted, of course there's bigotry against Muslims as people, and I'm not for that. So he admits it when pressed on it. But here's what I want, man. I want you to tell me something about it specifically, so I know you're not just saying that so that you can continue to only bash them. You see what I mean? So in other words, tell me some hate crime statistics. Every once in a while, tweet an article that says, hey, here's some anti-Muslim bigotry that's real and it's a problem and we should address it. Talk to me about media bias. Dylan Roof did a terrorist attack and nobody called him a terrorist. Why? He's a white guy and he was a neo-Confederate, so, well, that doesn't count as terrorism. But it does! It absolutely does, and it is terrorism. But nobody in the media called it terrorism. But when it's a Muslim, immediately they go, terrorism, terrorism, terrorism. Talk to me about that, new atheists. You know that double standard exists. Acknowledge it. Talk about it. Go into details about it. Talk about how mosques and cemeteries in America are repeatedly blocked, even though it's unconstitutional and you can't do that. But they block it because when Muslims want it, they don't get the same treatment that Christians do oftentimes in this country. Tell me about that. Give me specific examples. Tweet an article every once in a while. Talk about Peter King's terrorism hearings, where he had a terrorism hearing in America, and it was only about Muslim terrorism. Even though as a raw number, there are more right-wing terrorist attacks. And that segues into the second part of this same point here, which is know your facts on right-wing terrorism. Be able to tell me that it's a big problem. Now, I know that you guys all believe, and you can say, well, statistically in the world today, Muslim terrorism is worse. Okay, fair enough. But show me that you give a fuck when it's the right-wingers who do the terrorism, because it's not like they don't do it, and it's not like it's a non-issue. 56% of terrorist attacks in America and attempted terrorist attacks are done by right-wingers. Tell me that you know that. Tell me that you care about that. Okay? Don't always use that as a point to belittle it, like belittle the right-wing terror, and then go back to talking about how evil the Muslim terror is. Show me that you actually give a fuck about the right-wing terror. Again, they'll bring it up every once in a while, but it's never like, oh, and here's some specifics on that. I don't think they know or care to bring up the specifics, because I think they do want to focus only on the Muslim terrorism. I don't want you to do that, because that doesn't appear to be intellectually honest when you're saying, well, belittle this one and move on to the next one. And you can say the opposite for the liberals too. You can focus on the Islamic terrorism, focus on it. And, don't always say, but right-wing terrorism, but Christian terrorism. All I want is objectivity on this one. Okay, next. Understand that violence for power and control and imperialism and natural resources, etc., is more prevalent, okay, and equally immoral to religious violence. So, that's very important, because oftentimes you'll hear some people in the New Atheist movement say, well, the U.S. fucks up all the time, but we're like a benevolent giant trying to do the right thing, and our intentions are great. The response to that is, well, no, because you're kind of ranking U.S. violence and U.S. killing of civilians and terrible, consistent U.S. actions below the bad actions of religious terrorists just because you feel like you should file it there. But that doesn't make sense, like I just said. If you admit that violence for power and control and imperialism and natural resources is more prevalent and just as bad as religious violence, then I think you get a lot of the heat taken off you if you're a new atheist. And by the way, know your U.S. history on it. Like oftentimes Sam Harris will say, well, of course the U.S. has done terrible things in the past. But then he'll go on to, again, talk about how the Islamic fundamentalism is the worst. But it's like you're saying, it's like a brush aside point. No, it's not just the past, it's also right now. We're engaged in fighting in 7 different countries. If I read you the list of countries we've invaded post-World War II, it's a never-ending list. And it wasn't like we were even pretending that there was a humanitarian mission in a majority of the cases. We didn't. For example, the term Banana Republic comes from the fact that we overthrew governments in South America so the Chiquita Banana Company could come in and steal the fucking bananas. We do the same thing in the Middle East with the oil. We have the military-industrial complex where people get rich. They get rich off of war, which is why we sell weapons to everybody, including our enemies, and we're always involved in war. So talk about how imperialist violence can be just as bad as religious violence, and show me that you know what you're talking about and give me facts on that. And hand in hand with that, express support for non-interventionism. Oftentimes there's like some support for it. Where some people in the New Atheist movement, now Bill Maher does this, he's totally off the hook in this one because he is a non-interventionist. But Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens is dead and gone, but he did not agree with non-interventionism. Ayan Hirsi Ali, I also don't think she largely agrees with non-interventionism. But if you're one of the New Atheists, one of the things progressives want, and they're kind of begging for from you, is if you would just tell me that you only believe in state violence when there's an imminent threat of attack against the nation, well, then I would think you're much more reasonable, and I wouldn't attack you nearly as much. I think that's one of the things progressives think. Because, like, for example, when Sam Harris did the podcast with Dan Carlin, and they were going back and forth on the issue of religious terrorism, Dan Carlin brought up state violence and brought up basically U.S. imperialism. And Sam, you could tell that he understands that the U.S. does fucked up stuff and has done fucked up stuff, but it's always like, but the ideal would be, in Sam's mind, that we still should do interventions every once in a while when it's necessary, because that's the moral thing to do. But that's not really true, Sam, because in the real world, people always have ulterior motives. And it's not like we'll always make the decision based off of humanitarian good and altruism. We don't do that. It's naive to think any state would act like that. So then it becomes, we use that as more of a cover to get natural resources and to get more power and control around the world. So just say, I believe in non-interventionism. And again, that's a hard thing for a lot of these people to do because they're, as Cenk would say, and Cenk also fits into this, and I disagree with him, they're mild interventionists. Like, well, if I see every now and then something happens, I'll get involved there. Well, that's not a good idea. You should only use U.S. military strength when there's an imminent threat of attack against the United States. It's a different story if there's some kind of genocide happening somewhere, one side is pure right, one side is pure wrong, and you want the UN to get involved. That's a different conversation, but specifically when the U.S. takes charge and our military does an action, people in the new atheist community should say, we should only do that for self-defense, because we would never accept it if any other nation just decided willy-nilly, well, we're going to be the superpower now, we're going to act. Well, no, we'd say, you can't do that. That's not your role. It's not our role either, okay? We need to be objective in our moral standards and not say that we're the good guys, so we rise above that by definition, and we can act in ways that we wouldn't accept it if other people acted that way. Okay. And finally, the last two things. Stop calling progressives Islamist apologists. Stop calling them that. Now, why do I say that? Now, here's where a lot of new atheists go, well, but you're wrong, Kyle. They are Islamist apologists. But they're not. They're not, and I'll tell you exactly why they're not. Because it's all a matter of how you frame it. So if you say to any of the, progressives here in that camp, so C.J. Whirlman, Glenn Greenwald, Noam Chomsky, you could even throw Cenk in there, and all those people. If you frame it to them, hey man, are you for gay marriage? Are you for women's rights? Are you for civil liberties? Are you against theocracy? On every one of those points, they say, of course. Of course I'm for women's rights. Of course I'm for gay rights. Of course I'm against theocracy. So you know that that's their position. But you still call them Islamist apologists. Why? Because they're not criticizing Islamists in the way that you want them to criticize Islamists, where they frame it like, this is directly tied to Islam. Now, I actually agree with tying it to Islam because it does come from the doctrine of Islam. So I agree with new atheists on that point. But it is disingenuous to then say that because they don't criticize it the way I want them to criticize it and connect it to the doctrine of Islam, that therefore they're Islamist apologists. No, if they're still against the individual things, and they are, so they're for women's rights, they're for gay rights, they're for civil liberties, they're against theocracy. If those are their positions, be honest about the fact that that's their position, and then you could have a conversation with them. And you could say, okay, I know you're with me and you just frame it differently, but that's cool. So all of them, whether it's Reza Aslan, Glenn Greenwald, Noam Chomsky, C.J. Whirlman, you name the people in that camp, they're all against Islamists. They are against Islamists. They just don't frame it in the way that you want them to frame it. And understand that there's a distinction there, and they're not like with ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab. It's fucking ridiculous to think that. And finally, admit, this is to the new atheists here, admit that sometimes the root problem is geopolitics and economics and psychology and oppression, etc. So the progressives say it's always geopolitics, economics, psychology, and oppression that leads to an extreme religious ideology. Whereas the new atheists say it's an extreme religious ideology that leads to the geopolitical problems, the economic problems, the psychological problems, and the oppression, etc. And my main point to both sides is you're both right and you're both wrong because it's a case-by-case thing. So I'll just give a few examples here and we'll wrap it up. But if you look at the Palestinian territories, a lot of new atheists would say, well, the problem is their fucking religion is ass backwards and they want to implement it, and that's why they're living in poverty, that's why the Israelis have to crack down on them, that's why there's all these problems. And my response is, no. In that case, the problem actually is the geopolitical situation, the oppression, the economic problems, the poverty, etc. Because they became more religious because they turned to that as the answer when they realized that the secular conditions were so fucked up that they had no hope. And then Hamas comes along and says, well, we got your back, and we're going to fight back against evil occupiers. So come with us and believe in our ideology. And they said anything for us to get a higher standard of living and a better quality of life here. So in that case, the problem is everything else and not the religious ideology. It was the problems that made them turn to the religious ideology. So that's the problem in the Palestinian territories. Now, flip the script, look at some of the Gulf states. So take Saudi Arabia, for example. There, the problem is the opposite. See, there the problem was there was this extreme religious ideology that was developed, and people bought into that ideology. And even when the state is relatively wealthy, they're massively oil rich, even under those scenarios, they still have really backwards, crazy ideas. Now, why is that? Because that's the situation where the religion is the heart of the problem. The heart of the problem was not oppression. The heart of the problem was not economics. The heart of the problem was not geopolitics. They had an opportunity. They had wealth, but they embraced a very bad way, primitive way of living because the religious doctrine itself they believed in, and the doctrine is primitive. Okay? So what's my main point here? My main point is, you're both right and you're both wrong. It just depends on which case you're talking about and which country you're talking about and which situation you're talking about. So, unfortunately, what I see nowadays is the progressives only talk about terrorism when they can point to oppression that led to the radicalization, which led to the terrorism. And all I see is the new atheists talking about instances where it was the religious doctrine itself, which was the heart of the problem, which then led to the terrorism. And it wasn't oppression that led to the religious radicalization that led to the terrorism. And if you both would just admit that you're both half right and half wrong, then I think we can move along here and we can stop bitterly attacking each other. But unfortunately, that's likely not going to happen, and I'm probably just talking to myself here. But I wanted to give it one last shot because it pains me to see that people can agree probably on 80% of issues or more and still talk down to each other like the other ones are some kind of buffoons.
The great Cenk Uygur of my parent channel, TYT. Cenk, how's it going, man?
Great. How you doing, Kyle?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. So let's get to some fun here, because I think you and I agree on many, many things in this whole Affleck-Harris-Marr debate on Islam. But I often describe myself on this particular issue as right in the middle between the whole Greenwald school of thought or Reza Aslan school of thought, or even you could throw like Noam Chomsky in the mix with that. I'm between them and the new atheist school of thought. So I actually think that they're both right in the conversation, and what they're saying is not mutually exclusive. But let me lay out for you what I mean, and then you can tell me where you disagree. See, I think it's just a matter of where you put your focus and what you harp away on. So, to me, I think that the atheists, if they just made more clear that they understand why liberals are so quick to defend Muslims, that people would listen more. And what I mean by that is, like all the things that happen in the U.S., for example, how, Greenwald's story with the NSA, how the NSA basically admits that they spy on moderate Muslims as if they're terrorists, or we have Bob Beckel on Fox News talking about how we should ban Muslim immigrants into the U.S. Because of the Boston bombing. So there's so many clear examples of basically crazy comments that genuinely are Islamophobic, and I think if the atheists kind of brought that up, like if they said, hey, 56% of the terrorist attacks in the U.S., according to a Department of Homeland Security study, it's right-wing terrorists. So in the U.S., the problem is the right-wingers, okay? If they said that, and then they said everything else they say about, hey, this whole Islam thing is a problem, okay, and the polls are scary and they're bad and we condemn them. If they said that first, then I think liberals would listen more. Do you agree with me on that?
The only problem with that is that I agree 100%. So I'm not sure that we're going to get fiery disagreement on that. So look, let me go a little further. I think that they don't say that because they do think it's the Muslims. And so that gets to the core of my disagreement with them. It's not like they're wrong about Islam. It's not like I don't criticize Islam or Greenwald doesn't or Chomsky doesn't criticize religions. I mean, I don't think they're really out atheist Chomsky. It's that they seem to focus on Islam in a way that allows for gross generalizations that leads to the problems that you're alluding to, right? And I'm afraid, I don't know, but I'm afraid that they're doing it on purpose. That they really don't think that Christianity and Judaism and all other religions are as bad as Islam. And that they have internalized that the Muslims are the worst. Like, they're savvy enough to not write that sentence, right? But everything they say leads to that conclusion. Islam is the worst. A lot of Muslims believe in Islam literally. Look at the polls. The Muslims actually believe this. They believe it more than the Christians do, more than the Jews do. They just don't say the last sentence, although it's running through everybody's head. Oh, hence, the Muslims must be the worst.
Okay, so let me push back a little bit here, because while I agree in parts, I do think that Harris is right on some issues, and there's been a lot of people unfairly criticizing him, and possibly I'd put you in this category, but you tell me if you agree or not. See, I think if you take the sentiment, just the general sentiment of the entire Muslim community, if you could somehow poll all 1.6 billion and compare that to if you poll all the Christians in the world, do you agree that it's likely true that overall Muslim community is more conservative than the overall Christian community?
Probably not. So
really?
That's really tricky. So if you'd really have to bore down into the details, Kyle, of what you're saying, right? So if you said, do you think that Muslims in general are more conservative on the issue of apostasy? I would agree with that. Yes. Okay. If you get into the details of what percentage of Muslims agree with that and what do they mean by that, and would they actually carry out anything related to that, any actions related to that, those are all separate issues, right? But we are letting the Christians and the Jews off the hook way too much. And there's two reasons for that, right? First of all, I think the Christians are literalists. There's 32% of this country is evangelical Christian. If you ask them, they say the Bible is the inerrant word of God. Every word in there is true. But we all dismiss that like, come on, they don't really mean it. Because they're our neighbors. We know them. They're not crazy. They don't really mean it, right? But Muslims, I don't know them. And they seem really scary and they got a lot of beards. So when they say the Quran is the inerrant word of Allah, then we believe them. I mean, that's what Sam says all the time. Hey, they keep saying it. You got to believe it. But look, I mean, there's millions, tens of millions of Christians in this country who keep saying inerrant word of God, inerrant. Why don't we believe them? I think those are the most dangerous lunatics in the world because they are actively rooting for Armageddon. I mean, there is not an Armageddon cult in Islam. There are other really damaging parts of Islam. We're not blind to that. Obviously, we see that, right?
But Cenk, go ahead.
But we're letting the Christians off the hook, and we're letting the fundamentalist Jews off the hook, who are actively, absolutely destroying the peace process in the Middle East. And then that leads to the second part of this, which is that, look, it's not that the Muslims that are doing the violence in today's world do it because they're Muslim. Is it because is religion aiding and abetting their violence? Yes, right? But they would do the same thing if they were Christians and Christians were in the situation that they're in. If the Muslims had the drones and had the fighters and had the nukes, and they were constantly invading Christian countries, and there was a Christian country that was not allowed to exist, you know what the Christians would do? They would do beheadings, they would do stonings, they would do suicide bombings, and yes, fundamentalist Christianity would aid and abet that process. So that's why I'm against religions. But it's not because Islam is any worse than Christianity that they do this. It's because of the situation that they find themselves in. That's not making an excuse for them. That's explaining the process.
See, but here's the thing. At one point there, you were talking about how, Americans let Christians off the hook with their violence. And I totally agree with that, and I'm with you, and I want to point out all of the ridiculous violence that the Christians do. But I also, at the same time, I don't want to do what I think a lot of liberals are doing, which is they downplay Islamic violence. Now, I want to give you a few examples, so you know I'm not just saying that as a broad generalized thing, like sometimes you could argue Harris does. What I mean by that is, I spoke about this recently on my show, how when the whole Muhammad cartoon thing happened, there were many liberals who stood with the Muslims on that in Europe, and they said, this is hate speech, don't do that. And to me, I look at it like, well, what if Pat Robertson said, how dare you draw a picture of Jesus, or Pat Robertson did something like that in the U.S., I think all the liberals would say, you're a fucking old idiot, shut the fuck up. But for whatever reason, when it's Islam, and actually, again, I know why liberals get very touchy on this issue, because there are many examples where there is legitimate persecution of Muslims in the U.S., and I'm right there with you pointing out that the persecution against them. But I do think sometimes they over-defend. So another example is the whole Ayan Hirsi Ali thing, giving a speech at a college. When liberals stand up and they say, we don't want her to speak because we disagree with her, you're no longer being liberal at that point. You're censoring people, and you're doing what the conservatives do. I mean, another example, there was a Katy Perry music video where there was some necklace that had some Islamic symbol on it, and then a whole bunch of Muslim groups condemned it and said, censor that part of the video, take it out of the video. And liberals sided with them. Many liberals did. Of course, I'm sure you didn't, I wouldn't, and a whole bunch of others wouldn't, but there are many people who would side with them because they say, oh, listen to them, you're doing some sort of hate speech and you're offending their religion. But if it was Pat Robertson and Christian fundamentalists, then they'd be all over it. So what I want to do is not let anybody off the hook. And look, you're right about how politics leads into it and economic situations feeds into violence. Of course, absolutely. But when people go as far as, like C.J. Whirlman said on your show the other day, that it's only because of politics, okay, and he even said that suicide bombing is done, they say it's done for altruism. This is why people were face-palming, Cenk. That's why there was like an 80% dislike rate on that video.
No. Okay, let me break it down one by one, if I can remember all the different examples. So, number one, Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, yada, yada, I guess we're calling them the new atheists, whatever. I don't know what to think of that title. And I don't like them taking the mantle of atheism, because I think that I'm a more hardcore atheist in that sense than they are, because I think they like to pick favorites among religions, whereas I don't, okay? I think that they always talk about how they get misrepresented. What about liberals getting misrepresented? I don't know any liberal that said, oh, yeah, the Muslims should threaten to kill people. I don't know. Kyle, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know a single liberal that was in favor of Muslims saying that the Danish cartoonist guy should be, that it's not a big deal that Muslims say he should be killed. Can you name a single liberal who said that?
Well, articles I read at the time.
Okay.
Not prominent.
They're a tiny minority, Kyle, and it's totally misrepresenting liberals to say that that's in any way representative of liberals. Okay. No, of course we condemn the Muslims saying that the cartoonist should be killed. I said that a million times on our show. I showed the cartoon on the current TV show. We had a big debate as to whether we should or not. And I said, yeah, of course we should, right? So I don't see, the tough guy, new atheists or whatever they are, right, taking the kind of risk that we're taking, right? And being as out there and criticizing Boko Haram before anyone else, ISIS before anyone else. On the Katy Perry issue, we made fun of the Muslim fundamentalists on the internet.
You did. I'm not talking about you, Cenk. Cenk,
right.
You did. I'm not talking about you.
No, I understand that, Kyle, but I think that there's overgeneralizations about, like, softy liberals who don't want to criticize Muslims. That's not true. I think liberals generally definitely criticize Muslim fundamentalists as they criticize Christian fundamentalists. What they don't do is go above and beyond and imply that it's a vast number of Muslims. It's most Muslims. Watch out for all the Muslims. It's a vast number, and they all look alike. I can't really tell, so let's go ahead and make generalizations. See, that's a liberal position where you say, hey, don't be stupid, don't make generalizations.
But, Cenk, when I talk, I do see what you're saying, but at the same time, when I talk about, I do it probably every day on my show where I'm telling a story about some jackass thing that Rick Perry or Rick Santorum or John Boehner or somebody did. And then I'll say something like, these conservatives are out of line. And when I say that, people don't think I'm talking about, Uncle Jeffrey, who is just owns a small business and votes Republican. They know it's not that broad. And I do think that while there is legitimate criticism of Harris, especially on his Israel-Palestine position and how he's much more interventionist and hawkish than any of us are, I do think that there is, not from you necessarily, but I do think there's this sort of mischaracterization of his beliefs where people think he's being harsher than he actually is in his criticism.
Well, we're going to sort that out. I'm interviewing him on Wednesday, and of course I'll ask him about that. And we'll try to get to his intent and what he means, and make sure that he's not misrepresented, because he'll be here and he'll be able to discuss that at length, right? And I have genuine questions about that. And some people are billing it as a debate or something. It's not a debate. This is not a debate. This is a conversation where, yes, it's sometimes, as you can tell, like I get heated, right? But that's what I do on the show as well, right? But it's not. It's just to make the points that we're making so that we understand one another. So I don't want to prejudge what Sam's going to say or what he thinks about it. Let's just talk that through, and we'll do that, next week, Wednesday. The video will be up on Thursday. But let's go back to Whirlman, because I do want to address all the things you brought up.
Okay.
You said that, sometimes he said that suicide bombers do it out of altruism. Now, I think you guys are totally mischaracterizing what he's saying, okay? So I think what he's saying there is that they are doing this in a way to gain significance in their lives. They think, I'm doing this for my community, let's say to free Palestine or to fight against the infidel who invaded Iraq, etc. So he's not saying they're good guys. He's saying,
no, I know that.
Warped mind, they're doing it for their community and so that they can feel significant. I don't think that's wrong. I think that's totally right.
But do you agree with me, though, that when he makes the claim that it is all political, that he's wrong, because there's obviously a religious component to it. Even if it's just the vessel by which they're expressing political anger, the fact that religion is the casing in it, it's religious, no?
Yes and no. So, yes, you're absolutely right that religion is the vessel, and religion excuses their behavior, encourages their behavior, and that's one of the reasons that I fight against religion, okay? Mm-hmm. On the other hand, I think what CJ is driving at there is saying, fill in the blank on religion. That the root of the problem is political, and it could have been that they were Catholics, it could have been that they were Muslims, it could have been that they were anything, right? Now that's when people go, no way, no way, no way, and that's when people come out and either inadvertently or purposely say, no, the Muslims are the worst. But that's where we say, no, wait a minute now, look, Catholics did it in Northern Ireland, Tamils did it in Sri Lanka, Buddhists are doing it in Myanmar today, and the Muslims are doing it in the Middle East, okay? Now you say, well, yeah, the Buddhists in Myanmar, they don't do it as much as the Muslims in the Middle East, but that's partly because they're not constantly being invaded. So, yes, you can make some arguments about how the Tibetan monks are better because of the philosophy behind their religion, and then you get into gradations, etc. But the overall idea is, when people are powerless and they feel they have no significance, and they have no advantage in weaponry, what they have done throughout history is resort to violence and terrorism, and often in the cloak of whatever religion they happen to be in. That's the point.
No, I totally agree with that. But let me make just real quick. I want to ask you if you buy into this distinction that I'm going to make here. And by the way, when I make this distinction, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying to explain something as I think it exists in reality. So, a charitable interpretation of Harris on this particular issue would be like, for example, when he talks about, and I do think that you're right when you say that he thinks Muslims are worse. But if you want to interpret that in a charitable way, okay, I think what he's trying to say is that, and especially I think a guy like Maher definitely says this, maybe Harris a little bit less. Of course, there is probably the biggest problem in the world today is American imperialism, okay? For sure. I mean, if you count the dead bodies, okay, and you count the places invaded, and you count the domination, there's no question that American imperialism is by far and away the worst. And that's definitely relevant to the conversation of how violent or savage or whatever a certain group is. But at the same time, is Harris wrong when he says something like, specifically internationally, okay, specifically in the name of religion, statistically, Muslims do it more in the name of religion? Is he wrong when he says that? And again, I agree on the state violence point that the U.S., military interventions and our imperialism, that is the worst, for sure. And you count up the dead bodies, we're the worst, right? But is he wrong to make that specific point?
So let me say that in two layers. So first of all, he's not factually incorrect. The problem is the implication that comes along with it, especially in terms of policy. Okay? And so if, for example, Sam left it at, hey, the tenets of Jainism are clearly less violent than the tenets of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. It's impossible to disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I think that's totally true, right? But he doesn't leave it there. I mean, first of all, any distinction between Christianity and Islam is, on the text, is absolutely incorrect to say that Islam is worse. The Bible is drenched in blood. It's the most lustfully genocidal book there is. So now the Quran is, I don't know if it's 99% there or 101% there, but that distinction is irrelevant. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. So yes, you can make a distinction with some religions, but you can't among the people of the books. If you think you can read the Old Testament, you're 1,000,000% wrong. Okay. So now in terms of the practice, yes, I believe that the Muslims are acting in a way that is on a micro level more violent than, for example, the Buddhists on average. Right. And I say micro level as in they do a suicide bombing in Karbala, whereas we do an invasion of Iraq. That's a macro level state violence, right? Right. But I think the reason that they are doing that statistically higher amount of violence in the name of religion is because of the socio-political condition that they're in. So if the entire Middle East was filled with Buddhists, if the entire Middle East was filled with Christians, then the Christians would be the ones doing it, and probably the Buddhists would be the ones doing it.
No, I totally agree, Cenk.
Wouldn't do it as much. I hear you out on that.
Cenk, I totally agree, man. I totally agree. But I think both points are true, though, don't you?
Yeah, but I concede that. That's not even a concession.
Oh, okay.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, great.
So
See, that's
think,
the thing.
And Kyle, one more thing about that.
Yeah.
And that's why I love having conversations like this to sort things out. Because I think people think that I'm saying that Muslims are not any more violent statistically today in the world. I get it. On the micro level, on the beheadings, the bombings, of course, I understand that. We're not blind to facts. The question we're talking about is, why is it that Islam is a particularly horrible and evil religion, and what do you do about it? How do you alleviate that? And certainly by generalizing about most Muslims, you don't alleviate it, you make it worse.
Yeah, so I think you're right about, I don't know how much it helps in trying to get people to your side when you frame it in the way that the new atheists do. You know what I mean? But because it's almost like it's more of a berating kind of thing as opposed to saying, well, look at the fertile in which this thing has sprouted. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's artful in terms of a strategy in terms of getting people to your side, broadly speaking. But at the same time, again, I want to be clear here. Like I've maintained from the beginning, I do think that both sides are right. So let me just say I'll reiterate real quick, and then I'll give you the last word here. I feel like O'Reilly the way I just said that. I'll give you the last word.
No, you'll be clearly like O'Reilly when you don't give me the last word. That's all right. Keep going.
Here's why, I think both sides are right. I think that the liberals are 100% right, and they do a service when they talk about how it's just a fact that when you look at how Muslims are treated, specifically in the U.S. today, but in many other places as well, that they are extra demonized and they are victims in many respects for the reasons I stated before. And we do give a pass in the U.S. to the Christian terrorism, the KKK, the neo-Nazis, the sovereign citizens, the patriot militias, and all these groups, for sure. So liberals are right to talk about that. But I do also think that the atheists are definitely right to harp away on the idea that Islam and religion in general is very, very dangerous, and we should all reject it. And I don't want, see, that's the thing, I don't want the liberals to over-defend to the point where you do, the old Bill Maher line, where people are too tolerant to the point where they tolerate intolerance.
Yeah, I just don't think that's a real danger, and I don't think that's what liberals are doing. I agree. I'm sure that some liberals out there in the world do that, but overall, I don't see liberals being soft on Islam. I don't see them not recognizing the facts on the ground. So I think this is a straw man that has been fictionalized. I don't think you're in the middle of anything, Kyle, honestly. I think based on our conversation, we agree almost completely, right? So if people think that I disagree that, religion is encourages, aids, and abets this violence, they're totally wrong. My beef with the new atheists so far in this conversation is that they don't say religion. They generally blame all religions for a lot of things, and then when they talk about violence today, they talk almost exclusively about Islam. And I think that is wrong. I think it's counterproductive.
Great conversation, Cenk. I really appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you, Kyle.
All right, man. Have a good one. Take care.
All right. You too, man. Take care.
I'm very excited to welcome to the show today. We have Dave Rubin, the comedian, the host of Rubin Report, formerly of the Young Turks Network, now part of Riot News. How's it going, man?
Kyle, it is good to be with you. I have DM'd you more this week than I've ever DM'd anyone. A lot of private thoughts, and we'll get them to a public square.
Oh, great, man. I'm really looking forward to this as well. There's so many different aspects to this conversation, and it's great to just basically think out loud and bounce ideas off somebody who I think we largely agree, but even the areas where we have minor disagreement, I think that even makes for a better conversation overall. So for people who don't know what we're referring to, there's this growing rift, I'd say, between the overall hardline progressive community, if you will, and the atheist or new atheist community. And a lot of it stems, in my opinion, I think, from total misunderstandings of the other side. So I've spoken quite a bit about, what I think of it, and I think the audience gets a good sense of where I stand on this. Mm-hmm. But I mean, just broadly speaking, what do you make of this whole back and forth that's going on?
Yeah, well, first off, let's talk about the most important part, which, of course, is how everyone deals with this on Twitter. You, for example, you actually do fight with people. I have a strict policy, never argue with a Twitter egg. So I don't publicly argue with these people. They argue with me a lot, but I don't publicly argue with them. But I admire your push to keep the fight public, so to speak.
I have the same policy as you. I just haven't stuck by it.
Trust me, it's a better way to live. But
yeah, no, you're so right. That's so true.
Twitter etiquette's a whole other topic. I think this thing is absolutely fascinating, and when I really became aware of it was the night that Sam Harris was on Real Time with Bill Maher and the whole Ben Affleck, you're racist thing, and of course, Islam isn't a race and all that, and just the genuine lack of understanding of what they were talking about that night. Bill Maher and Sam were quoting Pew polls. I think Bill Maher did say one or two things that weren't quite, I don't want to say intellectually honest, but that weren't quite on the level when he said, we're allowed to say this stuff because we're the liberals. If I was a conservative, I don't think I would be happy with the liberal getting extra leash on something just because of the thing that they identify with. But what I thought was fascinating was the incredible part of Ben Affleck and the people that are siding with him in pretty much just making up what Sam Harris and Bill Maher and sometimes Richard Dawkins, what they're saying. Because Sam Harris, from everything I've seen, is just telling the truth. He's just looking at numbers. He's a scientist. He's looking at numbers. He's looking at data and saying, here's what the deal is. And he hates all religions. And I'm pretty sure Bill Maher hates all religions. Go watch his documentary. He pulls no punches on the big three, any of them. So that's where it started for me. And it's been really disappointing, actually, to see the way the progressive movement has attacked these guys.
Okay, so that's interesting, and I think my audience already knows, and I don't want to bore them to tears here, but I'll just sum it up real quick. I think my position is a little bit different than yours in that when I look at the back and forth between those two, when I say I see misunderstandings between them, I really mean I see total misunderstanding, and I actually think that both sides have legitimate concerns and they're just screaming over each other's heads. So here's what I mean by that.
Who are you talking about when you say misunderstandings between them? Who are the them that you're talking about?
So, well, obviously Sam Harris and Bill Maher, and you could say the rest of the New Atheists too, at times Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, and people like that, versus you could say people like Glenn Greenwald, people like Cenk Uygur. C.J. Whirlman, I think, is a different case because I think he's just wrong about a lot of stuff, and I honestly think people might come after me for this, but I really don't think he's that bright of a person. So I'm kind of like brushing him off to the side.
So who knows if it's his stuff, yeah.
So, and so here's the way I look at it. To me, it's a matter of like, what do you choose to focus on? Because every time I hear like the New Atheists make a point and then the progressives counter, I never think it's like a point that's proving wrong the New Atheists. I always feel like they're just adding on to the point that they made. So my advice to both sides has essentially been, like, so here's my advice to the liberals. What you need to do, if you're, taking like the Glenn Greenwald line on this, what you need to do is, number one, I think you should distinguish between when atheists are tough on Muslims or Islam and when conservatives are, because I do think those are very different things. So in a way, they're completely
different things. Of course, Bill Maher and Sam Harris are not neocons, as some people have called them lately. Does Bill Maher want to freaking bomb Iraq? No.
Exactly. And I actually I think I'm even softer on the point that you made about Maher earlier, where you were like, well, I don't really agree with him when he says it's not Islamophobia when we do it. I'm actually kind of on the page that he's right, that it isn't Islamophobia when they do it, because of every position that they've taken. Right.
Yeah, let me clarify that. I do agree with you, but I was just saying that I could see how a conservative would say, well, that's just not fair. Like, I could see the other argument in that, but I do agree with the heart of what you're saying. Sure.
But here's the reason why I take that position for everybody who might disagree with that. Context and perspective is everything. Not only does it count, in my opinion, it's absolutely everything. So, for example, when Joe Biden made that joke about, they want to put y'all back in chains, talking about black people, right?
Right.
The conservatives lost it, but I came out on my show and said, first of all, he's joking. Second of all, look at his record on race issues. The guy's not a racist. He's allowed to say it. But if Rush Limbaugh said something that included put y'all back in chains, I would probably say it's racist because it probably would be racist.
Of course.
When I look at
go ahead.
When I look at Bill Maher and Sam Harris, I see the same kind of thing going on here. You have to look at what are their positions on abortion, foreign policy, gay rights. You go down the list, every single policy issue. And if you're checking off the list and you're basically over 80% agreement with them, you're not allowed to then just dismiss them as if they're Dick Cheney or as if they're George Bush, because that doesn't make any sense. That would be silly for somebody to do that. So,
Kyle, I hate coming on a show and agreeing with someone 100%, but in this part, you are 100% correct. You are 100% correct.
Thank you. But I think I'll get to area disagreement.
Context matters. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me just get to the second. So that's what I would say to the liberals, okay? And I would also say to the liberals this other part, which I think you'd agree with me, that terrorism isn't always because of victimization. So, in other words, like, there's oftentimes people on the left look for, the rationalizations or justifications or the reason why. What's the underlying cause for terrorism? And they let's be honest, they do that a lot with Muslim terrorism. You don't see them scrambling for the underlying cause of KKK terrorism or sovereign citizens terrorism or any other kind of terrorism. In those areas, they go, oh, it's sufficient enough to say that these guys are idiots and they're crazy. So what I would say to liberals is, first of all, acknowledge that there's sometimes terrorism that is not from victimization. There's no underlying cause. And it's just like, okay, they read a holy book and they believe it and they're acting out in that respect. So that's what I want the liberals to admit. When it comes to the atheists and the new atheists, what I want them to do is not necessarily change anything that they believe in. I just want them to, I honestly think Sam Harris can defang and take the venom out of all of his critics if he just did the Eminem trick. You know the Eminem trick that he did in his movie 8 Mile, where when he responds in the rap battle, He basically says everything that's embarrassing about himself before he attacks the other side. So in other words, if Sam Harris came out and he said, look, I'm going to give you like a 5-minute or 10-minute diatribe as to the specifics as to why American foreign policy is beyond fucked up, and I'm going to give you a 5-minute diatribe as to real concrete examples of victimization of Muslims in America, like, for example, increased hate crimes after 9/11, or like the fact that the NSA basically admitted they even spy on moderate Muslims. So if he came out and he did the Eminem trick and went through all of that stuff, and then he made literally every single point the same after that he always makes, I honestly think the left would largely shut up, and I honestly think they'd go, well, I think he's pretty much right.
All right, well, okay, we got our point of disagreement. Although I think that mission statement by Sam would be fine, I don't think they would stop. I think they would dismiss that stuff immediately, saying, he's just trying to moderate himself, but he really is this radical neocon, which is what we're hearing from people on the left. Sam has basically said those things. This is what's driving me nuts about the liberals and attacking atheists and new atheists. Atheists are not causing a problem anywhere. That is just simply a fact. It just is. They're not. There are no large groups of atheists that want to kill people or are there atheists for drone strikes? I mean, you can argue, you can pinpoint. Look, I watched Cenk's interview for 3 hours with Sam. I thought Sam was absolutely brilliant and used airtight logic to calmly explain himself repeatedly on these things. So, for example, something like the preemptive nuclear strike, which I think is literally like a paragraph in his book, or a page maybe. What he says basically is that, in the 80s when we had a Cold War and you had two rational actors, you knew they weren't going to nuke each other because the other one knew they were going to get nuked. What he said about preempting nuclear strike, he said if you're dealing with a irrational actor, he was talking about, I believe, the mullahs in Iran, but you could apply that to ISIS right now. Would, at a philosophical level, if we knew that ISIS had a nuke, would we nuke them? I think it's worth a debate. It doesn't automatically mean that you hate every Muslim person or that you want to invade every country. And I think this kind of like slandering and twisting of words that we've consistently seen on attacking of Bill and Sam is that's what the issue here is. It's not that they can do much more. I really don't think so.
So on that point there, I would say, and Cenk did this too in the most recent segment that was on this issue, I would say that not that Cenk and liberals are lying. Well, some, like CJ, I think does lie, but I think that most of the time what you're seeing is flippantly simplifying the issue. And you could say flippantly simplifying it to the point where it is misleading. But I don't think that they're doing it in a nefarious way.
See, I think it's a little more intended than you think. I think there is an intention to delegitimize Sam, to delegitimize Bill, which is crazy. Because even as Cenk says all the time, and by the way, Cenk's my former boss and a friend who I play basketball with every week. So I just want to put that out there very clearly. I think there's a movement to delegitimize these guys, and as Cenk says, he agrees with Sam 90%, except in that interview, it was a 3-hour, the pleasantries were pretty fake, and then Cenk will bring on people who he agrees with less, like Reza or CJ, I think, and it's much more pleasant. So, I don't know what to make of all that, and I'm not a freaking psychiatrist, but I do think there's something more. I don't think it's just oversimplification. I think it's more than that.
So you wouldn't agree that when people, specifically like Cenk, because like I said, I agree that CJ's got other issues, but with somebody like Cenk, when he says like, oh, Sam would consider a nuclear first strike, and he uses that in like a dismissive way, you don't think that that's something where he's taking Sam's actual position, which is basically like, let's say Osama bin Laden got a nuke and he was the head of a country, right? That in that situation, yes, maybe. You don't think he's taking that more nuanced position and just flippantly simplifying it? See, I look at that and I think, I really don't think Cenk is lying when he says, I disagree with that. I think he's totally serious when he says, no, Sam is in favor, in this rare instance of a nuclear first strike, and I disagree with it.
I think of the specific video that you're talking about, the implication was, because they're Muslims and we wouldn't mind nuking Muslims. And that really has nothing to do with, again, the one paragraph of an entire book that Sam wrote on the topic. How do you deal with an irrational actor who had the worst weapons imaginable? I mean, for any of us, I'm not for preemptive nuclear war on anybody, whatever religion or race or whatever they are. Of course not. But if you came to me right now and said ISIS has a nuclear bomb and they're about to blow up New York City, and we can drop a nuke and it's going to kill 200,000 of their members and it's going to get rid of the nuke and blah, 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 blah. Well, wouldn't we all then consider preemptive nuclear action? And also, Sam was having a philosophical debate. So to imply that he's for this and for invading these countries, and Bill Maher, who's built an entire career, watch any of his stand-up specials about getting our troops. He talks about it all the time. Why do we have 50,000 or 80,000 troops in Germany? The war ended.
Yeah, no, he's totally right on foreign policy. No question.
So
but
it's
also, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Yeah. Well, I do think there's a smearing of lines there. Look, I watched that interview for 3 hours. How do I have a better understanding of what was said in the interview? You know?
Well, the thing is, I think that, I think that if it was like the way you described it to me, the way you described the nuclear scenario, what you described was 100% no question a self-defense scenario. Like ISIS has a bomb and they're about to use it.
But that's precisely what he's mentioned in this tiny, he described it again in that interview. There was a tiny little portion of his book, and it was a philosophic argument, which we could, of course, debate philosophy all day long. But that was what the argument was. So if you make it seem like he's for nuclear preemption, you see, and especially when it's for the Muslims, that's not really what he's saying.
No. I think you and I totally agree, like I said at the beginning, that you simply cannot treat a guy like Sam Harris or Bill Maher or Richard Dawkins as if you're talking to Pat Robertson or Brian Fisher or Rush Limbaugh or somebody like that. And there is this, quick dismissal in that regards. But like I said, I think I personally see that totally from a guy like C.J. Whirlman, a little bit less from a guy like Reza, but I still see it from Reza. And even less probably from a guy like Greenwald. And then I'd even put another category for a guy like Cenk, where I disagree with him on the issue, but I don't think he's, lying or, purposely misstating.
Right. Like, look, I don't know. I can't rank all these guys on the list of, intellectual honesty. I can just see a little bit of what I watch and what I read. So I don't know that I can, rank them quite that, specifically, but I've just seen over and over just absolute slanders and smears on what Sam has stated. And by the way, until the Bill Maher thing, I barely knew anything about Sam Harris. So I know a lot of people, you're Sam Harris disciple, and blah, 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 blah. No, I didn't even know who the guy was. Since then, I've read one of his books, and I've read a bunch of articles and things like that. But I came into that Bill Maher discussion as obviously a fan of Bill, but I came into that with a completely open mind. And by the way, as long as we're talking about, honesty and liars and things like that, again, if you watch the entire Bill Maher segment with Sam and Ben, which I did a full-on breakdown with no selective editing, unlike many other media places that selectively edited a lot of the stuff, I did a full-on breakdown with no selective editing. And if you watch it repeatedly, Ben implies that Sam and Bill are saying things that they're not. And that's what we've seen out of a bunch of these other guys. I just haven't seen can you one instance where you've seen Sam lie? I mean, lie about any of this? Or
no, I haven't seen Sam lie, but the only thing that, first of all, I do think there are some areas where there's legitimate disagreement with Sam. Like I would say even I have legitimate disagreement with Sam in some areas. But the only thing that really rubs me the wrong way when Sam does it is what he just did recently when he said Cenk was acting in, quote, bad faith. Because I don't think Cenk is lying. I think Cenk really believes what he's saying and he disagrees. And again, I can agree with you that he overstated some things in his last segment when I think he started out talking about Sam Harris's fans who attack him and slander him, and he kind of lumped in Sam with them, which I think was a mistake, and I think he would admit that was a mistake.
Yeah. listen, I don't want to make this, obviously I don't want to make this specifically about Cenk, but that's the person that we both personally know that's sort of in the mix of this thing. I mean, it seems to me that he repeatedly has implied that what Sam and Bill Maher, to a lesser example, what Sam has said is that it's all Muslims, all Muslims, all Muslims. And if you listen to have any of your audience listen to the 3 hours, he repeatedly says that's not what it is. He repeatedly quotes studies, and that's exactly what Bill has done. Now, you could argue whether Pew studies are correct in this manner, and you can argue all kinds of things, but he never says all. And I think it's absolutely been portrayed as if it's been all many, many times by all of these guys. For example, didn't Glenn Greenwald and Reza both retweet a meme of Sam Harris saying something about preemptive nuclear strike, knowing that it was completely out of context, to make it seem like that's what he's for? And I don't think it's I know that they're lower on your list of honesty here, but I think it's pretty malicious. I really do.
Well, like with a guy like CJ, like I said, I can agree, but I just don't, again, I think it's a disagreement with Cenk, and he can flippantly simplify the issue to the point where people view it as like a lie. But I think it is a genuine disagreement, specifically when it comes from him. Like I said, CJ's a different issue, and I think Glenn and Reza are somewhere in the middle there. But look, before we run out of time, because I want to get into some of the more substantive stuff here, as opposed to
let's roll.
So, here's one other thing I'd like for the new atheist to basically admit. And by the way, I consider myself a new atheist, as I mentioned on the show time and time again. So, like I said, the liberals should admit that terrorism isn't always from victimization. But I do want the new atheists to say that terrorism isn't always purely ideological based on, like, a direct reading of a holy book. Because there I do think there's a little bit of confusion, and they might be slightly off there, because oftentimes they focus on, like, take Wahhabism, for example. Wahhabism clearly is something that's totally ideological, totally based off of a fundamentalist interpretation of a book. And as I've always argued on my show, you can look at a situation like rising radicalization in Iran, and you could say that that is directly tied to U.S. intervention, and we kind of gave birth to the beast. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, of course, you can look at any of the holy books of the big three religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and you can point to all kinds of crazy things that are not legal nor moral or whatever. So that goes without saying. I don't know, so I get your point, but I don't know that somebody like Sam, and I can't speak for all of them, and I can't speak for Sam, actually, but I don't know that he's ever not acknowledged.
No. I'm just saying focus, Dave. I'm just saying his focus. In fact, I think if I sat down and talked to him, about this stuff, I think he'd largely agree when I make that point, and I point to specific regions where the increased radicalization, like Iraq, for example, was tied to us intervening. I think he would agree, but my only point is that I think that's what fuels a lot of the progressive attacks on him, is that you don't really see him putting a focus on that and stressing that point nearly as much as he stresses the point about ideological terrorism. And he makes it easy for his critics, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess at some level that is legit. And again, I don't know everything he has said on this. But also everyone has a different battle that they fight in life, and his is more in the spiritual and the atheist, religion, and neuroscience realm than the political science realm. So if he focuses a little bit more, and the best criticism we can come up with is, he should focus a little more on the geopolitical understandings of the world, coupled with the brain and religion, that's a pretty tepid criticism, which I think you mean it that way. But I got to say, it's funny. You describe yourself as a new atheist. This whole thing for the last year has called. I don't know what I consider myself anymore. I will gladly, if you pick a topic, I could gladly tell you what I think. And I will always be a liberal in that I'm for liberal principles, and that I'm for racial equality, of course, and women's rights and gay rights and things like that. But this whole thing has definitely shifted what I think of the progressive movement as a whole. Not only to talk about the whole thing about free speech and freedom of expression, where I also saw some major flaws on the progressive side when it came down to the whole Charlie Hebdo thing, and I know you and I agreed on that stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's definitely it's just shaken my core of sort of where I fit in politically. But it's been a good time, because it's always good to have your beliefs challenged and things that you think are true maybe not be true, and figure out what you actually believe.
Final thing, just real quick, where do you think, just broadly speaking, on what policy issues do you think there's actually disagreement between Sam Harris versus the progressives that we named before?
On what? Well, that's the irony. That's
right.
The irony. They agree on 99% of things. There is no. Bill Maher does not want to fight. Look, I think you could make a very. Of course, I've been very outspoken on TYT for the last years against drone strike. I'm completely against bombing Syria the first time when we decided not to do it, and then against it when we did do it. And at least if we were going to do it, we should have congressional authority. But for some reason, Obama's allowed to launch wars without that, like he did in Libya also. So I don't think they would have many differences on anything. And that's why I find this not just flippant, as you described it. I find it something a little more perverse about it, and I don't know exactly what it is. But I don't think it's just flippant, because these guys don't disagree on a lot. But if you watch that 3-hour interview, it's extremely hostile and not listening. And I think there's a reason for that I can't quite put my finger on.
Okay, so I'll just wrap up my comments real quick.
If you have one, please give me one.
Yeah, no. I'll lay it out, and then I'll let you respond, and that'll be the last word, and then we'll wrap it up here. But so, in my opinion, the area I do totally agree, and I just think it's empirically pointing out the reality to say that a guy like Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins, Bill Maher, that these guys really do kind of agree with guys like Cenk and even probably Glenn Greenwald and people like that. I think they agree. But I think there are some legitimate areas of disagreement with Sam. And by the way, the same people that are voting down all the TYT videos on this are the same people that are voting up my videos on this. So it's not like there are no legitimate criticisms of Sam. It's that I think you need to have the right criticism, in my opinion. So I would say,
just real quick, I'm not above criticizing the guy. I haven't, in the scheme of this argument, in the scheme of this discussion that we're having, I haven't found a place where I've seen him be dishonest. I do hear what you're saying, that he could focus a little more on the geopolitical. But to me, that's not a criticism. That's like a life coach would say, you want to, get your critics a little quieter, do this. But anyway.
So the areas where I've kind of laid out that I disagree with him a little bit, and I was very specific in the way I broke it down, and you and I have had disagreements on this issue, but just broadly speaking, I disagree with him on the issue of Israel-Palestine. Broadly speaking, on the issue of torture, when he says that it should be illegal, so he's right about that, obviously, but he says, look, in rare cases, philosophically, it can be ethically justified. I actually disagree with that, because I think just as a matter of principle, you become the devil you're trying to avoid when you even entertain the idea of torture. So I disagree with him slightly on that. And just on the issue, like when he criticized Chomsky, for example, I found some flaws in his argument there, because basically what he said is Chomsky's problem is he focuses only on the quantifiable and not on the qualitative differences between a guy like Baghdadi and Dick Cheney. And he says, Dick Cheney's essentially better than a guy like Baghdadi. And I agree to a certain extent. I agree that Chomsky only does focus on, the quantitative difference and how many people have been killed by America, and not like what kind of systems these people would put into place. But my criticism of Sam is that, if anything, he focuses too much on the qualitative and not enough on the quantitative. So, yes, it's true that I'd rather live under Dick Cheney's system than Baghdadi's system, but I think one should be clear in laying out that, if because of Dick Cheney 1 million people die, and because of Baghdadi, 20,000 people die, or whatever it happens to be, you still got to put Dick Cheney in that bag of like ruthless, vicious scum who should have never been in power. See what I mean?
Right. So just to cap off here, so the Chomsky one, I haven't heard the interview, but I will listen to that. And I tend to think that you're probably hitting the nail on the head on that one. Then there was Israel, and what was the third one?
Torture, how he agrees it should be illegal, and he's right about that, but I think he says it could be ethically justifiable in some rare circumstances, like the ticking time bomb scenario.
Exactly. So on the torture one, I pretty much agree with you, actually, and I don't agree with him fully on that because I do. It's a slippery slope, and we often find that you get the wrong information or they tell you whatever they want to hear. And yes, it would be impossible to have an empirically true situation in a vacuum where you knew if you tortured someone, you could stop,
right,
Twin Towers from falling. Then, of course, everyone would say they could do it, but such a thing doesn't exist.
Right.
And then just real quick on the Israel and the Palestinian thing. Listen, I know that you and I disagree on a lot of this, and that's totally fine, and I never doubt your motives or your intellectual honesty for what you believe in. I hope you don't believe mine.
Yeah.
My general look, if you read what Sam wrote about it, and he wrote I thought a pretty eloquent essay. I think it's actually it was in a podcast and they transcribed it. But if you listen to what he said, it is a pretty harsh critique of Israel. It's actually barely a defense of Israel. The only thing defending Israel that he says is that if one people on earth deserve a state based in some sort of ethnic or religious something, it's these people who have been exterminated throughout history across the world. That's a pretty tepid endorsement of a state. My support for Israel has far more to do with, because I am a liberal, and this is one of the things that drives me crazy about progressives, because I'm a liberal, I'll always stand for liberal principles, and there's only one place in the Middle East that stands for anything close to liberal principles. What country in the Middle East, besides Israel, could we do this right now and feel fully safe for our lives, saying whatever we want? I mean, we both know what country that is. Not to say there isn't problems, because of course there is, and there's a political problem, absolutely, and maybe it's half based in religion, or even more than that. But I think his defense was pretty tepid. So I think you might have more agreement with him on that one than you might think.
Okay, that's fair enough, man, and I'll definitely look into that. But we definitely got to have you on again because I really love this conversation, and I think you and we can get into, if you want, next time around we could discuss Israel-Palestine, or we could discuss any other issue, whatever you want to talk about, because I really had fun doing this.
Yeah, sure. Listen, it's a pleasure talking to you. It's always a pleasure doing our thing on Twitter, and you're obviously welcome on my show anytime. I know they try to get you out to L.A. every now and again, but they say you won't take a day off from work.
What can I say, bro? I'm exclusive.
All right, well, get a little sunshine after you're done there.
I will. I'm turning into Casper. But, Dave, thanks so much, man. For everybody who's just tuning in late or whatever, this is Dave Rubin, comedian, host of Rubin Report, formerly of the Young Turks Network, now part of Riot News. Definitely check him out, guys. Dave, tell them where they could find you.
You guys can check out my show. It's youtube.com/Rubin Report, RUBIN Report. It's Twitter @Rubin Report, Facebook.com/Rubin Report. My branding guy was very specific with me.
All right, awesome, man. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks again for doing this. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, brother. Have a good one.
Hey, guys. Very excited, very happy to have Glenn Greenwald here with me today. Glenn, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Not too much. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing pretty good. So we, I guess you could say, kind of met because somebody sent you my my ceasefire video, right? My new Atheist First Progressive ceasefire video. And I had tweeted something to you about a speech you gave, and I think it was 2011 or 2013 on civil liberties, and it was great, man. I mean, basically, your argument, I couldn't have worded it any better. You were talking about how, it's non-negotiable. The whole point of the Constitution, the whole point of civil liberties is that, no, these are concrete, and the government can't just take it away whenever they feel like it. So I tweeted at you, and then you responded and said, you'd be willing to have a conversation about my ceasefire video, and so here we are, man. And I have to say, I'm really, really excited to talk to you because I've been following your work for a long time, and we'll get into it later. I don't want to be too much of a fan here, but you've done some stuff that is going to go down in history as it'll be right there in the history books alongside Daniel Ellsberg, alongside you and Snowden. I mean, it's some big stuff.
Thanks. That's nice of you to say.
So, floor is yours, man. You tell me where you think I went right, where you think I went wrong in the new Atheist First Progressive ceasefire video, and then later on, we can get into, if we have some time left, we'll get into like NSA and all that other stuff.
Right. Hopefully, we will have some time for other matters. It was interesting just because this has become such a kind of acrimonious and intractable debate between two competing factions that takes place largely over the venue of Twitter, which I think is part of what inflames it and makes it very difficult to make any progress about it.
Right.
And so somebody sent me this, I think, because they were as surprised as I was that there was somebody who was saying, you know what, I actually think that both camps have some valid points and some really terrible points. And so I thought it was a really valiant and probably fruitless effort to reconcile these two camps. I mean, I do think it's funny. I remember in law school, when we first started studying the law of defamation and like First Amendment law, it's pretty common where two groups that seemingly have things in common end up fighting with one another far more than they do with groups that would be more obvious adversaries. And so much defamation law in New York that you study as a first-year law student arises out of these wars, these really vicious, protracted wars that like these tiny little communist groups would have with one another, where like the leader of some 8-person communist group accuses the other leader of like a 9-person communist group of defaming him, and it ends up in court for 10 years, and they spend all their resources on it. There's these tiny little groups with pretty much everything in common with tiny doctrinal differences, and they end up warring with each other. And that was, one of the points that you made that I thought was interesting and wanted to address was this idea that I think you called it something like the 50% rule.
Yeah, it's just my own goofy little thing where I say it's not even that you shouldn't argue with people who you agree with 50% of the time. It's just that if you acknowledge that at least on 50% we agree, yada, yada, that sets a tone for the conversation on both sides where I think everybody's more likely to go, oh, okay, let me hear you out because you're not a crazy person.
Right. And I think that's a nice principle, and it's one that I just sort of, referenced or even appealed to a little bit myself in describing what I just talked about. But I think it's actually, in general, it can be a pretty misguided principle, and I don't think it's actually applicable to the conflict that has arisen between, for want of better terms, sort of new atheists and progressives, many of whom, ironically, are often themselves actually atheists. I just want to make this point, which is, this is not a point about new atheists or in any way trying to imply anything about them. It's really a way of testing the logical validity of this principle or of this idea, this 50% idea, which is, you can imagine, for example, somebody who says, you know what, I agree with you on so many issues. Like, I think your views on tax policy are fantastic. I agree with you on gay marriage. I think your feminism perspective is really great. We have a huge amount in common. In fact, I agree with you on way more issues than I disagree with you on. There's just one thing. I personally believe that the white race is superior and that laws ought to reflect that, and you don't believe that. Then you could say, well, look, don't be so angry with this person. I mean, you guys agree on most issues. And I would say, no, you know what? Actually, a certain kind of disagreement can be so significant that you do end up regarding that person as an adversary, not an ally, notwithstanding the fact that you agree on lots of other different issues, especially when the disagreement is found in the area where that person is exerting the greatest influence, or a certain idea can become sort of so pernicious that it outweighs agreement on other issues. Right. And I think that is really the nub of what this dispute has become, which is that, it's not a dispute about atheism, because as I said, I think a huge percentage, if not the majority of people who are speaking out most vocally about new atheists are themselves atheists, or certainly not religionists. I think it's an argument about what is the impact of being in the West, in the middle of the war on terror that's now in its 15th year, in societies where Muslims are largely minorities who are overwhelmingly disliked, of spending the vast majority of your time talking about how their defining attribute, which is Islam, is not just a bad idea, but the worst idea. And I think the problem has become that, the view of the critics of new atheists is that regardless of intention, that has become a really toxic and destructive way of talking about the world if you're somebody who's a citizen of the West in this particular context. Hold on one second. I have a...
Take care of that. No problem.
Yeah, she needs to be taken care of, so...
I'll sing show tunes for the audience. No big deal.
Good one. Anyway, so that's the first point. The second point I wanted to make is... There's this interesting attempt by new atheists to sort of belittle and minimize and trivialize their own presence in the public discourse. Like, they like to say, you know what, we don't actually stand for anything at all. We just have unbelief. We're just about non-belief. So we don't really even have an agenda. Like, we don't have a system of beliefs or a worldview or a mentality. And I think that really actually does do a disservice to the impact that they have had in terms of their own arguments. And obviously there are a lot of different people who identify as atheists or even new atheists who have different views on a whole variety of issues. But I do think if you look at the person who tends to be the most inflammatory trigger for these disputes, which is Sam Harris, he clearly has, a very clear and set out and developed worldview, not just on atheism, but on a whole variety of political questions, including foreign policy, that are highly controversial. And they tend to be views that are very much anathema to huge numbers of progressives. So I don't think that this is about, tiny little trivial dogmatic doctrinal disputes like the communist example that I began with. I think it's a pretty fundamental debate about some pretty weighty issues.
So,
yeah, let me just.
Go ahead.
I think that worldview is. I wrote about new atheists for the first time, I think, in 2013, and I wrote a really long piece at The Guardian that continues to kind of be the thing I would point to that best encapsulates my view of all these debates. And there was this quote from Sam Harris that to me kind of illustrates the crux of the disagreement. He said, look, liberals think Dick Cheney is a really bad person who did a lot of really bad things. And that's fine, you can think that. But what liberals need to understand in order for them to be rational is that there are tens of millions of Muslims in the world who are, quote, far scarier than Dick Cheney. That worldview is very familiar and it's very common. It's essentially saying, yes, the United States maybe does some bad things in the world, but they don't really rise to the level of evil. If you want to know true evil, look to the adversaries of the United States, which is not just Al-Qaeda, not just ISIS, but tens of millions of human beings who identify as Muslims. In the recent exchange that Sam Harris had with Dick Cheney, with Noam Chomsky, he identified the United States as what he called a well-intentioned giant. And he said very much the same thing about Israel before, that, yes, the United States and Israel might do some bad things, but we're morally superior to the adversaries of the United States and Israel. And so when I look at Sam Harris, what I see is a person who is an American, who's a Westerner, who's a self-identified Jew, who runs around making the argument that the United States and Israel are morally superior to its adversaries. To me, this is just kind of pure primitive tribalism. It's sort of like the nub of what has driven the war on terror for the last 15 years. The idea that, sure, we do some bad acts, but when we do it, it's by accident. We do it because we're really well-intentioned. The true evil is them. And I think the reason that it's gotten so much attention, negative attention, is because unlike, say, Bill Kristol or Dick Cheney or actual, hardcore neocons who you can look at and know exactly what they are and what they think, the way in which this particular set of beliefs is lending support to this agenda is much more subtle and insidious and kind of disguised. And I think, therefore, is more pernicious, more deserving of attention. But whatever else is true, I think there are very serious, radical, fundamental differences in worldviews that this debate has largely been about.
Right.
And then if I could, just the last point I want to make is, and this is all sort of in response to your video, which I hope people will watch, first, because I think it lays the context really well.
Yeah.
As I said before, I do think a reason why these debates tend to be so acrimonious is because they are playing out largely on Twitter. And Twitter is pretty much the single worst invented format that human beings have ever invented for debates to take place. It's a totally new frontier. There's all kinds of like ambiguities about how you interpret even what people say on Twitter. If you link to someone's article, do you then become responsible for every sentence in the article? Is it fair to then attribute every sentence in that article to you because you've linked to it? If you retweet something, does it mean that you're doing it with approval? Are you doing it with ironic disapproval? Are you doing it just because you think it's interesting and you agree with some parts or others? All of these questions there's no convention for how these Twitter statements are to be interpreted. And so when you have an adversary, you can interpret it in the least generous way possible and do nothing but inflame the fire. And I think that, combined with the fact that I do think Sam Harris tends to be much more of a kind of trigger for a lot of the acrimony than, say, even Richard Dawkins or other new atheist figures, because he tends not to have the courage of his convictions and likes to say provocative things and then objects, how dare you be offended and provoked by the provocative thing I purposely said. I think a lot of this has created, a very kind of unconstructive way of having these debates. So anyway, those are just sort of my general thoughts about your, like I said, noble attempt to reconcile some of the sides.
So to just focus here for a second on the Dick Cheney point, I think that what we're looking at there is basically the idea of empiricism versus theory. So you would say, and I would agree with you on this point, that Dick Cheney is empirically worse because if you tally up the body count and how many people Dick Cheney is responsible for killing, that number is significantly higher than anybody who we might say is a complete and utter enemy of the United States, and even rightly say is an enemy of the United States. I think his point there, and again, I tend to agree more with your side on this because it's empirical. I think his point there, though, is if you were to give al-Baghdadi or Osama bin Laden when he was alive the same amount of power as Dick Cheney, that he would actually purposefully kill way more people. Do you agree with that or no?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, look, I think, of course, you can find people worse than Dick Cheney, and Osama bin Laden and al-Baghdadi might be, two examples of people who are worse than Dick Cheney. And had Sam Harris said, like, look, Dick Cheney is not actually the most evil person in U.S. history, in world history. Adolf Hitler was worse, Mao was worse, Stalin was worse, and Osama bin Laden is worse. I think that would be a reasonable statement, and I probably wouldn't have much of a problem with it, nor would I think anybody else would. He didn't say that, though. He didn't say Osama bin Laden and al-Baghdadi are worse than Dick Cheney. He said there are tens of millions of Muslims who are worse. And Dick Cheney, actions didn't happen in a vacuum. I mean, they happened because of beliefs that he had about,
I agree, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about, the use of violence.
Imperialism. He's a through and through imperialist.
Right, and about the, superiority and inferiority of certain kinds of human beings and about the relative value of human life and the justification for the most heinous things human beings have ever done, like torture and imprison without charges. These are all beliefs that he had and ways that he acted on those beliefs. And so, like I said, I mean, I think this is what I think is the core of the issue, for me at least, and I think for a lot of other people, which is I think that one of the most odious and destructive human attributes in political life is tribalism. The idea that we look at the world through our own tribal prism, we see people in our tribe as inherently superior and people outside of our tribe as inherently inferior, that we think that our tribalistic subjectivity is actually rational objectivity because we're inculcated to view the world in certain ways that we automatically equate as being the correct ones. And what I see new atheists doing, and this is more than anything the thing that I find objectionable about them, is engaging in rank tribalism. I belong to this tribe. I'm an American, I'm a Westerner, I'm a Jew, I'm an evangelical Christian, and therefore I see Muslims and Islam as the greatest threat, and I'm going to devote my life to, or my intellectual life, to depicting it as the supreme evil. whatever else that is, it's not intellectually innovative, it's not edgy or courageous, it's not an exercise in extreme rationalism, it's just pure tribalism.
Right.
And that to me is what I see most when I see these new atheists, people who are sitting in the West, who are American, who are Jewish or evangelical Christians, who have all sorts of tribalistic incentives to view Muslims and Islam as the greatest threat, devoting their intellectual lives to making that argument. It's actually boring because it's so primitive, but it needs attention because it's also so destructive.
So, in terms of, this is the way that I like to phrase it. I understand exactly what you're getting at, but this is the way that I like to phrase it. I personally believe that liberal values are superior. The problem arises when you try to use illiberal values to implement liberal values, because then you're doing an ends justify the means type thing. So, for example, if we talk about Israel, you know, they'll often say, we're only democracy in the Middle East, and, you know, we stand for liberal values, and then you go, but wait a second, you're doing occupation, and, you know, you're militaristic, and you're aggressive against the Palestinians, and you can go down the list. And the problem there is that they're using illiberal values, and then they turn around and say, well, no, we stand for liberalism. Well, you do, except for when you don't. And those illiberal values, you know, you can't excuse away. They're a problem in and of themselves. But would you agree with me, though, that when somebody makes a statement like, well, liberal values are superior, that actually is true? It's just that you have to be liberal across the board. You can't fall into the tribalism trap that you're describing, which is that you believe liberal values are so superior that you're willing to use illiberal values to try to enforce liberal values on other people, because then you're a bad person.
So that's a great point. And just let me make two broad points about that. So one is, I mean, obviously, in order to talk about that, you have to ask what liberal values are, right? So whenever somebody says to me, how can you defend Iran when they're throwing gays off roofs, you know, then the question becomes, well, how can you defend the U.S., which invaded Iraq, a country of 26 million people, and destroyed it in an aggressive war, or which set up a worldwide torture regime or put people in prison where they still are for over a decade without charges, that supported tyrannies all over the world. And so I think that, you know, I think that, you know, there is no faction that has a monopoly or even close to a monopoly on liberal values.
Oh, of course.
And you know, I think that oftentimes the factions that most like to embrace liberal values rhetorically are the ones that least embrace it in actions. So that's the first point. The second point is, I think context is so crucial, right? So let me just tell you what I mean by this. You know, sometimes, you know, like new atheists will say to me, you know, like, we'll say, oh, you're an apologist for Islam and you want Sharia law. I mean, you know, I'm a gay, secular man in a same-sex marriage who has lived in New York and Washington and Rio de Janeiro my entire life. I am not a person interested in advocating for the imposition of Sharia law, and I don't want to live under Sharia law, and anyone who suggests anything like that is engaged in idiotic demagoguery, right?
Yeah, I agree 100%.
So, okay. So then the question becomes like, well, why don't I spend more of my time and effort and energy denouncing Sharia law? And this is really the nub of the issue for me.
You're responsible for the crimes of the U.S. because you
were
an American.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's that, and that's gotten a lot of attention. But like, it's even beyond that. Like, if I were a citizen of, let's say, Egypt or Lebanon or Saudi Arabia or Tunisia, and I was a columnist or a public intellectual or some kind of like political activist, if I were to denounce the harms of radical Islam, that would have a really important and beneficial effect, because there's a debate in those countries where I'm participating in and being listened to over the extent to which Islam should dominate politically, over the kinds of freedoms that people should have within Islam. I would be well positioned to participate in a reformation of Islam. That would be the impact of my devoting myself to those views. If I'm a citizen of the United States who's not a Muslim, I'm not going to lead a fucking reformation of Islam because I'm not in the position to do that. That's not my platform. That's not my ability. If in that context, as an American who, has a column or has a platform, and the people listening to me are people who already don't want to live under Sharia law or Islamic radicalism, if I devote myself to that same thing, namely railing against the evils of Islam, the impact that I'm having as an American in an American context is much different than if I'm doing that in Lebanon or Tunisia or Saudi Arabia. The impact I'm going to have is to feed my own government's actions over the last 15 years based on the view that the supreme threat is not imperialism or violence by nation states or any of those sorts of things, but instead is Islam. And so I do think we have a moral and ethical obligation as public intellectuals, as writers, as citizens, not only to think about what ideas do we believe in, but to think about the impact of devoting ourselves to those ideas. And that impact changes dramatically based upon the context in which we're doing it.
Right. So what you're laying out there, I often refer to it as the Chomsky rule, that you're responsible for your government's actions, you pay taxes to your government, and of course you should focus on your crimes first. So I totally agree with that. I do think, though, that generally speaking, I don't limit myself as a matter of principle to only critiquing the U.S. government. So in other words, there will be stories on my show where I critique things happening that other governments are doing, or just people in other nations, whatever they're doing that I might think is wrong. I'll devote time to that as well.
And nobody would have, Chomsky. I don't think anybody thinks.
No,
that
Chomsky doesn't do that. Yeah, right. No.
Right. But let me ask you this. Sure. You're an American.
Mm-hmm.
I assume most of the people who listen to your podcast are either Americans or other Westerners. There are obviously people who speak English, since you're broadcasting in English. Where do you think you're likely to have the most impact? Right? Are you going to have the most impact if you discuss police corruption in Chile, or extremism in Morocco, or imperialism and inequality in the United States? My view is that you're going to have the most impact on the latter, and therefore ethically that's where your greatest attention ought to be. Because not that you should never talk about the other things, because we're human beings in a global world, but that's where your focus ought to be.
No, 100%. And in fact, if I challenge anybody to look through my my video archive, you'll find one of the main subjects I cover would be U.S. imperialism. We just did a story the other day on, the U.S. blocking the inquiry into Saudi Arabia and the U.S.'s war crimes in Yemen. So, yeah, no, I'm all over this. I agree 100%. But I do also think it's important that, broadly speaking, as long as one, especially for somebody like myself who's an American, as long as I, spend a lot of my time rightly critiquing my own government and their crimes, I do think it's absolutely imperative that I, weigh in wherever I see there are wrongs. So, in other words, focus on U.S. empire and talk about how bad that is. But then also, and this is where I think I get into slight disagreements with some people on the progressive side, of course I'm going to oppose, for example, Islamic doctrine. Now, it gets a little iffy because we don't know, you have to look at a case-by-case basis and different crimes and say, okay, was this terrorist attack done because of doctrine, or was it done because of geopolitical circumstances that pushed somebody into doctrine to then do the terrorist act? So it gets complex, there's no doubt about that. But in terms of, my show and others and how I think we should move forward, I think absolutely if you're an American, you should probably spend a bulk of your time on U.S. empire because you're responsible for the crimes of your own government, but you absolutely should stand up against, in my opinion, and I don't know how you feel about this, but all religious doctrine across the board, because I think religion is kind of inherently a dangerous thing insofar as you actually believe the text of any holy book, because it's, saying, I'm going to sacrifice rationality at the altar of some book written thousands of years ago that has some potentially dangerous ideas in there.
Right. I totally agree. I think all forms of fundamentalism and extremism can be dangerous, right? You can kind of get on a nihilistic path where you say, we're here by accident, there's no God, life has no meaning. We're going to be here for like the tiniest flash of a moment and then disappear for eternity. And therefore, you know, there's zero ethical limits on the things that I think. Or you can, you know, be a extremist when it comes to nationalism. My country is the greatest. I think we're, you know, stand for the greatest values, and therefore we should impose our vision and domination on the world. And if, you know, if somebody is actually doing what you just described, which is, look, I'm an atheist. I think that religion is a really bad thing, and so I devote myself more or less equally to criticizing all of the religions. Not only am I going to have no problem with that, I'm going to probably regard that person as doing a positive thing in the world. But I don't actually think that huge factions of people who have turned this form of atheism into this political doctrine actually do that. You'll almost never hear them, for example, railing against Judaism or Jews. It's almost, you know, it's just as much of a taboo in that realm as it is in any other. You hear them railing against Christianity, for sure, and some of them do that a lot. But still, the bulk of the attention tends to be reserved for Muslims and Islam. At exactly the same moment, either coincidentally or deliberately, our foreign policy is predicated on and fueled by a demonization of that very same group. And I think that's where the difficulty starts to arise. And, you know, I mean, a lot of this, like, you know, does have to do with like just my own background and my own experiences. I mean, I represented neo-Nazis for almost a decade as a First Amendment lawyer and represented their free speech rights, which were under a pretty systemic attack in a way that would have set really bad precedent. So I know a lot of their tactics. And before I ever encountered new atheists and these people who are kind of obsessed with the Quran and Islam, despite not having studied it, I watched how neo-Nazis talked about Jews, which was, you know, their kind of bête noire. And the thing, you know, they looked at Jews exactly like some, you know, kind of like anti-Muslim obsessives look at Islam. And one of the tactics that they would use is they would go into the Talmud, and it's Talmudic law, and they would pick out actual passages. You know, they didn't fabricate them, they didn't make them up, they're actual passages, and they would kind of tear them out of their context and tear them out of their teaching and tear them out of their tradition and the way they're interpreted and use them to depict Jews as these kind of like completely unethical savages. You know, there's parts of the Talmud that talk about how you can do things to Gentiles that you can't do to Jews, how Gentiles can be slaves of Jews, how you can lie to a Gentile but have an obligation of truth to a Jew. Now, obviously, the reason why this is so wretched and obnoxious and deceitful is because if you know Jews, you know that the vast majority of the people who are Jews, and by Jews I mean even people who adhere to Judaism, don't interpret and understand the Talmud that way and don't live their lives in accordance with those kinds of dictates. It's just a way of demonizing Jews by manipulatively and anti-intellectually tearing passages out of the Talmud. And I think a lot of that is done, you know, in terms of Islam and the Quran. I mean, every single day I literally get confronted by people who say, why do you defend Muslims? They would throw you off the roof for being gay. And, you know, I'm always mystified by that because I think people who say that actually don't know any Muslims. There are extremists in Islam and in Judaism and in Christianity, but the vast majority aren't. And so, you know, I just think it's a very kind of anti-intellectual exercise, and it's one that tends to be applied exclusively to Islam and not across the board in this equal opportunity anti-religion sort of way.
So when you look at a place like Iran, or when you look at the Palestinian territories, I submit, and I think you'll agree, that the increase in radicalization, if you want to call it that, is directly tied to intervention in a geopolitical circumstance, whether we're talking about the 1953 coup of the government in Iran, and implementing the Shah, which basically pushed people into the arms of fundamentalists, and we can go down the list here. So I do think that it's fair to say a good chunk of terrorism, specifically in the Islamic world, we do bear a significant burden for that. But at the same time, I think it's really important to also note that just like in every other religious ideology, there absolutely are examples of just basically pure ideological terrorism. So just to give one example here, if you look at the history of Wahhabism, Wahhabism predates any, U.S. imperialism, and the ultra-conservative interpretation of Islam is, a far-right thing that existed without our, interference in it. Now, I would agree that our actions have basically made that more popular, and I think that's empirically proven. But I think what a lot of people who might disagree with you, Glenn, are curious to hear your thoughts on is whether or not you would agree with me that it's basically a spectrum issue, right? And like there are some people that are purely on the side of they became a terrorist because of geopolitical circumstances and poverty, and they're pissed off for some terrestrial grievance. But then there's plenty of people on the other end of the spectrum too, where you're raised in a fundamentalist household that teaches you and basically brainwashes you to believe that these other groups are evil because they're evil and because our text says so, and then it's justified to do attacks against them based on that. Would you agree that it's a spectrum, and would you agree that people are all across the spectrum depending on each individual case?
So first of all, I don't think anybody disputes that there are a certain number of people who engage in violence, who are Muslims, who are driven, if not entirely, certainly primarily by religious grievances or religious beliefs. And you can tell that that's the case because of the targets they select. Obviously, someone who shoots in the head a schoolgirl for going to school, or who kills someone who's an apostate in their own society, or any of a number of other acts of violence that we've seen aimed at people who are perceived to have been violating laws of Islam, those acts are overwhelmingly, if not exclusively, religious in nature and not geopolitical. And there's lots of examples of that. At the same time, there are huge numbers of examples, and I would say the vast majority of the ones that end up being aimed at the West, and the ones, therefore, that we pay most attention to, where the people who do them say specifically that they're doing them for things that we recognize as rational geopolitical reasons, which doesn't mean they're justified, just that there's a cause and effect that you can trace. So the examples that you gave of people in Iran chanting death to America and not, death to Argentina or death to Korea, but death to the country that overthrew their democratically elected government and imposed on them for decades a hideously brutal dictator, or people in Gaza who have been occupied for the last 50 years. All you have to do is look at what the United States as a country did in response to one single day of violence brought to our shores, 15 years of violence brought back, to see how human beings, regardless of any religious ideology or conviction, react when foreign elements bring violence and occupation into the places where they live. I mean, it's something that we all ought to expect. And, there are Pentagon studies commissioned by Donald Rumsfeld that answer that question. I mean, in 2003, he asked the RAND Corporation to commission a study, and the question that you asked me is the exact one that he wanted to know the answer of, which is the majority of violence against us and the majority of hatred toward us in the Muslim world driven primarily by religious conviction and ideology, meaning they hate us for our freedoms or they hate us because we're non-Muslims, or is it because of geopolitical reasons? And this study in 2004, which you can go and read online, said that overwhelmingly they don't hate us for our freedoms, they hate us for our policies, namely occupation, the support for the dictators who rule their lives with weapons and money, support for Israel, and those sorts of things. And so, the idea that there's anybody denying that sometimes Muslims engage in violence because of their religion is a total straw man. Of course some Muslims do, just like some Christians shoot abortion doctors because of religion, and some Jews occupy the West Bank and Gaza because they think, along with evangelical Christians, that God told them that that's greater Israel and have the right religiously to the land. But overwhelmingly, the kinds of violence that in the West we tend to focus on because it's directed at us is violence that has a direct causal link to geopolitical perspectives that are totally rational and universal. And, I always find it really weird whenever you point that out. People say, oh, you're denying the agency of Muslims.
You're an apologist, they say. That's what they'll say.
Yeah, or say like you're denying their agency. And it's exactly the opposite. What you're actually saying is, no, it's pure agency on their part. They're looking at, as they will tell you themselves, drones being brought over to their lands and killing their children, or armies invading their lands, or money and protection going to Israel, or tyrants being propped up by the West, and they're saying, I have no other option to stop this besides bringing violence back to the people who are doing it. It's a rational act of agency that isn't justified or justifiable, but it is causal and rational geopolitically. And yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah. So, and that's, you touched on something there that was one of my key defenses, I guess you could say, of the progressive side of this debate. If, in the ceasefire video, you'll see me go on about this, but when people call progressives regressives or Islamist apologists, I do think that's an out-and-out smear, because obviously you've been pretty consistent standing up in favor of gay rights, standing up in favor of women's rights, and you go down the line.
In a free speech and free press,
right. So
civil liberty protection.
So when you try to explain that certain kinds of terrorism directed against the U.S., there's an explanation for it, people immediately, oh, well, you're apologizing for it. But like you just said 100 times, you're 100% against it. You're just trying to explain where you think it comes from. It's like, for example, the black crime rate in America. If we bring up, hey, that's birthed out of a history of oppression and racism and systemic issues. If somebody calls you an apologist when you say that, as if you're in favor of crime, it's just such an obvious sidestep of the point you're trying to make. And you're doomed to continue, having the same problem if you don't look at the roots of it to try to address it and do your part to make it better.
Or just in order to understand it so you can speak about it intelligently, right? So, I always find it bizarre, this whole idea of if you look at causation, that it means you're engaged in justification or apology, especially from people who think that they think about the world rationally or even scientifically, which is nothing but a search for causal connections. So, if people are dying of lung cancer, you want to find out why they're developing lung cancer. And if you discover that one of the reasons they're dying of lung cancer is because they're smoking lots of cigarettes, and you tell them, the people who are smoking lots of cigarettes, look, the reason that you're getting lung cancer is because you're smoking lots of cigarettes, that's not a justification. It's not telling them you deserve lung cancer or you brought it on yourself. It's a way of telling the world that in order to prevent further incidents of lung cancer, we can reduce our levels of smoking. And if nothing else, just as curious people, human beings with the rational capacity about the world, we want to understand causation. And so I do want to understand, as an American, why, if you take a poll of the world and ask the world which is the most dangerous threat to
world peace,
overwhelmingly people say the United States.
And that's a fact. Just so if anybody out there is getting angry and they're like, I can't believe you said it. No. You're talking about well-respected polling agencies that have asked people all around the world, and that's what their response is. Now, we could either dismiss everybody ever as a kook, or we can say, well, let's look into exactly why this is.
Right. Or, it's like, I live in Brazil. I've lived in Brazil for a decade. In the decade that I've lived in Brazil, no Muslim has engaged in a terrorist attack against Brazil. Even though it's a really huge, open country, it has 280 million people. It's roughly the same physical size as the United States, slightly smaller, but comparable. So as an American, I want to know why that is. Like, why is it that Muslims in the Middle East or in Pakistan or elsewhere have this hatred toward the United States and a desire to bring violence to the United States and Americans, but not toward Korea or, Brazil or Chile or a variety of other countries? I want to understand the reasons for that, because Brazilians are not Muslim any more than Americans are. In fact, Americans tend to be, there's a bigger Muslim population in the United States than there is in Brazil. And so I think it's really important to understand that. It's also important to understand that when it comes to endorsing the policies of your government, to understand what the consequences of those policies are going to be.
Right. And so here's another aspect to this that I think is pretty important. There are some people who are new atheists who they tend to just believe in the idea that there should be some government that attempts to be altruistic, attempts to be humanitarian, attempts to be the world policeman, and they actually stand for, protecting people, doing the right thing, standing up for freedom, so on and so forth. And I think that history is pretty clear on that any time you have one government try to take a leadership role and to do those things, the concern for altruism or humanitarianism or doing the right thing largely becomes a cover for selfish motives, because humans are only human, and who knows, human nature might be such that that's always what it morphs into. And I think the key point here is imperialist violence for geopolitical power, violence for natural resources, this stuff is also kind of in and of itself a fundamentalist religion. I often refer to American exceptionalism and neoconservatism as a fundamentalist religion. So I think you're right when you say you can't always point your finger at the other and talk about how bad the other is, because it feeds this narrative of, well, then, I mean, we're the good guy, and even when we do bad things, well, we didn't mean it, so therefore, look past it. But that's kind of the argument. Like, every imperialist power ever had reasons and rationalizations where they could say, no, here is why we're good, and here is why when we fuck up, it's okay. But that was never convincing to people back then for every other imperialist power. So why should anybody be convinced by ours today? And like we were alluding to before, they're not, if you look at the polling data. And I think it's important for Americans to break free from that bubble. But with that being said, I do think it makes sense to, at the same time that you vehemently oppose empire and vehemently oppose the wrongdoings of your own nation, absolutely I would continue to point out fundamentalist Islamic problems. And I mean, let's face it, there are a lot of people living under, like Saudi Arabia, for example.
Fundamentalist Jewish problems and fundamentalist Christian problems and fundamentalist nationalistic problems.
Right, but like Saudi...
that's, I mean, I think if you're going to take that position and it ends up getting applied only to one form of extremism, that's when I think the motives, or at least the impact, becomes questionable to objectionable. If it really is the sort of generalized, just I'm going to apply my standards consistently to everybody, I don't think anybody finds that objectionable.
Right, but okay, so then just one more thing on this, then we can move on. But this is where I think you and I might actually have a disagreement here. Is I know from doing my show, Glenn, that like there are a lot of people out there, myself included. Like I read Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion. I read Sam Harris' Letter to a Christian Nation. I read a lot of these different new atheist books. And I read them basically at the same time that I was reading Noam Chomsky, who I also absolutely love. And I think there are a lot of people, and it doesn't come across like this online because they're largely silent because they mostly agree with you. But I think there are a lot of people online who like all those guys. And so, in other words, point is they're essentially new atheists and they're progressives. And when I say they're new atheists in the sense that they might be just against the idea of religious doctrine in principle and they see a problem with it, so they stand up and they argue against it. But while they do that, it's at the same time that they hold the idea that American imperialism is a huge problem, and, this is something that also needs to be opposed. Can you see how that's possible, that perhaps, the new atheist crowd that you're exposed to, where they basically yell at you nonstop and make ridiculous arguments, that's not representative of the entire new atheist crowd?
Yeah, and I think I'm glad you mentioned that, and it's something that's easy to forget, because online acrimony tends to be extremely faction-driven, where you just pick your side and that's your side, and there's just then a war that doesn't acknowledge any of the nuance, which is why I found the video that you did actually interesting, as I said at the beginning. And I think it is an important point, because I do have people saying to me, not all that infrequently, I don't understand why you fight with people like Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris. I'm a huge fan of theirs, but I'm also a huge fan of yours. And for a long time I was thinking, how can that possibly be? How can that possibly be that you think they're doing great things and I'm doing great things when what we're doing is so fundamentally at odds? I think that what they're doing is contributing to an agenda that is more or less the agenda to which I've devoted myself to opposing. But the more I think about it, the more I do understand it, which is, look, I mean, I remember, 20 years ago, I grew up as a gay man in the 1980s. I came of age when, the predominant political movement at the time was the moral majority. People forget, in 1988, Pat Robertson, one of the most, malicious Christian extremists in the country, came in second place in the Iowa caucus when he ran for president. And Jerry Falwell was regularly meeting with Ronald Reagan, and they were calling themselves the moral majority and being treated this way. And so for me, left-wing politics and a defense of progressive values was very much about opposing religion and opposing organized religion in particular. And so, of course, I understand why somebody who is on the left, who is an anti-imperialist and who thinks that the U.S. is doing really awful things in the world and that Israel is as well, simultaneously finds it appealing to listen to public intellectuals in a seemingly smart and rational and aggressive and unapologetic way rail against the organized religions that have been oppressive to them for so long. And that does include Islam along with Christianity and Judaism, all of which stem from similar origins and have a lot of views in common, especially as they manifest politically. So it is one of the ironies that these two factions that are at each other's throats so viciously, in fact, do have people who have one foot in one and one foot in the other. And that gets back to what I was saying before, which is I think part of why it's become so, sort of such a destructive discourse is because it takes place on Twitter. And I do think that Sam Harris is a uniquely kind of inflammatory figure for a whole variety of different reasons, in a way that, say, like Richard Dawkins or even Christopher Hitchens aren't and weren't.
That's interesting, because I disagree with Hitchens, I think, more than anybody. He was big time in favor of the Iraq War.
No, right. But by that, what I'm really talking about kind of like personal characteristics in terms of how people engage in advocacy. I've never encountered in my entire life a public figure who immediately brands any of their critics as being not just wrong, but bad faith liars.
Right, yeah.
Like, it's almost impossible to criticize Sam Harris without him instantly claiming that not just that you're wrong or mistaken, but that you're viciously smearing and lying about what it is he's saying in a way that, say, Christopher Hitchens never did or that Richard Dawkins doesn't do.
Well, Hitchens, because he was drunk, or else he would have done it.
And so I think there's something very kind of unique. I think there's something unique, too, about his views on Israel and U.S. foreign policy that isn't quite representative of his new atheist followers.
Right.
I think he's a very political actor, and so is aware of those differences and sort of downplays them while at the same time trying to inculcate them. So I do think a lot of this is specific to him. I think a lot of it is about the fact that it takes place on Twitter. You can see the discussion that we're having, which I think is more constructive. I think a lot of the debate that takes place in writing is a lot more constructive, right. Certainly than it is on Twitter. So, I think those commonalities just get papered over for those reasons.
So what do you make of his... I know. We didn't really need to get into this, but I feel like we should bring it up now. The the different policy things that people on the left have opposed Sam Harris for. Like, I tend to agree with the original criticisms from the left of him with the stuff he said on profiling and torture and all stuff like that. But
he was an opponent of the mosque at the ground zero mosque,
and that's inexcusable. We have freedom of religion. That's not debatable. So But, what do you make of I feel like his follow-ups were a lot more rational, though, than people give him credit for. Like, when he seemingly was in favor of profiling, and everybody's like, hey, man, what the fuck are you doing? And then he's like, wait, actually, let me explain further. And he goes on to say, well, actually, all I mean is you shouldn't, search grandmas or children at the same rate you should search middle-aged men, basically. So what do you make of his caveats or hedges? Because I think they make his arguments a lot less bad.
And when I talk about some of the unique attributes of Sam Harris and the way he argues and the reasons why I think it's extra inflammatory, this is the kind of thing I mean. So, there are people in our public discourse who see their role as being provocative and who are deliberately controversial. And I regard people who do that as being really important, performing a really important role. And if you're somebody who wants to purposely kind of poke at orthodoxies and say things that you're not supposed to say because you think that it needs more debate or because you believe it, then, you have to be aware of what it is that you're doing. I think that that's something that Richard Dawkins does really well. He purposely goes out and pisses a huge number of people off, knows he's good, and then when he does it, he's unapologetic about it. Sometimes he claims he's been misinterpreted. We all are misinterpreted sometimes or deliberately distorted. But by and large, he says, yep, I said that. I don't care that you're angry about it because I'm going to stand by it. I know that a lot of the things that I say, a lot of the views that I advocate are also going to provoke and offend and anger a lot of people. And so I'm prepared for that. I understand what the reaction is going to be, and then I'm willing to engage in that debate. I think the thing that Sam Harris does that is an act of serious kind of intellectual cowardice is that he purposely says things in a way to be the most provocative possible. So he'll say something, he'll write under the headline, "In defense of torture." Or he will, say things like certain beliefs are so, whatever it was, evil or extreme that it's actually ethical to kill people for them. He's not stupid. He understands exactly what he's saying and how people are going to react. And when people react in the way that he intends, which is to get provoked and to get offended and to get angry, instead of saying, no, your offense and your anger doesn't change the fact that this is correct, he'll say, you've lied about my position, and that is not what I think. This is instead what I think. And you're right, the things that he then says that he actually thinks, rather than the things that he said in the beginning, are much more reasonable, because by that point, he's in the mode where he's trying to say that he's been victimized by slanderers and liars who have lied about his position. And I'll just give you the what I think is the best possible example that illustrates what I mean. He did write that passage that says, I think that certain views are, and I don't want to, it's a paraphrase, but I think certain beliefs are so threatening or menacing or whatever that you can actually kill people for them. And Reza Aslan retweeted somebody who had put a picture of him next to that sentence, and I did the same thing. And he wrote this long thing saying, this is the mechanics of slander, and it, that's not what I meant. And he described what he meant in a much more sort of nuanced way. And he said, all I really meant was that certain people like al-Baghdadi, whose beliefs lead them to do things like head a terrorist organization and try and kill people, those people can be ethically killed. And Robert Wright, the longtime Atlantic writer, wrote a piece that I urge everybody to go read if you have any interest in any of this, in which he said, this is perfectly encapsulates Sam Harris. Because it's one of two things. Either Sam Harris simply meant that people like al-Baghdadi have certain beliefs that manifest in actions, like trying to kill innocent people, that justifies you killing them, in which case it's a totally anodyne and banal and uncontroversial statement, but he didn't actually mean you can kill people for their beliefs. He meant you can kill people for their actions. But he just sort of said it in a poorly chosen way, right. And that all he really meant was something that everybody would agree with, which is that you can engage in actions in which justify you killing people because it's violent and aimed at innocent people and it's terrorism. Or what he meant is actually what he said, which is that just the mere belief that you have in your head, independent of actions that you might take, just the ideology that you have or the beliefs that you have justifies a nation state or somebody else killing you in advance. And the way he originally wrote it was number 2, which of course is extremely controversial. And then when he wanted to accuse everybody of being a liar for pointing it out, he moved to number 1, which was this extremely reasonable, all I meant was, you can kill people for their actions. And I think that's his tactic in general and the reason why he's such a lightning rod for so much of the vitriol.
Yeah, and on the issue of torture, too, in follow-ups he said, no, I think it should be illegal across the board, which then makes everybody go, okay, then why are we debating? But it's because in the original article, if you read his
defense of torture, and said I'm one of the few people brave enough to say that in certain cases torture is ethically not only justifiable but necessary.
Right, which is why
exactly what he's doing, which is making it seem as though he's a brave intellectual because he's willing to stand up alone in the world and make the pro-torture case. And then when you point out that he's doing that, he says, how dare you lie about my position? All I meant was that actually it should always be illegal.
Right.
Now, whatever else is true, as a writer, if you're constantly being misunderstood by people who don't have a history in any other context of lying, maybe it's time to start evaluating what it is you're doing as a public intellectual that's causing so many people to either misunderstand what you're saying or distorting it. And he doesn't ever seem to engage in that kind of reflection. He's willing to instead of just assume that everyone who's a critic is just really ethically wretched and purposely lying about what it is that he's saying. And that makes it really hard to have discussions with people.
In his interview, I don't know if you saw it, but his interview with Cenk from TYT, He like that was a good conversation, number one, but number two, you know, he came across just fine. Like, he didn't say anything at all that I thought was inflammatory or went too far. And then when you couple that with the fact that his concern about religious doctrine is one I agree with, I don't think he's like some kind of super unreasonable dude, but I think you're right that there are instances where, like his original article on torture, his original article on profiling, anybody can read that and go, whoa, 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 whoa. And the same thing with like the nuclear first strike thing. In all of his clarifications, he always says, basically to his credit, that no, what I'm really talking about here is just a case of imminent self-defense. But then the problem is, again, when you read the original wording, it's like, I'm not, I don't like that. Like, you just get the feeling of, I'm not 100% with that. But I don't think he's, I honestly believe his beliefs are more all in the clarifications of what he said more than the original thing, which could be viewed very in an inflammatory way. And by the way, I think he would acknowledge, Glenn, that like titles like In Defense of Torture and titles like In Defense of Profiling, I mean, that's, of course anybody's going to have a reaction to that who has any kind of basic moral decency of, whoa, man, what's going on here?
Right. I mean, I think we all have this, you know, kind of dilemma as writers, especially if we're trying to make arguments that not a lot of other people are making, or we see our role as provoking debates that aren't happening because, you know, orthodoxies are being embraced kind of uncritically, which is, you know, we often know when we're making an argument how we might be misunderstood. And so then the question becomes, do you want to kind of defensively say in advance, look, for those who might misunderstand me, I want you to want you to understand this is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying instead is this. You know, like just a good example is like what we were talking about earlier, which is I know that if I make the argument, this terrorist that just, you know, attacked the parliament in Ottawa did so in response to Canada bombing Afghanistan for the last, you know, 12 years and being part of this Western alliance that has attacked the Muslim world. I know that a lot of people are going to read that and think he's justifying the terrorism. And so do I then write a paragraph up front or at some point saying, by the way, to talk about causation is not to justify it. I actually don't think it's justified. I'm just describing causation. Or do I say, you know what, I'm not going to preempt people who want to attribute to me things that I'm not actually saying. And I used to have that latter approach, you know, fuck these people who might misread what I'm saying. I'm not responsible for holding their hands. And then at some point when you're misunderstood enough, you say, well, what responsibility do I have for the fact that I'm being misunderstood? And that maybe I'm not writing with sufficient clarity, or I'm not anticipating how my words are likely to be misunderstood. And my responsibility as a writer and an advocate is to be as clear as possible and not to trick people into accusing me of things that, although I'm not saying, they have a reasonable ground for thinking I'm saying. And I just think the mature, constructive way of being a public advocate is to be responsible with your words. And if you think you're being misunderstood by a huge numbers of people over and over and over again, it's time to look at yourself and to ask why that is.
So in the little time we have left, Glenn, I have to ask you some questions about the NSA. I mean, I'd be a stupid person if I didn't, you know, talk to Glenn Greenwald about the NSA.
2 years where we didn't talk about the NSA. So,
all right. So behind the scenes, this is what I'm really curious about, man, because, you know, we're both involved in politics and to some extent journalism, but you're obviously a real journalist. I'm just a jackass on YouTube. What was it like when Ed Snowden came to you? Now, I know at first, as you've said before, like you didn't even necessarily know because you get approached by people all the time, so you didn't know if this was a real thing. But then when you learned and when you really figured out, like, oh, wow, wait, this is real. What the hell was going on in your head, man? Were you like, this is historic, this is incredible? Like, what were you thinking?
Yeah, you know, I remember the first time I understood the true magnitude of it, which was, you know, on the plane ride from New York to Hong Kong with Laura Poitras, because I made him send me just a few sample documents before I got on the plane to go to Hong Kong, just because I wasn't going to fly halfway around the world until I knew that he was actually real. And so he had sent me, you know, maybe I got 24 documents, which were pretty huge. But, you know, 24 documents is like 2 or 3 stories. One of them was Prism, so it was a huge story. But still, I thought, okay, this is going to be a really big story. And it wasn't until the plane ride over to Hong Kong when I looked at the full archive and realized the magnitude of what he had done and the ability that this offered to shine genuinely unprecedented light into this extraordinarily consequential yet extremely opaque institution, did I understand the full potential for what this is going to be. And I mean, it's every single emotion that you can possibly imagine. I mean, a huge part of it was genuine just excitement. I mean, it was like the fucking jackpot. You know, I mean, I had been writing about surveillance in the national security state for so many years, and the hardest part is that it's all secret. And then suddenly you have their most sensitive documents, you know, and they're in your hands, which means you get to write about them and show them to the world. And it's just a matter of figuring out the best and most effective way to do that. A lot of it was just kind of, you know, tension and anxiety and fear over what someone might do to stop this from happening. What they might do if you actually go through with it and start taking these really secretive documents of the world's most powerful government and just publishing them on the internet. And then there was also just all of the strategic questions of knowing that we were about to navigate this extremely intricate, complicated, you know, sort of minefield without any playbook. And I knew there were going to be just extreme challenges of all different kinds that I hadn't really experienced before, that just made me understand that I had to just devote my full brain power to the questions in front of me and not get carried away with those kind of other, you know, emotional impacts.
Now, the response from the establishment media, basically, I mean, I think to some extent you were probably expecting them to do exactly what they did, but do you think the people that are on our side of this, basically, that we've effectively counter-argued in the sense that we've kind of tried to let people know that the Fourth Amendment isn't debatable? That's the whole point. It's almost amazing if you go back and you read the text of the Fourth Amendment. It's almost like prophetic in that it was specifically made so that Glenn Greenwald and Edward Snowden could be responsible for releasing this information.
Yeah.
Like, the way it's worded is perfectly clear. I mean, this is clearly unreasonable searches and seizures. So were you surprised by the response from the establishment media? Did you think they were going to be, you know, up the ass of the government and defending authority no matter what? Or how exactly, in your mind, did that play out?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that was a little bit complicated as well, just because, for one thing, my place in the media ecosystem was a bit ambiguous, right? I mean, I'm not Bob Woodward. Like, I haven't written for the Washington Post for 30 years. I don't work for the New York Times. I didn't go to journalism school. I haven't been, you know, hanging out on Meet the Press for the last, you know, 20 years.
Which is why you did this, by the way. If you were hanging out on Meet the Press all that time, they would have chipped away at your ethical code.
Right. I mean, more and more, you know, impressively, I mean, it's why Snowden purposely sought out people who weren't in that circle, because his big worry was that he was going to sacrifice his life to give a journalist all of this information, and they would publish maybe one or two stories with it and then just sort of give it all back to the government, which is almost certainly what would have happened. I mean, the people who broke into the FBI in 1971 to uncover COINTELPRO sent their materials to a bunch of different newspapers, and they were lucky that someone finally published it. A lot of those newspapers actually took it and called the FBI and alerted the FBI to the fact that someone had this information and never published it at all. And of course, there's been lots of recent examples where journalists did that as well. So, you know, I don't want to overstate it, because we did actually ultimately get a lot of support from journalists. When David Gregory, you know, asked me about prosecuted, I would say most journalists were on my side.
Right.
You know, Andrew Ross Sorkin was forced to apologize immediately by the reaction of his peers. We did end up winning the Pulitzer and pretty much every journalism award around the world. But, you know, definitely when I watched a lot of the raw footage that Laura Poitras took of myself and her and Snowden in Hong Kong, it was really interesting that we had spent at least as much time, probably more time, talking about journalism than we did about surveillance, knowing that one of the biggest challenges we were going to face was that the American media was going to be largely hostile to what it was we were doing once they understood the magnitude, because their primary sympathies lie with the U.S. government, over which they absurdly claim to exercise watchdog adversarial authority. So yeah, we definitely regarded the establishment media as one of our principal adversaries, as one of our principal challenges to overcome, and I think that turned out to be true.
Glenn, let me ask you a silly question here. Wouldn't Edward Snowden win a case? Like, if he were to come back and they were to charge him, I mean, the whole idea of, like, secret information, classified information, top secret information, like, the government can't just declare anything that is embarrassing and exposes stuff about them, you know, top secret. Like, oh, we don't like this, so therefore it's classified. And wouldn't Edward Snowden, if he were to come back here and be brought up on trial, wouldn't he win? And doesn't he have a very, very strong Fourth Amendment case to make?
No, he would almost definitely lose, because what you just said, although it should be true and although one would think it was true, is actually completely not true. Under the Espionage Act of 1917, think about that, first of all, that he would be tried like all whistleblowers over the last several decades have been tried under a statute enacted by Woodrow Wilson intended to criminalize dissent over the U.S. participation in World War I. It was essentially designed, it's the Espionage Act of 1917. So you're talking about, a 100-year statute enacted at a time of the First World War. And under that law and under subsequent amendments to it and the court cases that have interpreted it, if you are charged with violating it, the way that you violate the Espionage Act is if you take information that the government has declared secret and you give it to someone that's not authorized to receive it. That is a violation of the Espionage Act. If you want to go into court and make a defense along the lines of this information never should have been secret in the first place, or the public good was advanced by its disclosure, the court will bar you even from raising that as a defense. Those are not recognized defenses to the Espionage Act. If you have taken classified information, meaning information the government has deemed classified, and have given it to, transmitted it to someone not authorized to receive it, and you did it on purpose, you are guilty of felonies under the Espionage Act, regardless of your motives and regardless of whether it should have ever been a secret in the first place. And that's why all these people who go on these news shows and say, Edward Snowden, if he thinks he did the right thing, should man up and come back to the U.S. and argue before a jury of his peers that he did the right thing, are just utterly lying or they're ignorant, because under that law, that would not be a defense. And other whistleblowers have been barred from raising that as a defense, which is why it's almost impossible to win those cases.
So it's almost like, what you've just laid out there is a pretty solid argument that the Constitution, at least on this front, is just wholly irrelevant. Like, they don't care about what it says, and the whole idea is supposed to be that, if you pass a law, but the law is unconstitutional, well, then that's not really valid. But what you're describing there is the government, for so long we've had this precedent of this law, which is basically unconstitutional, but whatever court would uphold the law basically over the Constitution. Is that right?
I mean, yes. I mean, the essence of this law is that if the government tells you that you're not allowed to talk about certain information, that is the end of the inquiry. It means it is a criminal offense to talk about it, which you're right. I mean, is really wildly inconsistent with, if not a direct violation of the First Amendment. The other thing that I think is really worth noting is that, federal judges like the media were supposed to be checks on abuses of executive power. It's supposed to be this separate branch that is there to say, you crossed the line. You, the federal government, have crossed the line. And the lines are defined by the Constitution or by other statutes that Congress enacts. Unfortunately, in the post-9/11 era, federal judges have been just as subsumed by kind of national security hysteria as anybody else. In fact, probably even more so for a variety of complicated reasons. And if I had to identify the institution that has most disgracefully abdicated its responsibility in the post-9/11 era, it wouldn't be the American media or the Congress, although those are obviously really good candidates. It would be the federal judiciary. If someone is accused of harming national security or endangering national secrets, especially if they're Muslim, but even if they're not, judges just absolutely cheat. They rule in favor of the government in almost every case, and conviction is almost guaranteed. I mean, the last thing you would be comfortable doing if you were Edward Snowden is coming back charged with multiple felonies that could send you to prison for the rest of your life for violating or damaging national security and putting your welfare in the hands of the federal judiciary. That's the last thing you would want to do. Getting a fair trial is almost the opposite of what would happen.
I hate to be so strident on this point, man, but I mean, what you're really describing here, it sounds a lot like just pure authoritarianism, where you have a guy who's a whistleblower who's clearly bringing forward information that the American people should know. that people are being spied on, all their metadata is being collected, you don't need a specific warrant for a specific terrorist investigation. And the government is just like, okay, well, you're a criminal, and we'll bring you up on trial if you're here, and you're going to lose. And that just sounds like out-and-out authoritarianism.
The reason it's particularly shocking is because it isn't just that what he disclosed prompted a worldwide debate and a domestic debate that was, important and serious that never would have happened had he not done what he did. Nor is it that it triggered actual legislative reforms in Congress, which never would have happened in the absence of what he did, because most members of Congress, as they've told me repeatedly, didn't even know that any of this was happening. Courts have actually found that some of the programs that he exposed are illegal, are violations of the Constitution and of the law. So if you are not able, as a citizen, as an employee of the federal government, to discover illegalities being committed by the government and then expose them so that your fellow citizens know about them without going to prison for 60 years, what else is that besides authoritarianism? It's venerating the authority of the U.S. government over every single other value, including the Constitution and the law.
So we'll end on this question here, very broad question. I know it's a really hard one to answer, and it's actually really complex, but how do we win? Like, how do we win? How do we get it so that a guy like Edward Snowden can come back and not, face ridiculous charges? How do we make it so that other people in the government, how do we make it so that the government understands from now on, hey, if you're going to say something's classified or top secret or whatever, it better fucking be the nuclear launch codes or the position of our troops on the battlefield during a fucking battle or something? How do we get back to a point where we actually win this thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that political change is typically incremental and imperceptible, and does come from kind of the percolation of ideas, even though there's no immediate gratification to it. Like if you record a YouTube podcast and persuade, 30 people, you're not going to see the immediate benefits of it. And then they go and persuade a bunch of people that may not have been persuaded previously. And maybe one of the people that you reach is like an Edward Snowden, who then does something really significant that he wouldn't have otherwise done. Those things are really important to do. And oftentimes we overlook their value because they don't have immediate or measurable or quantifiable outcomes. But that is really crucial. And to me, that's probably like the single most important lesson that I learned from working with Edward Snowden is that, here, like Edward Snowden was this guy who, he didn't graduate high school. He grew up, in this lower middle class environment. His father spent 30 years in the Coast Guard. He just grew up in North Carolina and Virginia and Maryland. He was this totally anonymous, obscure employee for this huge, corporation, and that did a lot of government contracting work. Totally ordinary in every single way. And yet he just reached the point where through an act of conscience and courage, he radically changed the world. I mean, he did. He changed how hundreds of millions of people think about all sorts of things all over the world through his actions. And I think, a lot of times it's easy to kind of encounter this defeatism, and we're all susceptible to it. And part of it is kind of deliberately cultivated, like the idea that, well, look, these forces are just so powerful and these beliefs so entrenched that we're just way too insignificant to actually change it. And I think it's really important to always battle against that idea.
Right.
You like the Rosa Parks notion that the most ordinary person can spawn the most radical change, or a Tunisian street vendor who sets himself on fire and sparks the Arab Spring. I think it's always important to have that belief in your own ability as an individual to affect political change and to change the world. And usually the dissemination of ideas is the most important way to do that.
Yeah, if you were to tell somebody in Mississippi or Alabama, tell a black person in Mississippi or Alabama in 1959, hey, do you think that segregation will not be the official code of law here in, 5 years? They would have laughed at you and said, it's never going away ever. I mean, it was George Wallace who famously said, segregation now, segregation forever, or something to that effect, right? So I guess you're right. We got to keep fighting. And also, not to open up another can of worms here, but money in politics too. I think if we don't attack the issue of money in politics, then we don't get any serious advancement on any other front, because that's really what blocks us in most areas from getting common sense reform. I mean, just the gun debate, which is very relevant right now, right? I mean, over 90% of the American people want a universal background check. 40% of gun purchases don't have a background check. We haven't gotten that done because the gun manufacturers, in essence, pay the politicians, and the Republicans, on this example, end up blocking everything. But the Democrats are just as guilty of it on other issues too, like financial issues, and we could go down a list. So there's some very important, fronts we're talking about here. One of the biggest overarching issues would have to be money in politics.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I think it's easy a lot of times to overlook all those systemic issues because we're all taught to think about our political culture in certain ways, like we live in a democracy and political change happens because we go and vote and the people choose their representatives and those representatives carry out the people's will. Words like authoritarianism, which you used earlier, or oligarchy, which is what you're describing now, are really difficult labels to accept for our own culture and our own political system because we're so inculcated to think that only happens elsewhere. But I do tend to agree that, the problems politically are ones that take place on a fundamental level. And I think you're right that until those change fundamentally, reforms can be symbolic. They can be designed to placate public anger, but they're not going to be really substantive or serious until those more fundamental shifts take place.
Couldn't agree more. Glenn, I can't tell you how much fun this was, man. I really appreciate the fact that you came on and we spoke here about new atheism and the NSA and a whole bunch of stuff. Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thanks for the conversation.
Hey, guys. I'm really excited to have a conversation with Sam Harris. Sam, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, Kyle. How you doing?
I'm doing really well. So this, I guess it's fair to say this conversation was a long time coming because we happen to know many of the same people, some of the people where we have mutual friends, I guess you could say. You're not too fond of them, they're not too fond of you, but I feel like all along I've been kind of stuck in the middle. I mean, you saw my my ceasefire video where I tried to lay out 5 points on the new atheist side of the debate where I thought there could have been improvements, and 5 on the progressive side where I thought that. And obviously, I kind of knew going into it that it was going to be a failure.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I didn't think it should have been. Like I feel like it lets me down because it shouldn't have been the case that it was going to be a failure from the get-go, because I really do believe that there's so much agreement among all these people, and I respect all of you that, I'd like for it to come to an end. I feel like a kid watching mommy and daddy fight.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and your video was obviously very well-intentioned, and I certainly don't fault you for it. I can tell you why I think it failed and was destined to fail, and this actually dovetails nicely with the reason why I've come on your show, at least at this moment. So what I'd like to do to start, before we get into the issues of progressive versus new atheist thinking and everything else we want to talk about, I just want to take a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes or so, to start by telling people, for one, why I've agreed to come on your show, and just nailing down some basic facts, because I'm doing this interview with you now because of the interview you did with Glenn Greenwald.
Right.
And I hope people will watch that interview. And, this is very much in the spirit in which I went on the Young Turks network and spoke to Cenk for 3 hours. He'd given people like Reza Aslan and C.J. Worrellman a platform to disparage me and lie about my views. And then he invited me on to clean up the mess. And that is what's happening now. Now, I'm not saying you did this cynically. I'm not even saying Cenk did it cynically, although that's probably giving him a little too much credit. But I'm genuinely happy to talk to you. But our listeners need to know that this conversation is a direct result of the conversation you had with Greenwald. And Glenn came on your show and just ran me down for the better part of an hour. Okay, he misrepresented my views, as he always does. He compared me to neo-Nazis he's known in his capacity as a lawyer. He called me a coward. I told the world that I change my views whenever people find them offensive, and then I falsely claimed to have been misrepresented. And you more or less agreed with him on that point, and we'll definitely get into that. And now I'm responding to all that bullshit. And so before we get into my views, and again, I'm happy to talk about anything you want to talk about, I want to take a few minutes to just explain some background facts, because it's very easy for people to get confused about what's happening here, and you appear to be confused about what's happening here. And I want you and your listeners to understand why this debate is so poisonous. Now, you make an effort to be scrupulously fair in your interviews. This is a very obvious effort. You really wear your heart on your sleeve there, and you make an effort to be unbiased, and this is a very good thing most of the time. But it's not such a good thing when you're dealing with unethical and irresponsible people. And if you came upon two people fighting in an alley, you wouldn't necessarily assume that each has a good reason for trying to hurt the other. I mean, you're aware that it's perfectly possible that one of them is just a psychopath who attacked the other for no good reason, and the other is just doing his best to defend himself. Now, I think most of our listeners would effortlessly understand that possibility. But in the area of public debate, everyone seems to assume that there must be two valid sides to every argument. I mean, certainly an argument taking place between reasonably well-known people like Greenwald and myself. But that's not always true. Okay, some people are in fact total assholes. Okay, they're unscrupulous, they're dishonest, they're self-serving, they're powerfully self-deceived, they're narcissistic, they're unwilling to admit mistakes. I mean, some people are just walking case studies in psychopathology and bad faith. Now, unfortunately, I have managed to collide with a fair number of these people. And Glenn Greenwald and Reza Aslan are probably the most well-known, but they have their minions. I mean, Glenn has Murtaza Hussain, who I think is probably a psychopath, given the way he behaves online. And Reza has Nathan Lean, who, from my eyes, just aspiring to be the most ethically confused person on earth. And then there are people like Chris Hedges and C.J. Worrellman. And these are both famous plagiarists and loons. And so here's a common point of confusion that's probably dawning in the minds of some of our listeners now. Okay, many people assume that criticizing the character of one's opponent, as I'm doing now, is to commit the ad hominem fallacy. It's not. Okay, that's only true if you're failing to deal with their arguments. Insofar as any of these people have arguments, I've dealt with them. I'm happy to deal with any argument you want to throw at me. But for the most part, these people don't have arguments. They certainly don't have arguments against my actual views. They just lie about my views. Now, but you are engaging with these people as though they are arguing in good faith. Now, they aren't. And my correspondence with them should prove that to you if you've been paying attention. Now, for instance, I just listened to your podcast with C.J. Worrellman, which I think you were on his podcast, but you get into a conversation with him where you treat him like a perfectly moral, intellectually honest person who just might have interesting things to say about me and Dawkins and our alleged bias against Muslims. Okay. But who is C.J. Worrellman? Okay. He's a plagiarist who, when caught, rather than apologize and spend a year in the wilderness like Jonah Lehrer or any other person that has a scintilla of shame, he created a sock puppet blog, literally a fake blog, ostensibly from some woman in Brooklyn, through which he accused me of plagiarism. And our listeners can review how that worked out for him online. Okay, we're talking about the most unprofessional behavior imaginable, and yet you are taking him seriously. And who's Glenn Greenwald? Glenn Greenwald is just C.J. Worrellman after he won the lottery. Okay, Glenn is a totally unscrupulous defamer of people who just got handed the story of the decade because Snowden happened to like his political views. Okay, and if you think that's unfair, you haven't been paying attention to how Greenwald operates. Greenwald has his own sock puppet scandal you might want to look into. Okay, I remain genuinely agnostic about Snowden. I honestly don't know whether he's a hero or whether he deserves to be in prison. I mean, I am absolutely, there's just a blank spot in my mind about the significance of what he has done. I simply don't know the consequences of his actions now or what they will be in the future. But I know one thing to a moral certainty. Most people who fear government surveillance for obvious reasons, and most people who are fond of what Snowden did, are blinded to who Glenn Greenwald actually is. I mean, Snowden simply handed him thousands of top secret documents, and Greenwald leaked them. And you seem to assume this makes him a brilliant investigative journalist. Greenwald doesn't have a journalistic bone in his body. I have never seen someone so maliciously unconcerned about misrepresenting the views of his opponents. I mean, apart from the other people we're talking about here, like Reza Aslan and Glenn's deranged colleague, Murtaza Hussain. I mean, these people are glorified cyberbullies. They're not journalists, they're not scholars, and they're certainly not intellectuals. Now, they almost never admit mistakes, okay, much less correct them. And practically everything they put out there is a half-truth at best. Yes, for the first time, Greenwald corrected one false accusation he spread about me on Twitter, that Jerry Seinfeld business, and I saw you notice that. But he managed to do this in a totally dishonest way, and it was only after he reaped a fucking whirlwind of criticism online. That was pure self-preservation on his part. So, generally speaking, these people don't admit errors, and when they do, when errors are pointed out to these guys, they just double down. They know their audience doesn't care. Their audience just wants another partisan dog whistle about bigotry and white privilege and Islamophobia and U.S. crimes against humanity. So when I'm dealing with these people, the two sides are not equivalent. I am not lying about their views or using stupid tricks to misrepresent them. And if you ask me to restate Greenwald's view on any of the points we'll discuss, I'll be able to do it in a way that he would find no fault with. Okay, I don't have to misrepresent his views to argue against them. And these people seem to think that everything is fair as long as you're quoting someone accurately. Okay, you know, I've used this example before, but it's the easiest way to get this point across. Imagine I said the following, or wrote the following somewhere in one of my books. Black people are apes. White people are apes. We're all apes. Racism doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's say that's my full quote. Glenn Greenwald, Murtaza Hussain, Reza Aslan, Nathan Lean, Cenk Uygur, CJ Whirlman, Chris Hedges, all of these guys, and literally thousands of their fans, would feel no compunction at all in summarizing my view as a shocking instance of racism, saying that Sam Harris says that black people are just apes, full stop. Okay, this is how they operate. In a million years, I wouldn't behave that way. You know, and if you don't notice that crucial difference, if you don't focus on how ethically and intellectually repellent that behavior is, you have lost the plot, and you are part of the problem when you give these people a platform. Now, the problem of the regressive left, which I'm sure we'll talk about, is separate from all of this. So you can be a regressive leftist and treat your opponent's views fairly. Glenn Greenwald is a regressive leftist, yes, but he's also an asshole. Okay, he is an unethical asshole. And this is not a fallacy of argumentation, ad hominem or otherwise, to point that out. And so we can talk about anything you want. We can talk about Islam. We can talk about liberalism and foreign policy and all of my published views and any of the crazy and self-serving things Greenwald said in his interview with you. But I want our listeners to be aware of the asymmetry here, because many of them are just coming upon, again, like a fight in an alley, and they don't know how it started. And all they can see are two people trying to take each other's heads off. But if you pay attention, you will notice that the two people are not fighting in the same way. And if you do a little digging, you can find out how the fight started. And how it started will tell you a lot about the character of the people involved. Now you have read my initial correspondence with Greenwald. What do you think about it? And what do you think about your conversation with him in light of it?
So, first of all, I mean, when you talk about, I'm not convinced like you're convinced that these guys are, well, I mean, you have to go person for person. I think
yeah, we'll talk about examples then.
Person to person, but for a guy like Glenn Greenwald, I'm not convinced that he's nefarious. I think he has a harsh interpretation of your work, and I don't think he knows the full body of your work.
Okay, well then we just need to nail that down, because this is the inception of the problem. All right, so let's take the fascism charge. Okay, so this is what happened. Murtaza Hussain wrote an article. I wrote an article back in 2006 entitled "The End of Liberalism," and Murtaza Hussain wrote an article on Al Jazeera summarizing my articles, and the punchline for him was that I'm a fascist who is aligned with the fascists of Europe. Okay, now. And then Glenn Greenwald retweeted that article to, then it was like 150,000 people or so. And I complained. And this is what happened. So the the basic point is that there is no way to read that article.
Murtaza's was, I disagree completely with Murtaza's.
Okay, but there's no way to read my original article and honestly say that I harbor any sympathy for fascism. I am terrified of fascism. Right after jihadism, fascism is the next thing I hate. I mean, in fact, they're the same thing. The only reason why jihadists are worse than generic fascists is that they're suicidal and therefore undeterrable. But the whole point of that article was to bemoan the way that liberals are empowering fascists in Europe by refusing to speak honestly about the problem of political Islam. But Murtaza Hussein wrote this article saying how I'm a fascist who supports the Golden Dawn Party in Greece, who's threatening to turn Muslim immigrants into lampshades, okay? And Greenwald retweeted it, and when I complained, initially he suggested that retweets don't equal endorsements, but then when pushed, he tells me that he agrees with every word of Hussein's article, and he knows Hussein
to be... Well, he didn't say that on my show.
Well, no, he said it. Read our correspondence. He agreed with it. He knows Hussein to be an impeccable journalist. He then writes a substantially similar hatchet job on me on the Guardian website, which he still retweets every month or so to now his 500,000 fans, and he hires Hussein to work with him at The Intercept. Okay, that's doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on what is an obvious smear of me. Okay, that is the genesis of our fight. And everything he has said and done since, even on your show, has only ramified this problem and further testified to his dishonesty. I mean, he spread a tweet about me that calls me a genocidal fascist maniac. Okay, and then he's saying retweets don't equal endorsements. I mean, this is insane. So if I retweet to 300,000 people someone spreads a meme about him being a pedophile, that I can hide behind retweets don't equal endorsements. And this man is not a journalist, and yet you are not calling him on what are just obviously shocking cases of intellectual dishonesty.
Well, I mean, look, Sam. As you said, you hope that people will watch the original talk I did with Glenn. I also hope people watch that. The thing is, I mean...
Okay, no, but how can you read my original essay. You read Murtaza's piece, which you said you completely don't agree with.
When I say I see some valid points on both sides, that then therefore means I'm endorsing the worst parts of their criticisms of you, which I wholly disagree with. So when people call you a bigot, or when people call you an Islamophobe, or when people say, you believe in white supremacy or something ridiculous, that's not true, and I fight that. And I've done, talks with Michael Brooks of the Majority Report in the interview with C.J. Whirlman, which you were just mentioning. The entire point of that, now you say, well, I shouldn't treat these people serious to begin with, but the entire point of that whole discussion was for me to defend the whole concept of new atheism. So...
But if you're dealing with people who are not arguing in good faith, or you're dealing with people who are consciously misrepresenting the views of their opponents, you have to call that out. You can't just... You can't act like all the rules of civil discourse are being followed.
I understand that, Sam, but I don't... What I'm saying is I hear you rightly angry at people who have taken a very harsh view of your work, and I understand that completely. But to the point of somebody like Glenn Greenwald being...
Glenn Greenwald
nefarious,
knows,
like he's out to get you. I don't believe that. And
okay. So,
this is with me saying
okay.
the Murtaza article was totally ridiculous, and I've said it before. I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. But
so you don't,
the talk
you don't
I
think...
had with Glenn, he appeared to me to even soften on some views.
No. Well, okay. Well, we'll get into what he said. He didn't. But if you see that Murtaza's article is ridiculous,
yes.
What explains the fact? So you must genuinely think that Glenn doesn't see it's ridiculous.
That's
Glenn,
right. Yes. No,
Glenn's just not smart enough to see that it's ridiculous. That I write a piece.
When he was on my show, he went on and on about the thing that you briefly alluded to before, which is that, does a retweet mean I support every single line in this article or this or that? Now, I do think that from a backlash, he said, well, I really got to say I don't buy into all this here. But I do think that he doesn't buy into all of it, because I read the whole article. I mean, he's trying to say you believe in eugenics and phrenology, which is just patently absurd.
Okay, you read my initial email exchange with Glenn, which was actually going to be private. I mean, this is an email exchange. We only published it after the fact. But even in a private communication with me, he endorsed Murtaza's article entirely. Okay, and he has since hired him. I mean, Murtaza is the most deranged person I have noticed online calling himself a journalist. I mean, it's just the fact that Glenn Greenwald would form an alliance with this guy tells you everything you need to know about Glenn Greenwald. But first of all, he has literally signed off on that article. And when you look at what he did to me on The Guardian, which again, he retweets to this day, he's making all the same points. Okay, the one thing he stepped away from is the charge of racism because he sees how ridiculous that is. But everything else is the same. The fact of the fondness for fascism. I mean, he agrees all the way down the line. Now, I mean, so I don't want to go round. I mean, it's incredibly boring to go round and round on this issue. And the anger you hear from me. I mean, so as you can tell, I'm at the end of my patience with this stuff. And
I don't blame you. I definitely don't blame you.
I mean, this is a theft of my time because
I understand that, Sam. And
but I don't think listeners get it. I mean, so because now I get to be the angry guy who appears to care about Glenn Greenwald. But the reality is that Glenn Greenwald woke up that day and decided it was a good use of his time to get on your show for an hour and trash me, right, and misrepresent my views. And now there are many times where I don't respond to any of this. But in this particular case, I think it's worth responding. I certainly can't convince myself that I shouldn't respond, that I should let him get away with this. And so now I'm responding. And so there seems to, again, we're back to the fight in the alley. Like who knows how any of this started. But, if I had full control of the situation, I would never mention or think about Glenn Greenwald again, much less Murtaza Hussein. But these guys are deranged harpies, right?
Sam, don't you think, though, that if people so let me explain how I came across your work and how I came to know you. I was probably in my teens. I read The End of Faith. I read Letter to a Christian Nation, and I thought they were fantastic. And I came to know you through those books. After that, much later on, I would see when I'm reading different news articles, your name might pop up on a different news site, and it might not be a favorable article about your views or about you. And I would know, because I have prior context, because I read your books, that a lot of the stuff that's in the article is an admittedly harsh, at best, half picture of what your views actually are. So I would walk away from the article going, well, that person is pretty harsh on Sam, but they don't fully get it.
Okay,
and I think that with people like Glenn Greenwald...
No, but wait a minute. You're again, this is sliding into territory that just obscures the issue. Harsh is not the problem. I mean, you can be as harsh as you want if you're being honest. I mean, there are honest ways to hate me or to hate my views or to think I'm an idiot. That's great. I'll debate anyone on any point given enough time. What is absolutely intolerable is for me to write an article whose main thesis is, here's why we have to worry about fascism, because it's getting empowered by the liberal abdication of this moral high ground, and for someone to dishonestly summarize that view as being supportive of fascism, that I'm just another fascist. I mean, Murtaza keeps doing this. I wrote an article about Malala Yousafzai, saying she deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, that she's the best thing to come out of the Muslim world in 1,000 years, that she's incredibly brave, etc., etc. And he wrote an article on Salon, the title of which was Sam Harris slurs Malala, right? So they're relying on the fact that no one clicks through to read the original source. It's just these guys get away with anything, and there are whole websites like Salon that just basically approach this as a business model. They put the most lurid and disparaging and even libelous title up, and these guys just become part of their clickbait factory. And this is the future of journalism. And what's incredibly sinister about this, in particular in the case of Greenwald and Murtaza, is that they're funded by Pierre Omidyar. These guys have just been given a check by a billionaire to just, it's just children given a website and a massive platform, and it's all about defaming people. These are not legitimate arguments that these people are putting out. Now, we should talk about the issues. I kind of wanted to do that as well. But you can't I can't let you get away with just summarizing this as harsh criticism. If criticism is fair, if you're actually interacting with a person's point of view, that's fine. I mean, you can write a scathing book review, and I've written scathing, book reviews and op-eds about someone like Francis Collins. I don't have to lie about Francis Collins's views. There's nothing I say Collins believes that he doesn't believe.
So, but
right?
when you hear Glenn talk, you're going, okay, I think that he conspired beforehand to say untrue things about me. Do you really think that's what Glenn is doing?
Glenn, absolutely. Absolutely. Glenn, I mean, there's so many examples of this. And again, it's incredibly boring to run through them, but Glenn knows that I'm not a fascist. He knows that I don't want to kill people for their beliefs. He knows that I don't want to execute a nuclear first strike on the Muslim world. And C.J. Worrellman knows this, and Cenk Uygur knows this, and Reza Aslan knows this. Chris Hedges knows this.
Sam, that your follow-ups have always been the most important part on these various issues.
No. Oh, so we'll get to that, because that's just not true. I mean, people are.
That's honestly, I got to tell you, Sam, that's honestly my view of those specific, like, more inflammatory issues that you just mentioned there that you've gotten a lot of backlash on. Me going around in different progressive circles and defending new atheism and defending you, it's honestly been predicated on the fact that I read your original pieces and then I read your follow-ups, and I thought every time, well, the follow-up is more reasonable and it puts everything in perspective.
Well, the follow-up is, I'm putting training wheels on it in most cases, and taking people's false assumptions out of their heads. So I'm doing damage control in a follow-up, but none of my views have changed in these follow-ups, and the actual view is clearly stated in the original. It's just people have. People have a hard time reading. But I mean, let's deal with some specific issues. And there's one issue that kept coming up in your interview with Greenwald that I think we should nail down, because this is one way in which Greenwald and Islamist apologists in general are very slippery.
But can I say one thing real quick, Sam?
Yeah.
On the torture one,
right.
You, after the fact, and this was my defense of you to the progressive world was based on the fact that in the follow-up you said very clearly, in all cases I think torture should be illegal. Which then made it so that everything you had said in the previous article did become a thought experiment. Now, whether or not I would have written an article like that, or I would have voiced that, is a different thing. But the point of making it, it should be illegal, that's something that when that wasn't in the first article, I'm sure you see how that could have led to backlash.
Well, no. First of all, everything the most controversial stuff I've written on any of these topics is in the end of faith, which you said you liked, right? So none of
that one I was talking about your article, but yeah, the end of faith.
Okay, but the end of faith has the same material in it. I mean, that article was derivative of what I said in the end of faith. So the fact that the end of faith went down more or less smoothly for you, and then you, I mean, maybe you weren't paying attention.
No, it's just I read it when it was a long time ago, but I remember the general sentiment of reading it was, oh, I like that book.
Okay, well, all of that stuff was in the end of faith, but it's not. I mean, my argument about torture is again an argument about the other half of it is an argument about how horrible collateral damage is, right? And if ever we were in a situation where the torturing someone would likely mitigate the problem of collateral damage, then that's ethically a very interesting situation, because we process the horror of collateral damage very differently than we process the horror of torture, and in a way that I think ethically blinds us to the truth, which is, blowing up little kids, disemboweling little kids and their parents, and burning people who then survive with these horrible injuries for the rest of their lives. That is always worse than waterboarding somebody or depriving them of sleep or beating them up or whatever we would do in the context of, quote, torturing them. And yet we don't respond that way. And so I was dealing with that ethical conundrum. Now, I mean, we can talk about the ethics of torture. It's just, I mean, torture is a word. This is one of the problems here is that a word like torture or a word like profiling is so loaded, and everyone thinks they know what you mean by it, and it's just people get emotionally hijacked, and they're unwilling to even process it. You are stigmatized for even raising the topic of conversation, whereas you're not if you're talking about collateral damage, which is much worse than either of those things. Now, torture is everything. I mean, torture is deliberately making someone in your custody uncomfortable for the purpose of making them talk, right? So that runs the full gamut from, depriving them of sleep, which is in fact torture. I mean, if you deprive someone of sleep long enough, they die. Okay, so sleep deprivation is torture, and so the question is, are we ethically required to give members of Al Qaeda a full 8 hours of sleep every night for the entirety of their time in prison? Is that an ethical requirement? I don't get 8 hours of sleep, right? So I think the answer to that is no. So now already you're on a slippery slope to, well, just how uncomfortable are we going to make them, and for what purpose? But people don't want to talk about this. You feel like you're participating in the Inquisition of the 14th century, even going down this road. But the reality is that good, well-intentioned people who are trying to keep open societies safe have to think these issues through. So everything I've written about torture is an effort to try to understand the ethics of this situation. And my view on torture, I mean, though I've been slimed as a pro-torture lunatic by people like Greenwald, my view on torture is exactly the view you get from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Now, I just happened to discover that after I wrote The End of Faith, but it is in fact exactly that view, that famous Handbook of Evil, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy enunciates the same ethical position on torture, and so in a context of thinking through the ethics, I stand by everything I've said on torture. I do think it should be illegal for some reasons I've spelled out, but there are things that are illegal which in certain cases are not only ethical, but you would have to be a monster not to do them, right? And I think you can easily think of a situation where you, by refusing to get your hands dirty and make the person in your custody at all uncomfortable, you would be a monster, right? And actually the case in the Stanford Encyclopedia is a perfect case. I wish I had known about it, but when I wrote the End of Faith, they talk about a situation where they get
in the car. I read that.
So people should read that. If you think you are in some way moral or noble or above the fray, if you say, no, I wouldn't lay a hand on that guy, right, and just let the kid, die of heat stroke in the back of a car while you've got his mother in the, 10 feet away, hysterical, right, and this guy is guilty, right, there's no doubt about that. He knows where the kid is, right, so people should read this. This is it's in the Stanford Encyclopedia. I linked to it from my blog on my page, Response to Controversy. But it's in the Stanford Encyclopedia article on torture. I think it's like example 3.1 or something. This is a clear, and so they smack this guy around, and he immediately tells them where the kid is, and the kid's life is safe. Now, smacking someone around is torture, right? If you slap someone across the face, you are beginning to torture them, right? Would you have slapped that guy across the face?
Would I have slapped that guy with the kid in the car and stuff?
Yes.
I probably would have tried to get the information out of him through some form of trickery or deceit that does not involve physical violence.
But they already went through all that. In the example, they describe how none of that worked. The clock is ticking.
Was this a real case, or was this
a real case?
A hypothetical?
This is a real case.
Yeah, I got to be honest, Sam. Maybe this is some moral failing on my part, but I don't know if I could have done it. And if somebody else did it, I don't know that I would have wanted to know. I don't know that I would have wanted to know that somebody else did it. Because,
but would you want
and that's only because I fear the slippery slope when it comes to torture.
Okay, but this is why it should be illegal. So my argument for torture here is that this should be illegal, but these cops should know they were clearly in a case where it was the right thing to do, and that no one was going to have the will to prosecute them for it, right? So they're breaking the law. Theft is illegal, but there are situations where you have to steal something to save somebody's life. Somebody's dying in the parking lot. You run into the market to get some necessary life-saving materials, and you don't have your wallet on you. You just grab the stuff and you run back out in the parking lot and you use it and you'll pay later, right? But that's theft. That's ethical. There are situations that actually exist, which liberal demagogues love to say would never exist, or they say torture would never work, right? This is all just a fiction that prevents a conversation of the hard cases.
Yeah, no, I just think it's more like I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think that you're basically engaging in a philosophical conversation about some of the hardest things to solve.
And we need to do that.
Liberals, including myself, I think we by and large like to focus more on, empirically what has happened with the misapplication of something like that. Like, for example, the Senate torture report, where we learned that over 20% of the people that we tortured were totally innocent and weren't connected in any way to any terror group.
That is fine, and there's nothing unempirical about what I'm talking about. This is not just pure academic theory that has no application to the real world. I'm trying to get down to ethical bedrock on these questions. I want to know what is right and wrong in situations like this, and where should the balance swing, and then we make our laws around that. I mean, we have to get the ethics straight first. We have to know what is good and evil before we can write laws and then say that we're happy that someone's spending a decade in prison for transgressing them.
Don't you think that there's also just a practical problem about discussing something like law? Because I think that when we talk about something like law, it's almost by design, it has to generalize, and it has to be, you know what I mean? It has to be like across the board.
Yeah.
So there's this inherent problem when you discuss these things where you can give a situation like the Stanford experiment where many good people feel like, well, we know what we have to do here, but then like you alluded to before, which is why you say it should be illegal, if you don't say that, well, then it's like a free-for-all, and you have, anarchy when it comes to some of the most grotesque things imaginable.
Oh, of course, and I'm against and I say this again and again, I have spelled all of this stuff out ad nauseum in writing.
No,
right?
I know, and that's why I've defended you on these points, but I've defended you because I think that your follow-ups, and again, you called it training wheels, which is slightly condescending to me, but that's okay.
Well, no, because when I see in many of the cases the original position is, which now you're giving my opponents too much credit here. No one has ever revised their take on my view based on the follow-ups. I mean, certainly Greenwald and all of these other this rogues gallery of people I'm dealing with haven't. I mean, Reza Aslan
Greenwald, did he? I mean, on this point and on the profiling point as well, I kind of brought up so when you follow up on the profiling point, you say, well, actually what I'm talking about is called anti-profiling, and all I'm saying is don't spend as much time on grandmas, don't spend as much time on little kids, basically. When I brought that up to Greenwald, I certainly got the sense that he went, well, yeah, and I agree that the follow-ups are more are lay it out in more detail and are much more agreeable than the original pieces.
No, he just used it as another springboard to attack me. So what he said is that he said, okay, either he's saying this very evil thing, right? But then when people get outraged, he says, no, that's not what I meant. I'm saying this other thing, which is totally prosaic, which everyone already thinks. And so which is it? Are you saying the boring thing that everyone already thinks, or are you saying this edgy evil thing that got everyone outraged? And so what the problem with Harris is that, one, he's a bad writer. Two, he doesn't have the courage of his convictions, because when people push back on this stuff, he just buckles and says, no, that's not what I meant. Okay, none of that is true, right? That's all happening in Greenwald's mind, right? Or he wants it to be happening in your mind.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, I liked your follow-ups better than your original pieces that make me sinister.
Well, no, go back and read the original pieces. I mean, it's just not. I mean, on torture, there are a few cases where I have had to deal with objections, and so my position gets more fleshed out, right? And torture is actually one of those,
right?
But profiling that may be the case as well. But my basic view hasn't changed on any of these, and it's clear there. I mean, the case of torture, again, it's part of an argument about how horrible collateral damage is, and so we're living in a world now where we drop bombs on people, and we hit the bad guy, say, but we also hit half a dozen people standing near the bad guy, and we accept that as really without blinking. I mean, our ethical intuitions don't even we don't even hit a bump there. And on my blog where I deal with some of the pushback here and the response to controversy article, I link to a New York Times article reporting the drone attack on I think it was Batula Masood, or it was some Al Qaeda higher up who was killed half a dozen years ago, and it was a throwaway line there where it says, and 12 others, including his wife and mother-in-law, were also killed. Now, that just goes down so smooth journalistically. None of us lose sleep over that, really. No one, even the people who are against drones and everything else that we're doing in our war on terror, don't have the same level of outrage over something like that as they would over the waterboarding of those people, right? And I find that, one, ethically interesting, and most of my work essentially is moral philosophy, and so I want to be able to think through those things. But it's not only ethically interesting; it's incredibly consequential. It's incredibly consequential that the most destructive things we do when making war are not the most disturbing to us intuitively. And I mean, this is a point I bring up in The End of Faith. I say, at one point, if you knew your grandfather flew bombing missions in World War II and dropped bombs over Dresden, that would be one thing. If you knew he killed a woman and her 5 little girls with a shovel, that would be another. And yet he undoubtedly killed more women and girls by dropping those bombs than he would have with any shovel, right? And yet we know that it would take a different kind of person to do one kind of violence than another. And this is an incredibly consequential and important area to be able to write about and think about openly without the fear that your reputation is going to be systematically destroyed by malicious people like Glenn Greenwald. And what people like and again, it's all of these guys, they know that a word like torture is so provocative, and it's shorthand for everything horrible about any person who could even raise the concept, that they can slime you with a tweet and just do this endlessly. Reza will tweet at me, don't you have someone to advocate torture for or profile? And he'll push that out to 100,000 people. And that is, it's not only lazy, it's making it impossible to have conversations about some of the most ethically important terrain we ever stumble on.
So, I mean, we both kind of alluded to before, though, that on that particular issue, on the issue of torture, it's fair, I think, to say and to categorize torture as, from a legal perspective, off the table, and therefore, in terms of the public discourse when it comes to politics, that it is already kind of like all right, we got that one. You know what I mean? Like, you can kind of lump it off and throw it in the category with murder and manslaughter and in the don't do section.
Yeah,
so I think when people read it and if they don't like you, they're going to interpret it in the harshest way possible and say, how dare this guy even mention it, especially given the context right in the middle of the war on terror.
Okay, but then you have to understand that if you're in a situation where getting information with someone will mitigate the prospect that you have to drop a 500-pound bomb on half a dozen people, only one of whom is a likely target, right? When the balance, when collateral damage is on the other side of the balance, then the ethical burden is on you to look closely at how these about which harms are worse, right? I mean, and that is, and the fact that we're so cavalier about collateral damage is fully half the problem I was engaging in my discussion of torture. Now, I think, I mean, and again, this is not a, I mean, this is like, a page, 2 pages in the End of Faith. This is not like the center of my intellectual interest, but it's the problem here is that it is, there's a lack of, what am I trying to say here? I mean, I'm going around in circles here on the same point. Yeah, the fact is, you have to be able to talk about issues and honestly engage with people's points of view to be ethically engaging these kinds of debates. And I am dealing with people here who the most charitable case here is that they feel that they're so in the right. They feel that their side is it's so important that they win, that they think it is a fair tactic to simply attempt to defame the other side, right? So to call them fascists, to say that they want to turn immigrants into lampshades, right, or support the people who do, and that if you're not going to draw a bright line between that behavior and actually dealing with the content of the ideas, it's hopeless. And I can tell you, no one wants. I mean, we should get onto. I mean, torture is the least interesting case here. We should be talking about progressivism and
sure.
Islamism.
And I wanted to tie in foreign policy to that as well.
Okay, so let's deal with the issue of Islamism and how. I mean, you and Glenn got wrapped around the axle about how I could call him an Islamist apologist. This is one of the ways in which you felt that the two sides each is getting the other wrong. He's calling me a fascist. That can't quite be right. And a neocon. That's not quite fair.
Right.
But I'm calling him an Islamist apologist, and clearly that's not quite fair. Okay.
And regressive.
Yes. Well, let me tell you why that is precisely fair. Okay. So now, do I think Greenwald wants to live under Sharia law? All right. Of course not. Right. And he would be dead in a day under Sharia law. So, but he does not have to want to live under Sharia law to be effectively an apologist for Islamism. Now, so follow this thread here. So Islamists use charges of racism and bigotry and Islamophobia to deflect criticism of their ideology and agenda. Okay, so they're theocrats. We're
right.
talking about people they're intolerant of free speech, they're intolerant of gender equality,
yep.
They're intolerant of gay rights, and I mean, these are people who basically want to get back to the 7th century in some sense. And
it's like when Christians in this country say, oh, Christianity's under attack. Anti-Christian bigots are, coming after us because they believe in secularism.
Right, but it's an even more cynical version of that, and a more dangerous one, I would argue. But these are people who will cynically use liberal tolerance, I mean, the tolerance of open societies, to advance what is a highly illiberal agenda. So that they're working toward theocracy under the guise of asserting their own political rights, and by making a very cynical claim on our liberal values of tolerance and pluralism. And so that they're claiming at every turn that they're the victims of intolerance, from people like me, from Ayaan Hirsi Ali, from cartoonists, and regressive leftists like Greenwald stand shoulder to shoulder with them, making the same noises. I mean, so think about this. Or let's take the focused case. It is not safe to be a cartoonist anywhere on earth at this moment if you're going to satirize Islam.
Right.
Okay? And people like Glenn Greenwald blame the cartoonists for this, okay, accusing them of racism and intolerance. Right? Even when they're anything but racist, as the Charlie Hebdo cartoonists were. I mean, these were genuine liberals. And even after they've been murdered by theocrats. Okay, I mean, how confused do you have to be? We have liberal cartoonists who get murdered by people screaming, "We have avenged the prophet," and the far left blames the cartoonists for their insensitivity. And Glenn Greenwald did this, right? And so, I mean, this is who you're dealing with. He saw
first of all, point conceded. If you, as I've kind of mentioned in some other segments I've done, if somebody basically buckles on civil liberties and the non-negotiable things because they fear offending one group or another that's a minority community, then I agree with you that is I would consider that regressive.
Okay,
but I would add the slight caveat though, where I would ask you, and I don't know to be clear, does Glenn say, "Hey, I hate these cartoons and they're racist, but it obviously should still be legal for them to draw it"?
Well, no, he immediately compared them to, first of all, he along with the herd of imbeciles, he just didn't understand what the cartoonists at Charlie Hebdo were doing, right? So he didn't understand. Maybe he reads French, but he didn't appear to read any French. Didn't understand French politics. He didn't understand that the covers on Charlie Hebdo that were using racist tropes were not in fact racist cartoons, and that was understood in the context of French culture. So he compared.
And Hebdo went after every religion, by the way.
Yes,
in case people are
and even
viciously.
more against the Catholic Church. But he compared them to these absolutely terrible anti-Semitic pro-Holocaust, Holocaust denial cartoons, and and blamed French culture for its treatment of Muslims and for its occupation of Algeria. I mean, so it's like that is why we have people storming the offices of a magazine, slaughtering everyone, and to shouts of Allahu Akbar, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that you see him doing that should tell you a lot about the rest of what he is doing and the rest of his kind of ethical and political sympathies here.
Yeah, I agree with you on the Charlie Hebdo one. I was, on my show, if people go back and they look at the stuff, there wasn't any equivocation. It was all 100%. This is free speech. I don't give a shit if you like it or not. You have to stand for these values. Even when Pam Geller, who on every other political issue, I hate her, but she did the Muhammad drawing contest. It got shot up. There was a terror attack there. I had to come out and defend her. But I guess my thing would be when it comes to Glenn. I haven't seen anything in the rest of his work.
Look at what he wrote immediately after Charlie Hebdo, and you'll see. Look at what he wrote immediately after Charlie Hebdo.
Right, which is why I'm saying I agree with you on this point. Yeah, but what I'm saying, and you said that that should give me a hint to the rest of his work. And what I'm saying is a lot of the rest of his work, I'd say I probably like over 80% of what he does.
Well, let's just keep getting into it. So
sure.
He's. I mean, the horrible irony here is, so let's just talk about free speech for a second. So
sure.
Free speech is a life and death issue.
Non-negotiable.
It is the freedom, as I just said this on MSNBC last night. I mean, this language is still in my head. I mean, it's the freedom that protects everything we care about.
Yep.
It's the foundation of science and every intellectual and political and moral advance we've made. But the point to realize is that it's not only under threat, it has been destroyed on the topic of Islam. I mean, there are already things you cannot say about Islam without being murdered or, at a minimum, having your life totally deranged by security concerns. And here's the horrible irony of Greenwald's position. This is especially true if you're Muslim, right? Or were born one. Okay, so right. I'm not bigoted against Muslims. I simply care about the most vulnerable ones most, right? I mean, so I am worried about Muslims. I'm worried about the freethinkers and the women and the gays and the apostates and the aspiring scientists and the true liberal reformers like Maajid Nawaz, right? And the left, people like Greenwald and Chomsky and everyone else, many of whom you admire, has just abandoned them. I mean, Murtaza Hussain, again, Greenwald's crazy right-hand man, called Maajid a porch monkey, a native informant, an Uncle Tom. I mean, this is, where is Greenwald's concern about racism and the denigration of Muslims there?
So, just to be specific here for a second, like I already mentioned, just so everybody knows who's listening, if they can go back now in the YouTube video archive and they can look at my coverage of Charlie Hebdo and of the Pam Geller thing that got shot up. I'm perfectly clear on this issue. And also, again, you mentioned the stuff about Glenn. You said what his take on it was. I know for sure that on issues of free speech, Cenk is also fantastic, and he's with you and me. He showed the Muhammad cartoons on his show, and he's been consistent on this.
Okay, but it's not. I actually
haven't
followed.
For clarity's sake, I'm not disagreeing with anything you've said.
But it's very easy to say of course you support free speech. Okay, that doesn't mean much when someone like Salman Rushdie writes a novel that only tangentially deals with the topic of Islam and has to spend 10 years in hiding because of it. Right. And your contribution to the debate is to criticize him for his insensitivity.
No, but many liberals didn't do that. I would never do that. And I just want to be specific about each individual actor.
Okay, so yeah, but Greenwald is reliably on the wrong side of that, even when he says he's in favor of free speech. And even when he says, of course, this doesn't excuse the murder of cartoonists. And even when he says, of course, it should be legal. Right. His emphasis is on how this is, of course, this was coming to them causally because these Muslims couldn't help but respond rationally to these geopolitical horrors they're having to endure living in the French suburbs. This whole the reductio ad absurdum of this entire position of Greenwald's can be reduced to the fact that I challenged him at some point. I don't know if it was before or after Charlie Hebdo, but on Twitter I said, okay, let's just resolve this with a duel. We can have dueling cartoon contests. You do one for Islam, and I'll do one for any other religion on earth. You pick it, right? Now, I mean, the fact that I could say that without the slightest trepidation, right? I mean, there is no other religion he could pick that would pose the slightest problem for me. Mormonism, Hinduism, Buddhism, I mean, it would be fine to do a cartoon contest over that. And he knows that his life would be over in some basic sense, whether he was killed or just had to go into hiding if he did one for Islam. And so needless to say, everything out of his mouth after I sent that tweet was just a non sequitur, right? I mean, it's just there is no response to that. And that status quo, okay, the fact that we are in this position with respect to this one religion globally, right? And this is not just in the Middle East. This is in New York. This is in Los Angeles. This is in Brazil, where Glenn lives, right? That status quo is totally unacceptable. And people like Greenwald not only demand that we accept it, they try to destroy the reputations of those of us who complain about it by calling us bigots and Islamophobes. Okay, so, that is the dynamic here that is so ugly.
Yeah, by not, I on this one, I think I totally agree that emphasis is even important in this debate, and if somebody buckles on some of the key civil liberties, those are non-negotiable, and you have to stand up and fight for them. No, even if, by the way, as I kind of mentioned before, even if the people who are doing the free speech are hideous in every way, shape, and form.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, you have to say, look, regardless of that, if a crime is committed against them as a result of it, if they're killed, if there's violence threatened, then that one's non-negotiable. But Sam, you mentioned something really interesting there that I wanted to kind of branch off of when you mentioned, like the case of Charlie Hebdo, where some people thought, well, it was because France was in Algeria and this and that. Now, that's actually a really good example of an area where I think the new atheists really have a point. And what I mean by that is when you talk about the connection between belief and action and how you don't necessarily have to have somebody who's oppressed, somebody who's gone through some terrestrial hardship, somebody who has some geopolitical grievance, and they could be brainwashed into a religious ideology and a fundamentalist interpretation of it, and that alone could lead them to violence, and this is why ideas are so dangerous. I think the Charlie Hebdo example is a perfect one that backs up your case there. But I think that, and I think you agree to this, and I think you have before, and I'm curious if you'll elaborate on it for me, in terms of the spectrum. So I think you'd also agree there's a spectrum where there are some people who got radicalized as a result of a religious ideology becoming more attractive because they've been oppressed for so long and they have terrestrial grievances. And then and that's the one, obviously that's the side that liberals like to speak about a lot, particularly when it comes to Islam. And on the other end of the spectrum is what I just described, which is the purely ideological, purely religious terrorism. So if again, I'm sure you agree it's a spectrum. I know it's a hard question to answer, but what would you say roughly the percentages? Would you say that most of the terrorism in the world is purely ideological, or would you say most of it is based on terrestrial grievances, or could you elaborate on that?
Well, I would say that most of the jihadism is ideological in that the behavior makes basically no sense without certain beliefs, which are at their very core religious. And so, yes, I mean, there is I admit there's a spectrum there, and there are people who do have rational, real world grievances which get channeled in this area, but there's an endless number of examples of people who have no intelligible grievance apart from what they believe to be true in religious terms. And I mean,
the Taliban who shot Malala is a good example.
Yeah, and that's so. Like, let's just drill down on this a little bit more. I mean, I'm happy to talk about foreign policy too, but I don't want to slip off the topic of Islamism and the way in which people are denying the link between belief and behavior here. So, like, for instance, in this area, Greenwald made a big show on your show of understanding the problem of religious extremism. So he admitted, of course, there are Muslim fanatics, right? Nobody denies that. That's a total straw man,
the
right?
Malala example as well.
Right. But then he immediately goes to, but there are Christian and Buddhist fanatics too. You know, remember, Christians kill abortion doctors, right? So again, this is how he can be an Islamist apologist without wanting Sharia law. This is rank apology for Islamism, because these problems are incomparable on every level, right? So first of all, the problems are of a completely different scale, right? Islamism is destabilizing much of the world at this moment. And how many abortion doctors have been killed? Okay, how many have been killed in the last 50 years? It's something like 10, right? And here's another way they're not comparable, that the link between doctrine and behavior is totally different. The link between the doctrine of Christianity and the murder of abortion doctors, or even being against abortion, is far from clear, right? I mean, there's nothing in the Bible to give you a clear foundation for this behavior. The link between Islamic doctrine and ISIS, the worst of Muslim behavior, is direct. It is straightforward. A honest and comprehensive reading of the texts can get you ISIS. It is child's play for al-Baghdadi to justify his behavior in theological terms. And what's difficult to answer is the following question. What is ISIS doing that Muhammad didn't do or would have clearly disapproved of? Okay, that is a genuinely hard question to answer in any meaningful way. And the thing to realize is that it's not hard for Jesus or Buddha, right? It's what's ISIS doing that Jesus didn't do or wouldn't have approved of? What is ISIS doing that Buddha didn't do? Everything, right? Now, that difference is enormously important. Right? But bring this back to Greenwald. Greenwald says that all forms of fundamentalism are dangerous, right? Bullshit. Okay, it matters what the fundamentals are. I mean, fundamentalist Jainism, as I've pointed out 1,000 times, is not dangerous. You know, so Greenwald on your show emphasized we have to devote ourselves to criticizing all religion equally, right? As all fundamentalism is a problem, all religions have their extremists. Again, this is total bullshit. This is doing the work of Islamists for them.
Sam, I understand that, and it makes sense to obviously make distinctions between religions and talk about, hey, you know, this specific belief and this specific religion leads to action X and action Y.
But that was the moral core of Greenwald's animus toward me in his interview. Okay, that was how he justified calling me a bigot. The fact that I did not criticize all religions equally. Right? That was go back and watch that interview.
No, I know he made that claim, but what I'm saying is...
That justifies all of what he's doing. I'm a bigot, I'm a racist, I'm a fascist because I have an emphasis on Islam in this area, okay? But the point which is just prima facie obvious to everyone is that no one is worrying about the Amish, right? What do the Amish do when they go berserk? They cut off each other's beards.
Sam, could I lay out something real fast? Because I'm very curious on your response to it. In terms of, I think when a lot of people make the point that we should criticize equally, it's not to say that there aren't actual differences, but I think they're trying to make a pragmatic point about whether or not your criticism will be heard by more people. Because if people like us, given our context, don't spend a decent amount of time, and I'm not saying you haven't because you have, but if people like us, given our context, don't spend a significant amount of time going after either Christian fundamentalists or state violence via imperialism, which we could get into, then it comes across to a lot of people, specifically in the Muslim world, that you're being demeaning or you're being condescending when you focus primarily on that religion, even if you can rightly say, hey, there's more religious terrorism done in the name of Islam today than any other religion. So in other words, isn't there like a pragmatic reason to make that argument, whether or not you agree with it?
No. Again, I can only control my behavior, but I defy you to name anyone who has been more critical of Christianity or any of the other religions in the last 10 years. I wrote a whole book criticizing Christianity. I have never written a whole book criticizing Islam. My book with Majid Nawaz that just came out is not at all like Letter to a Christian Nation vis-a-vis Islam.
Yeah, right.
I mean, so no one has gone after Christians harder than I have, or I'm certainly not aware of such a person. And Greenwald said on your show, I never criticized Judaism or Jews. That's total bullshit, right? That is a lie about my record, right? About my books, about public lectures. I mean, it's just a misrepresentation of what I do. But here's the reality. There are 15 million Jews on earth, and most of them are secular, right? I mean, I hammer Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox Judaism whenever it crosses my desk. But I get on stage with a conservative rabbi to debate, and I find out in the middle of the debate that he barely even believes in God, right? I mean, there are probably a few million Jews on earth who are as religious as your average Muslim. I mean, there's just not that many Jews who believe much of anything.
So,
and still there are crucial differences between Judaism and Islam that makes Judaism more benign, okay? It's not a missionary faith. It's not trying to conquer the world. It has no clear conception of paradise, much less martyrdom. And the craziest Jews think that their hands are tied until the Messiah comes back, okay? So there are many reasons why, even if we had 1.6 billion Jews on earth, it would be less problematic than Islam. And again, so it's essential to talk about the differences between religions. There are situations, again, where Christianity is scarier and more destructive than Islam. Right. The one that I use, the example that I've used publicly many times is embryonic stem cell research. Just Islam does not have a dog in that fight. Islam is not an impediment to that research. And so when I criticize the religious impediment to that research, I'm never mentioning or thinking about Islam. And that's only fair to do, right? And so I focus on Christianity and Judaism there. But look at the double standard in our thinking here, right? That we're so used to this that we are just blind to it, and this is something that someone like Greenwald is responsible for. So, I mean, do you remember the scandal with the FLDS Church? The fundamentalist Mormon splinter group. It's probably about 2 years ago where they made national news.
Warren Jeffs, that guy?
Yeah, right. Okay, so they have this creepy leader, Warren Jeffs, and he was marrying off underage girls to men who could have been their grandfathers at that ranch, the YFZ ranch, the Yearning for Zion ranch. Now, what did we do, right? We sent in the fucking SWAT team, right, and an army of psychologists and social workers to rescue those girls, right? And it didn't matter how many of them stood up in those awful Little House on the Prairie dresses and claimed that they loved their husbands and they thought it was God's plan to bear their children. The entire country bore witness to that sickening project and said, sorry, we don't care about your bullshit religion, right? You girls don't know what you're talking about. You're being abused. You're being denied an education. You're being brainwashed. You're being preyed upon by libidinous crackpots and con men and goons, right? And their husbands were perp walked out of that compound and prosecuted. And Warren Jeffs, who is their prophet of God, is in prison for rape, okay? Now, if you remember the coverage of that episode, there wasn't an ounce of political correctness, right? I mean, there were probably some civil libertarians who worried that the government had overreached a little bit, and I think there was a legitimate worry that there was a risk of another Waco or Ruby Ridge there. But what you didn't hear is any bullshit about it. It's their culture, or who are we to say what's right and wrong, or check your privilege, or there was none of that. Okay, but again, pay attention here. What were those FLDS Mormons guilty of? Okay, they were guilty of polygamy and child marriage, right? Now, the Muslim community worldwide has that in spades, right? And just think of what those crazy Mormons were not doing, right? They weren't flying planes into buildings or planning to. They weren't practicing suicide bombings on a daily basis in dozens of countries. They weren't performing clitorectomies on those girls. They weren't forcing them to live in bags. Okay? They weren't cutting the heads off of journalists and aid workers. Okay? They weren't killing homosexuals and apostates. And they weren't hunting their critics to the ends of the earth with credible threats of death, right? And so it is true to say that if we had 20 million of those FLDS guys, they would not be nearly the problem that Islamists and jihadists are. And so that's the depth of our moral and political confusion here. And so this, I mean, the one thing that infuriated me watching your interview with Glenn Greenwald is when he went on and on about my saying there are tens of millions of Muslims who are far scarier than Dick Cheney. Right? Tens of millions, he said, like as though that just was revelatory of my depravity, right? So like Dick Cheney is this mass murderer, and I'm saying there are tens of millions who are Muslims or who are even worse than him, right? I mean, so here we have to talk about intention and its ethical significance, but it is conservative to say, and Maajid Nawaz agrees with me on this, and as does the only research that's been done in this area, and all the opinion polls you've ever seen come out of the Muslim community.
Sam, before we get into that, can I just respond to some of those points? Because there was a lot of stuff I wanted to get to there.
Go for it.
Okay. But so we'll try to remember exactly where we were here. I don't want to cut you off. I want you to make that point.
I'll just put a final point on that if you, when we're talking about 20% of the Muslim world, we're talking about 320 million people, right? If we're talking about 2%, we're talking about 32 million people. Yeah, 2%. Find me an opinion poll of the Muslim community anywhere on the scary questions. Do you think people should be killed for leaving the faith? Do you think Sharia law should be imposed everywhere? Find me an opinion poll that reliably produces less than 2% in favor of the most draconian, most medieval practices. You won't find it. 2% is 32 million people. So yes, there are tens of millions of people in the Muslim world who have a vision of life that is far scarier than Dick Cheney's. And the fact that Glenn Greenwald can demagogue this issue in the way that he did in your interview with him just proves that he's not even following what's happening in the world, right? He doesn't care to know what we're up against with political Islam, and it's a terrifying prospect because again, at a certain point, the only people who are going to have thick enough skins to talk about this are the demagogues on our side. I mean, the Christian fascists on our side. That's what, because someone like me will get out of the game, right? Because it's just too much of a fucking hassle, and there are so many people who have reputations that they want to protect who agree with me on this. But just they can't go near this, right? It's too poisonous. They don't want Glenn Greenwald tweeting about them. That's the problem.
Okay, so now there's a lot of stuff I want to respond to. But
let
me try to lay all this out, and then I'm interested in your responses. But there's three responses here. I'll try to separate them out. So back to the idea to rewind a little bit to the criticizing religions equally. Now. Right. I already concede to you that, and I think if you were to press any of your critics on this, I think they would also concede because it seems relatively obvious that, yeah, the doctrines matter, the difference in doctrines matter, and you can make judgments about this is worse for this reason, that's worse for that reason, so on and so forth. Now, I actually think that the late Christopher Hitchens had an interesting response to you on this exact point in the Four Horsemen dialogue that you did. Mm. And what he said is, I think that they are latently equally dangerous. And, because you were laying out the case very similar to what you said here, that, we should probably get rid of this liberal PC myth that all religions are equal, this and that. And he said, well, actually, I think that they're latently equally dangerous. And he went on to explain that he thinks that because any sacrifice of reason at the altar of dogmatism, plus mixed in with the tribalism that comes about as a result of religious ideology, out the other end comes, okay, yeah, there may be differences. At any given time, we could say religion X or doctrine X and religion Y is worse for this reason and that reason. But overall, it's not really an unreasonable thing to say that they're latently equally dangerous And to further that a little bit here.
Well, no, I mean, let me just say that I think it is unreasonable. I don't remember what I said in that exchange with Hitch, but I just think it's clearly not true. I mean, okay. I can prove that that's untrue to you, because if that were true, then it would in fact be impossible to improve any of these religions, morally speaking, right? So it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter how you tinkered with them. If they're all equally dangerous latently, then it wouldn't matter if one said kill homosexuals and another said, oh no, respect all people equally, right? Because your fundamental buy-in of faith is the equal liability, right? But no, if you could just tinker with Islam for about 5 minutes and get all the stuff that treated women like chattel and all the stuff that vilified infidels and made it a very warm and fuzzy, love everyone sort of religion, that would be an improvement. There would be surprises in terms of the way dogmatism could still get you true horror. The example I use now, again, it's embryonic stem cell research. The reason why dogmatism is latently dangerous is because it leaves you unresponsive to reality. So
right,
if your dogma is all life is sacred, all human life is sacred, equally sacred, and you can never harm a human at any stage, that seems like the most benign thing in the world. But then enter embryonic stem cell research. Now you got people thinking that blastocysts in petri dishes can't be harmed, even if you're going to save people with Alzheimer's and full body burns. Right. That becomes a situation where the dogma that seemed benign gets you needless human misery. So I'll grant that point, but no, they're not all. It's trivially easy to see how you could improve any of these religions ethically, and Jainism simply does not have the potential to spawn a death cult of suicidal terrorists. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I think number one, I think you're absolutely right that objectively you obviously can make value judgments about specific doctrines in religion, because some of them are just the worst things imaginable, and it's just clear to see, and obviously you improve it simply by changing it and then pushing that. But I do also think, and you've spoken about this before yourself. Now, obviously, statistically, these things aren't equal, but in terms of just the violence itself, there is a point about tribalism, and I think you've conceded this as well, that you could have a more benign doctrine and still get terrible violence solely based on the tribalism, as evidenced by the Buddhists in Myanmar.
Or you can have no doctrine. You can have Yankees fans wanting to kill Red Sox fans, right? There's no doctrine, but there's just pure tribalism. Fine. I mean, you can have soccer hooligans who are their Manchester United is something they're willing to die and kill for. Okay, so that's pure tribalism dissected out without any ideology. Fine, yeah, that's a huge problem in the world, and is probably responsible for more human conflict than religion is, right? But the problem with religion is that it gives a rationale for tribalism and makes it so much more durable, because these tribes believe that this matters not only for this world, but for the next.
So. So that was the first thing I wanted to respond to. Now the second thing was, in terms of criticizing Islamism and jihadism and being aggressive about that and whatnot, which is I think any rational person should do that. And I tried to lay out in my interview with Glenn how I prioritize morally which things I should spend time on or not. And we could talk about that, because I know you probably have some disagreements on that front as well. But I think that Glenn's response on that point was reasonable when he says, well, context matters. So for you or me to spend a lot of time, or more of our time or whatever, criticizing a group to which in the United States they're a minority and they're more of a persecuted minority, it comes across wrong. And when we waged the war on terror, and we've been responsible, whether on purpose or not, for the deaths of many Muslims, the context of us doing it comes across much different than the context of somebody from the Muslim world doing it, like Majid Nawaz.
Well, no, it doesn't. I mean, and as witnessed by the fact that you've got Murtaza Hussain calling him a porch monkey and an Uncle Tom and a native informant. So no, they don't even give ground to someone like Majid. But no, so is this what you were calling the Chomsky doctrine? The idea that you should
the Chomsky rule, the idea that you should criticize your government first because you're responsible for the actions of your government.
Okay, so no, and therefore, and then the top spin that Greenwald gives to that is, if you're not doing that, and if your focus is elsewhere, that is kind of a very telling sign of jingoism and tribalism,
like a red flag,
right? Yes, like it's okay. No, as you predict, I think this is totally dishonest and pedantic and morally irresponsible. So the people who follow this principle, and I've met these people.
Well,
okay,
I kind of follow the Chomsky rule myself.
Okay, no, but this is the reductio ad absurdum of this way of being in the world, right? So you meet people who complain about gender equality among venture capitalists in Silicon Valley, right? Like, what a scandal! Only 20% of VCs are women, right? Or they're worried about the overuse of the masculine pronoun in academic writing, right? but I mean, literally, right? I'm not strawmanning this.
Right? No, I know. I've seen it.
and I mean, there are probably whole conferences about that stuff, and yet when girls in Afghanistan are getting their faces burned off with battery acid, right? They say it's none of our business. Who are we to judge, right? Who can say what is right or wrong? Okay,
to be fair, though, what percentage would really say that's like none of our business, or who are we to judge?
Well, no, but it's implicit in the fact that my focusing on that summons causes of cries of bigotry from people like Greenwald, right? It's a sign of my bigotry against Muslim barbarians that I'm more worried about the mistreatment of women in Afghanistan than I am about the misogyny in my own culture. Well, because the misogyny in my own culture doesn't even, I mean, it's not even moving the needle even slightly when you've got half the population forced to live in bags and beaten or killed when they try to get out, right? But for these people, Gamergate is a huge issue, right?
Is it a fair response, though, to say, Sam, apart from what I think obviously should make sense, which is calling out the problem that is, what should we do about it, like, literally, in the sense, because I know you're not
Kyle,
calling for invading every Muslim nation to topple the government and put in a government that's going to have, more liberal values. I know that, but practically, what do we do about it? I think that a lot of people fear that's implicit in what you're saying.
This is a total red herring, because this is okay. So what you're asking me to have my moral sensitivities channeled by the fact that I have an opportunity to vote every 4 years for president, and that I pay taxes to this government. I mean, first of all, people like Chomsky and Greenwald don't even think voting is significant, because they don't think there's a difference between the two parties, right? I mean, where are you going to vote in their platform? Greenwald thinks that Obama is indistinguishable from Dick Cheney, right? This is just smoke. Okay, we live in a global society, all right, increasingly so. So when you buy an iPad, you are implicated in Chinese labor practices, right? When Glenn Greenwald castigates the dead Charlie Hebdo cartoonist for racism, he's not only proving that he's a moral imbecile. Okay, he's participating in a global war of ideas over free speech. And he's on the wrong side of it. Okay, he's making the world safe for theocrats and increasingly dangerous for their enemies in the Muslim world. Right? I hear from Muslims in Pakistan and in multiple countries, I mean, always by email, who can't tell their own mothers that they're atheists. Right? They're afraid they're going to be murdered by their parents or by their neighbors. And they're noticing the kind of pushback I get from people like Greenwald. I mean, literally, this is a nearly verbatim quote. Somebody said, if even a liberal like you can't make these obvious points about intolerance without having your reputation destroyed, what hope is there for someone like me who is afraid to even describe her beliefs for fear of being murdered by her neighbors? Right? This is the situation, and the so-called liberals, again, this is why Majid calls them regressive leftists. The so-called liberals are standing side by side with the bearded theocrats crying racism and bigotry and Islamophobia whenever we focus on how intolerable the status quo is throughout the Muslim community worldwide.
I think the problem there, Sam, is the difference in each society and in each individual country. So you're right. I mean, if you talk about the forces of Islam in a Wahhabi state like Saudi Arabia, or in a country like Pakistan or somewhere like that, there's no doubt that they're the most religious and dogmatic people.
It's not just there. We're talking about the UK. We're talking about clitorectomies in the UK by the tens of thousands, right? I mean, this is...
So, but wait, let me just finish my point on that real quick, though. So, but in the U.S., for somebody who has the context of the U.S., like myself, where less than 1% of the population is Muslim, and, coming across articles that I see where, in Tennessee, a Muslim guy was rejected a permit to have a summer camp because people are afraid it's going to be a jihadist camp, or I can go down a list of other issues. Muslims denied a cemetery in Texas or wherever the hell it was because people are afraid of the practices that go along with that, and will it lead to creeping Sharia? I think the issue is it gets complex because you're obviously right about everything you're saying in terms of all of the problems associated with the ideology. I just think that there are good people who are liberals who the waters get muddied in their own minds, and they wrongly assume that when you're criticizing things that deserve criticism, they start to hear things that you're not necessarily saying, like,
sure.
Would he agree with those bigots in Tennessee who want to, block the cemetery from being built? You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah, okay, but it's so easy to clarify that misunderstanding.
No, and I agree,
I do it again and again.
These things I always try to mention. Whenever there's a story where there's an anti-Muslim bigot that I'm covering on my show, I always try to make clear, guys, this is the real anti-Muslim bigotry. It doesn't come from, by and large, the new atheist camp, although I do think that, and you might even agree with me on this, that there's some online who are, unfortunately, in that camp. You're obviously not. Richard Dawkins obviously isn't. But I try to make clear that there's a difference between actual bigotry and somebody who's criticizing ideas, and they're concerned about. Basically, what you're concerned about is, when it boils down to it, conservatism, ultra-conservatism.
But yes, but the people like Greenwald and the true Islamist apologists, the Muslim Islamist apologists, make every effort to blur the line between those two things. So so Greenwald knows I'm not a bigot. He has to know I'm not a bigot at this point. And yet still he's talking in his interview with you about my focus on Islam being a sign of my jingoism and bigotry. And so, I mean, to take this is another example of how he is in fact an Islamist apologist. I mean, so consider the Council of American Islamic Relations, CARE, right? This is an odious organization. This is an organization that has explicit ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. It attacks Ayaan Hirsi Ali as a bigot and gets her blacklisted from universities. It does nothing but blur the line between Islamism, this creeping theocracy I'm talking about, and the legitimate concerns for civil rights that you just described, right? Yeah. And so, but this organization looks for hate crimes against Muslims everywhere, right? When a Muslim girl gets murdered, they try to whip up a tribal frenzy about it. And so there was an instance that happened that coincided with the Trayvon Martin outrage, and they had a whole hoodie thing where they tried to link it to that sort of kind of moral panic. And when it turns out to be an ordinary honor killing, right? When this girl's deranged father just killed her based on his crazy religious beliefs, they just move on, right? There's no acknowledgement of their error, and more important, there's no acknowledgement of the horror of honor killing, right? And the other forms of intolerance that occur disproportionately in the Muslim community, right? Now, this organization, so this is an organization that systematically conceals this kind of backwardness and intolerance, and yet searches for bigotry against Muslims everywhere. Okay, occasionally finding it. There is real bigotry against Muslims, but more often pretending to find it with me, finding it in the murder in South Carolina, or the triple murder over the parking spot. There's no evidence at all that was new atheist Muslim hatred that gave rise to Hicks's behavior there. Not at all. That looked like an ordinary triple murder, and yet these people are still demagoguing this as the natural outcome of criticizing Islam. Now, Greenwald speaks at CARE events frequently, and he's publicly said that there's no group on earth he's prouder to have collaborated with, right? You just have to keep connecting these dots. This is where the center of ethical gravity is for him. It's in finding the tiniest shreds of dogmatism or bigotry and intolerance wherever he can possibly detect them. And more often than not, they're not even there, a fact that they never admit, and then simply disregarding the true horror of Muslim intolerance the world over. And again, it is not just in Saudi Arabia. It is in neighborhoods in the West. It's a much bigger problem in Western Europe than it is in the U.S., but it's also a problem in the U.S.
So, in terms of Glenn's biggest concern, which is probably U.S. imperialism, I think that's probably my biggest area of agreement with him, and I know you probably have some disagreements on that, so I'm interested
Let's
to
deal
hear.
with it. Okay, so yeah.
So let me just say something about the Dick Cheney point, because this branches off into that conversation.
Go for it.
So on the Dick Cheney point, and I mentioned this in the interview, you probably remember the distinction I tried to make. I think that comes down to empiricism versus theory, because if you make the point, as you have, that, yeah, if you give a guy like al-Baghdadi or you give a guy like Osama bin Laden equal power to Dick Cheney, al-Baghdadi or bin Laden is going to do worse, and they're purposely going to kill more civilians. So, and I agree with that. I think that point is 100% true, and I don't think there's any loss in me granting that. On the other hand, though, I think that the point that Dick Cheney is empirically responsible for more deaths, I think that's also true, and I think that's where a lot of liberals kind of get stuck on the point you make there, because, like I said, I think it's empiricism versus theory, whereas Dick Cheney in this world actually did have more power than a lot of these guys, and he is responsible for more deaths.
Okay, well, I'm not going to pretend to read Dick Cheney's mind and pretend to know exactly what he thought he was doing, and
I'll send you an article that lays it out in pretty good detail from his own mouth.
So I don't actually know. So let's just for clarity's sake, let me say that Dick Cheney is kind of a caricature. It's the golem that every liberal has made of him for the purposes of this conversation. I don't actually know how culpable Dick Cheney is for.
Again, I'll send you that article. His own writing.
Right. So, but. This is why intentions matter, right? So let's just talk about the pure case of this, and then we'll talk about the messier cases. So, imagine a hostage situation, right? You have a terrorist who has taken hostages, and he's begun killing them, right? And now we have the police show up, and they put a sniper in place, and the sniper is told to shoot the terrorist before he kills any more innocent people, right? Now, unfortunately, in this case, the sniper misses his target, and he hits and kills another hostage. Right? Now, how do we analyze this situation morally? Okay, intentions are everything in this context. Right? The sniper is trying to save lives. Okay? If he could capture the terrorist and put him on trial, he would. Right? But he can't. So he's attempting to do the only thing that will stop him from killing more innocent people. Now, by the logic of people like Greenwald, he's just another murderer. Right? Forget about his intentions. He killed an innocent person there, right? And God help him if he's white and the victim is black, right? Then we'll never be able to think about this in a rational way, because then he must be a racist, right? This is just moral insanity. Now, take a messier situation. What just happened in Afghanistan? We have the bombing of the Médecins Sans Frontières hospital, right? I don't know how much you were paying attention, but
I was all over it. I do a news show. I got to cover that stuff.
So liberals reacted to this. I mean, the one I noticed was Abby Martin. I don't know if people know who she is, but she's another person who attacks me as a racist and Islamophobe and a psychopath. She reacted like, this is, we have, she reacted, the only way to make sense of her reaction is that she believed that the new plan now was to intentionally murder the people who work for Doctors Without Borders, right? One of the most beloved charities on earth, right? The new plan now is that we are going to kill these doctors and nurses and their patients because it does something good for our side and we just want to do it, right? Not that this was a tragic accident. I mean, this is so obviously, one, it's obviously a tragedy, but two, it is so obviously bad for us. The idea that we would have intentionally done this is crazy, right? Now, what is the difference between intentionally having done it and not having done it by accident? That difference is enormous. It's not enormous to the dead people and their families, and that's understandable, but it is enormous because intentions are the only indication of what someone is going to do if they get the chance to do it. It's the only indication of what someone would do if they had the power to do anything they want, right? And so this is how this again. You called this theoretical. Like I actually think that is a term of disparagement, right? This is not theoretical.
Really? I didn't mean it that way.
Well, no, but it was people will take it that way, right? Like it's not really in contact with reality. This is just what you say at a philosophy.
No, I just mean it as in we haven't lived in a world where Osama bin Laden has had equal power to Dick Cheney.
Yeah, but we know, but people are telling us ad nauseum what they want to do, right?
Which is why I'm saying I grant you that point, but I think it's also we have to, for accuracy's sake, say that Dick Cheney, in fact, is responsible for more deaths, even than some monsters who have worse moral beliefs.
Okay, but what was Dick Cheney really trying to do in the Middle East?
Now, okay, good. See, now we're getting into the meat of the conversation.
Okay, but
this is important.
Before you jump on it, so however bad Dick Cheney personally is, the people who got us into the war in Iraq, for the most part, I mean, 99.99% of the people on our side of that ugly war, if you had given them the magical power to do anything they want in the Middle East, what would they have done? What would George Bush have turned the Middle East into if he had the power of God? Would he have just created a hellscape for people to suffer in? No. There's absolutely no reason to believe that.
Yeah, no, I've granted you this point already.
Okay, so now maybe Dick Cheney, maybe you have an article on Dick Cheney that reveals that he's actually a bit of a sadist and he wanted to.
It's that his own words, I think, show that he kind of has his own fundamentalist religion, and that's the fundamentalist religion of American exceptionalism and of neoconservatism.
Whatever.
And, I mean, he says some basically, Sam, the thing that's so concerning about a guy like Dick Cheney is that he seems to genuinely believe that, by definition, we're the good guys. Therefore, literally whatever we do is okay because I've already decided we're the good guys.
Well, we are the good. We speaking, 99.9% are the good guys when you're talking about ISIS, when you're talking about jihadism. When you're talking about other cases like Nazism,
let me
yes,
dig
we
deeper
are
in
the
this
good guys.
because I think this is really important. So,
but before
I think
you
there's
dig
a
there,
spectrum, Sam.
But we have to nail down the role of intention here because
and I'm trying to dig deeper into that
because we know exactly what al-Baghdadi is doing exactly what he intends to do. Right, the vision of life that they're trying to instantiate on the earth has been advertised ad nauseum to us. We know exactly what they want.
Absolutely.
And I'm telling, and I think what we want. Okay, but the crucial difference here is that I think someone like Dick Cheney, unless he happens to be the absolute outlier, but basically everyone else in the administration, if you had given them magical power, they would have turned the Middle East into Nebraska, right? They would have put they'd put a Starbucks on every corner.
Agreed. Okay? Now let me dig deeper because I have an important point to make in terms of. So let's talk about this intentions thing because I think it's a spectrum. I think for you and I to discuss it as if it's like, well, it's either good intentions or bad intentions, like it's a black and white thing. I think it's much more complicated than that. And I think that when we talk about the history of the U.S., it's not like, and you may disagree with me on this, and I'm very curious to see what your take is. It's not like, and I think it's been proven historically, the U.S. isn't primarily concerned with altruism and humanitarianism and bringing freedom to people. I think that the reasons we do what we do, specifically when it comes to foreign policy, it has more to do with power and control and geopolitics and imperialism and having a hold on natural resources. And like I said, I think the primary effect of that is that you see something like American exceptionalism or neoconservatism manifest as a kind of militaristic fundamentalist religion. And I can go through a litany of examples of this that I think prove my case. Like if we're really concerned about freedom and bringing about the right values all around the world, well then how could we, for example, arm and support Saudi Arabia? How could we have armed the Syrian rebels who are outwardly Islamist? How can we have armed the Mujahideen? And the list goes on and on.
Some of those have been marriages of necessity, where we're picking the lesser of two evils. I mean, it's like Syria now. What do we actually want to see happen in Syria? We would like Syria again to be Nebraska, right? We want peace.
But is that why
in
we're
Syria.
involved there, though?
Oh yeah, well, so because it is we're terrified of the level of terrorism and instability that region of the world is now exporting to us. I mean, this diaspora to Europe, the
but
fact
don't
that
you think it's more realpolitik in the sense that, and I think this has been shown as well, that it's more of the Cold War mentality rearing its ugly head again, where the U.S. is mad because Assad is allied with Putin, and he's also allied with Iran. And we still have that Cold War mentality of the world is a global chessboard, and we want to have,
yeah, but this is not chess. We want to avoid. Okay, so at the absolute extreme, we want to avoid an exchange of ICBMs with Russia, right? So if anything seems to turn up the heat,
we're escalating towards that, unfortunately.
Okay, so exactly. So if anything seems to turn up the heat on that animosity, we're worried. But this isn't a game of chess, and this isn't a cynical prosecution of just our own selfish interests. We are. Oh, well, no. If you include in those interests not being party to a nuclear war, yes. I mean, we have the self-interest of survival, obviously. But
I don't think it's to stop the spread of nukes. I don't think that's why we're in Syria. Do you?
No. But the fact that this is bleeding over into all of there's so many moving parts now, including Russia, right? Where we didn't have to worry about the Cold War for decades. We're just fighting a war on terror, and now all of a sudden we're on the verge of some kind of conflict with Russia. That's something that everyone wants to avoid for obvious reasons. That's not a mustache twirling evil guy at the Carlyle Group.
No, and I'm not saying it's a mustache twirling evil guy. I'm just saying that, if anything, our actions have shown that we're doing the opposite in terms of we're escalating the crisis with Russia.
But I'll look at here's a reductio ad absurdum of this whole thing. I mean, so take the Iraq War, right? Which I'm sure you have you think our motives for getting into that, certainly Cheney's motives, were totally cynical and imperial, and the vestiges of power and lust for resources and all that stuff.
I think that they rationalize it, and I think that they believe that they're truly humanitarian, but there's so many ulterior motives that those things end up being the face of what the actions really were.
I'll take all of it. All right. So now, the irony here is that Greenwald supported the war in Iraq, right? He accuses me of doing it. I didn't do it, but he supported the war in Iraq. Why did he support it, right? He was complicit with Dick Cheney.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that the people, like normal people, obviously thought it was more about self-preservation and.
Yeah. So Greenwald. So was this his imperialism? Is Greenwald a recovered imperialist?
Well, no, I mean the people in power. Obviously, we have to make a distinction between the American people and the people running the government.
No, but we all, to whatever degree we lend our voice to this. I mean, Hitch is endlessly disparaged for the case he made for the war in Iraq, right? And how he made a moral case for his support of the Kurds. Detailing all the horrors of life under Saddam. And in the run-up to the war, he was one of the most vocal supporters of the war. And he's a very persuasive person. Who knows who he persuaded inside the administration, right? I mean, he put his shoulder to the wheel, and people, including Glenn Greenwald, in a instance of Freudian hypocrisy that is just, it's incredible. I mean, have you read the obituary, the I Dance on Your Grave obituary that Greenwald wrote about Hitch after he died?
No.
Unbelievable, right? So anyway, Greenwald supported the war in Iraq, right? Is he guilty of imperialism? Is he guilty of wanting to destroy Muslims or to commit genocide?
Well, certainly, if he was in the government and he made that decision, I would probably say yes.
We're just human beings working in situations of risk and massive uncertainty.
I'm saying that your average person doesn't know everything that the person in government would know, and all the information would be necessary. You know what I mean? In order to make a decision.
No one had all the information, and who knows who was being spun by Chalabi. And the truth is, most people, even most people who were against the war, thought there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, right? I mean, so there was a case to be made against the war, even if you thought Saddam Hussein had biological weapons and chemical weapons and was working on nukes, right? I mean, that Pakistan already has nukes. Why don't we go to war with Pakistan? There were people who were against the war for reasons, and they never even doubted the intelligence that turned out to be false, right? the fact, again, it comes back to the bombing in Afghanistan a couple of weeks ago of the Doctors Without Borders hospital. Okay, that's what war is like, right? It is easy to kill the wrong people, and that's why we shouldn't want to get into wars unless they're absolutely necessary.
But I don't think it was like, I think that you think that when the U.S. is involved, like just take the specific example of the bombing. There's actually been numerous articles out today that they now have cockpit audio of the U.S. soldiers before they bombed the hospital saying that they knew it was a hospital. And, you know, I think that the decisions that people make, now in this case, I don't know whether it was the Afghan forces who told the U.S. to do the bombing, because that was in the initial reports that our Afghan forces who are on our side thought that some Taliban guys were there at the hospital, and they told our guys to go bomb, and they went and bombed. But either way, there are articles out today saying that we knew it was a hospital and we bombed anyway, and I don't put it beyond the U.S. because I don't think we're by definition morally superior.
Yes.
I don't put it beyond the U.S. to say, you know what, to kill two Taliban guys, we might kill 15 civilians.
Okay, well, I've written about the horror of collateral damage, and I acknowledge it's a horror, and I spell out its horror, and I think the least moral stance a person can adopt here, though it seems ethically pristine, is the stance of Gandhian pacifism, and I unpack that again in The End of Faith and elsewhere. I think if you think you are impeccable and you haven't gotten your hands dirty, if you're a pacifist, you look a little okay. No, but I'm just saying that a lot of liberals think that's in a truly impregnable position, ethically speaking. When you get into the details, you're just letting. I mean, what pacifism is just a willingness to stand by while your children are raped and murdered by the Morlocks, right?
Right.
And so if you're not going to use violence ever, I think you're kind of a proper moral imbecile.
So this actually.
So we admit there are certain circumstances where you need to use violence, and then. Now we're debating about when violence is justified,
right. And I want to finish on that. I want to do this will be the last thing we talk about because I'm very curious about what you think about it. So, what's your ideal foreign policy then?
Well, I think it's obviously minimal interventions, and I mean this is the case of Syria, incredibly messy. No one has a good idea what to do, but it's pretty clear that American boots on the ground, given
or even bombing, I'd say.
Recent experiments is not a likely solution to that, but the reason why it's not likely, again, it comes back to religious sectarianism here. First of all, there's a sectarian civil war between Shia and Sunni, but there's also a level of, the perception of infidels trying to sort that out. It makes it unworkable for reasons that are purely based on Islamist ideology.
So,
right?
But just to stick with foreign policy, and just because we already discussed Islamism, and I'm just curious.
But there's no way to. Okay, but again, and this is probably the point we should end on. This is the what you call foreign policy, and certainly what Greenwald calls foreign policy, is often just pure Islamism. So Greenwald concedes that some jihadists are motivated by religion. Like, as you said, when they target someone like Malala, right, then clearly that's religion. But when they pick an American target or even a Canadian one, well, then they're driven by just rational geopolitical concerns, right? So if a jihadist simply says something like he's supporting his Muslim brothers and sisters everywhere, Greenwald thinks that proves that his concerns are political. If he says that America is waging war on Islam or invading Muslim lands, right, then that is a proof that his behavior is blowback or it's caused by U.S. foreign policy. And he's quick to say that doesn't excuse it, but that is its cause. We are culpable for this, right? So he'll even say this over like the Tsarnaev brothers who bombed the Boston Marathon, right? Okay, but think about this. They were Muslims from Kyrgyzstan, right, who received nothing but aid from the U.S., right, at every stage of their lives, right? They intentionally murdered innocent civilians, including children, at the Boston Marathon. And because they mentioned our wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and their rationale for doing this, then their motives get categorized as political by someone like Greenwald, right? So and according to Greenwald, they were responding rationally, if unpleasantly, to our foreign policy, okay? Now, again, as I've said many times, this is pure masochism, and this is a masochism of the sort that I think Noam Chomsky has given as has midwifed for us, and The truth is that the only thing the Tsarnaev brothers had in common with Afghans and Iraqis is Islam. Okay, they were not the victims of anything, and they should have had truly, they should have nothing but gratitude for the U.S. And yet they could talk about Muslim lands. Muslim lands is a term of Islamism and global jihad. I mean, there are many Muslims who think that Spain is a Muslim land, right? And so by sanitizing obvious religious fanaticism among jihadis and Islamists as ordinary political behavior or as a rational response to U.S. missteps, okay, this is apology for Islamism, and this is incredibly destructive. I mean, it's actually worse than the crazy noises we hear on the right. I mean, I view this as more dangerous than what we get from Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity and Ann Coulter, because this is the problem, because the left has always had the virtue of self-criticism and self-doubt, right? So on the left, it's always been a virtue to wonder, what if I'm wrong, right? Like, what if my opponent has a point? Now, that really is the core of intellectual honesty, and the left has had it more than the right, right? But the Greenwalds of the world, and I would argue the Chomskys of the world, have perverted this impulse. I mean, rather than maintaining a healthy capacity for self-criticism and self-doubt, this has morphed into an ideology of masochism where we are always wrong, where America is always to blame, and that it's all blowback, right? And this is something you said in talking to Greenwald. We created the Mujahideen. We created Al-Qaeda.
No, we armed them, I said.
Okay, we arm. Yes, there is a shred. There's a crumb of truth there, right?
No,
but
it's just true. There's a crumb. It's true.
No, but there's a crumb of truth. The crumb of truth there is just enough to confuse people. Right? Yes, blowback is a real phenomenon, and so what lesson should we draw now? We should know enough now not to arm Al-Qaeda in Syria, right? Great. That's what we should do. That's the lesson.
And Petraeus didn't learn that lesson either. I don't know if you saw that article.
No, okay, but so let's learn that lesson. But the rest, okay, the rest is pure masochism and delusion. The idea that it's all blowback. The idea that ISIS.
But I'm not saying it's all blowback.
Okay,
and I don't think those guys do either.
That's not true. But it is not true. Okay.
No, but he said about Malala that's obviously a case of flat-out religious extremism.
Okay. No, but just those cases. Every case where
you gave one example, but I'm sure you could have elaborated further.
But every case where someone mentions politics or foreign policy or Afghanistan or Iraq, it is pure blowback. Okay, that is what is so crazy making about this critique of American power. I can grant you 90% of what Chomsky says on certain points, right? What happened in Indonesia. Did you hear my podcast interview with Joshua Oppenheimer, who made those two gorgeous documentaries on the just unbelievable documentaries on the genocide in Indonesia? All right, I mean, that is as horrible as Chomsky thinks it was, right? But when you start talking about the difference between us and ISIS, right, and you lose sight of the different vision of life we are trying to enact, however ineptly, the world we want to build, the difference between Nebraska and the fucking 7th century, if you can't get that straight, you are just not part of a rational conversation about human well-being or about the future of a global civilization. And Greenwald is 90% of what he says is undermining of the possible rational conversation and the necessary rational conversation we have to have on this topic. And he's doing it in the most cynical and most destructive way. And again, the price that people pay for this, the price that I have paid for this reputationally, the price that people I know, the price that Ayan has paid for this is intolerable, right? And it is keeping. It's like who asked you ask who would run for president now, given what you have to go through to run for president. Well, who will talk sensibly about these issues, given what you have to go through, right? It's unbelievable, and I know you pay attention to these things, but you see 5% of what I see directed at me, right? It is fucking incredible.
Like I said, I will continue to, at every turn, whenever anybody calls you an Islamophobe or a bigot or the most ridiculous white supremacist, I'm all over that, and I'll rebut that. But just to get back to the original question that I asked, because I want to lay out to you what I've kind of elaborated on this before in terms of foreign policy. And this is one of the reasons why I'm very, very harsh on the U.S. in terms of what we do around the world. I've often said, Sam, so I think that the only rational justification one can give for violence is very simply self-defense. So
okay, well, what about Rwanda? So,
okay, I'll get to that. I'll get to that.
Right.
But so based off of that, I often say, well, the only time I'd use U.S. force is when there's a direct threat of attack against us. It's an imminent threat, and I need to use it for self-defense. Now, I think that's a rational standard. I think that's the same standard we expect of Greenland and Australia and everybody else in the world, but we kind of skirt that. Now, to get to your point of Rwanda, my only caveat, my only hedge to the idea of non-interventionism is that when there is a clear example in the world, and granted sometimes it's hard to know when this is happening without a doubt because the world is messy, but when there is a clear example of some sort of a genocide, I'm totally fine with and I'm on board with an international movement where we all go together and we all take care of the issue. Now, to go further, though, and this is where I tend to disagree with some people who are more interventionist than I am, if we see something like we see in Syria, for example, where you can actually go look at the casualty numbers, and the casualties on both sides it's basically 50-50. And you have a guy who's a dictator like Assad versus people who are rebels who at this point are almost all Islamists. I look at that and I go, I want nothing to do with that in any way, shape, or form, because that's a civil war and that's not a genocide. And that's why I think the foreign policy I lay out of non-interventionism, I think it makes the most sense, and that's why I get really mad at the U.S., because when you look at how much we spend on military, when you look at all the countries we're involved in, and then when we end up killing so many civilians, I think that harms us, and I do think that makes people hate us.
I would agree, and it's a terrible problem for which we need some global solution that we don't yet have. It's obviously not the UN. It's certainly not the UN when you put Saudi Arabia at the head of the Human Rights Commission, right? So yeah, but if we had more power, if good people had more power, which we hope that someday they will at a global level, if we could have institutions that enshrined our best ethics and our better judgment, we have to figure out what those ethics are and what they commit us to. And but I think the primacy of national boundaries, political boundaries, the fact that we have to act only within our interest as Americans, I think ultimately that has to go away. It's gone away economically already. Ultimately, it's going to have to go away politically. You shouldn't be condemned to live as a slave just because you were born a girl in Afghanistan, right? That is a moral horror, and it is incumbent upon the rest of humanity to respond to that horror, if only with words, right? And all I can do is use my words. But it is not obscene for rational, well-intentioned people to wonder whether they should ever send guys with guns in there to help the most victimized people on Earth. If they start killing homosexuals in Uganda or Nigeria or any of these other countries where they're already doing that to some degree, the problem is there's no good mechanism a law enforcement mechanism internationally to go in and say stop that, right?
Yeah, and I think that there's a problem here, human nature-wise too, Sam, which we haven't gotten into, and I mentioned this in the talk with Glenn. I think that I think history is pretty clear, and it on this issue, and it shows that whenever you have one nation kind of above other nations as opposed to just among other nations, and one nation has disproportionate power, it almost doesn't matter what their value system is, because there ends up being selfish motives that take over, and they care more about power, and they care more about in the case of the U.S., as we've seen historically, getting our hands on natural resources, and it just perverts the whole thing, which could have started out as a good idea.
Okay, but still, even in the midst of all that messiness, we have to acknowledge the different visions of life that are on offer and the different intentions.
No, I agree 100%. I'm not saying that anybody who advocates liberal values is as big of a monster as somebody who advocates the most extreme, ultra-conservative, backwards ideas pushed forth by groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, etc. Okay.
So I think we're crossing the finish line here, but the crucial point for me in terms of having this conversation is that many people on the left either don't concede that point or seem to be most of the time making the opposite point, that we are even worse than our worst enemies.
I think that if you talk to them, though, and granted, I know they probably don't want to talk to you and you don't want to talk to them, but I think that if you guys had the long-form conversation, that
It's just not true. I mean, these people summarize their views with the U.S. is the worst terrorist organization on earth, right? And when I start talking about the role of intentions, my bringing it up with Chomsky in that conversation that never happened, that was singled out as a sign of just my absolute confusion about what was important in this world, as though intentions meant anything. And people can't understand that the only difference between murder in the first degree and manslaughter is intention, right? I mean, intention is at the core of our moral and legal order. And yet, in the context of this discussion, I get pilloried as a lunatic, right? The people on the other side, the left has lost its mind here. Okay, and we have to figure out how to get it back.
Well, Sam, don't you think, though, that, and you've criticized Chomsky in this way, too, where you've said, well, he relies too much on the quantitative and not enough on the qualitative. I mean, it's an interesting criticism to say he tallies up the body count too much as opposed to looking at other factors, right?
Well, it is interesting, and I think it's important. Body count is not enough information, because, again, people don't...
But shouldn't it be maybe a majority of the puzzle?
Well, no, but because people don't like these analogies. But again, if we're just worried about body count, there are lots of ways to save lives, and we're not saving them, right? I mean, the most egregious example for me is, highway deaths, right? There are 30,000 highway deaths every year reliably. And what are we doing about it? Well, it's all going to be moot pretty soon when we have self-driving cars, which is going to be a moral imperative eventually. Once we prove that 30,000 goes down to 3,000 the moment you let robots drive you, well, then you'll be a moral monster to insist that you drive your old muscle car, right, rather than have a robot drive you. But until then, we could just lower the speed limit, right? Or put governors on all of our cars so that you couldn't accelerate too fast, right? But people want to retain the fun of driving. And yet reliably this kills 30,000 people every year, despite everyone's best effort to stay safe on the road.
Yeah, there's a liberty angle to this, isn't there? Like, drug taking,
sure.
Well, they should be legal, but if you kill yourself, well, still not going to we don't want to make them illegal because of freedom.
Okay, but the difference here is that you're imposing this risk of death not only on yourself but on others, right? You're running over people's kids. I mean, people are texting while driving, right, and killing people in crosswalks. So again, so that's just body count. That doesn't have the same kind of moral stigma, and. These are the most interesting questions of human life and some of the most consequential ones. The thing the bee I have in my bonnet here for this conversation, and this is why I've grown so pissed off about this, is that there are people who are making this kind of conversation just rather than a searching and really beautiful exercise in human reason to have conversations on these topics. People are making it just politically so toxic, reputationally so toxic to even raise these issues that that smart people, smarter than me, are smart enough not to go near these topics.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, you see someone like Tim Hunt, the Nobel laureate. He makes a joke about women in his lab.
Yeah, that was an outrage.
And he's destroyed.
He's fucking joking.
Right. He's destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay. That is the climate in which we're trying to have these conversations. And there's nothing I said clearly enough in this conversation that can't be spun to my detriment online after we release this. Right. And it's just this is endlessly frustrating. And again, it's so, I mean, this is a high class problem I have. This is so much worse for someone living in the Muslim world. This is so much worse for an atheist who's living in Saudi Arabia, Raif Badawi.
They're literally terrorists, according to the government.
Yeah, Badawi's going to be. He's been flogged, 50 times. He's got 950 lashes ahead of him that could well kill him. He's got a 10-year sentence. All he was doing was blogging about secularism.
Yeah, and you got Al Nimr, the Shia activist, who's going to be beheaded and crucified because one is not enough.
Right. So. I mean, so it's a, but again, this is why I think the Chomsky rule doesn't make any sense. We are trying to find our way to a global civil society. We have a global future economically, environmentally, and we have a global future politically, ultimately, right? We have, in terms of the spread of ideas, consequential ideas, and what they get people to do, there are no borders. And
So-
the internet has seen to that.
Yeah, the only like the area where I would agree with you, Sam, is if the Chomsky rule gets stretched to the absurd, where it becomes, as a matter of principle, I only criticize my government. Then I
Right.
would agree with you. That's just beyond ridiculous. But in terms of just broadly speaking, and we can end on this last point here. I know we'll agree to disagree a little bit, but in terms of just criticizing my government because I feel more responsible for my government and I pay taxes to my government, so I'll just prioritize criticizing it first versus criticizing elsewhere. I don't think that's irrational, especially since I personally believe that the way we've acted around the world, foreign policy-wise, post-World War II, is beyond disastrous. But with that being said,
Yeah,
I agree
sure.
I obviously 100% agree with, you have to keep criticizing Islamism and jihadism and fundamentalist dogmatic ideas wherever you find them, because the consequences of them, carried out in real life, are as bad as it gets.
Yeah, yeah. Well, listen, we're not going to sort it all out in this conversation, but it's nice to talk to you, and I think what you're doing in general is very useful, and you're in a great slot doing it. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I hope you didn't take my anger on this call personally, because it's not personally directed at you. I just at this point I just view what people like Greenwald are up to as so harmful, not just personally, but for our discourse in general. That it's what you got from me today is just me in extremis, finally losing my patience, and it was really not about you.
That's all right, man. It was a fun conversation, and
Cool.
hey, I hope at some point down the road we'll have another one, because it was really fun, and I hope we got this, got something out of this, and everybody listening gets something out of it as well.
Yeah. Well, they got something, all right. We'll see. Okay.
All right, Sam. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.